Chapter 251, Big Brother, I'll Bring You Home. 1. Chapter 108, Big Brother, I'll Bring You Home. Request to be published. His divine soul soared into the sky and reached the galaxy. He was sucked into the starry sky cemetery and entered a mysterious place. Few people knew that in the boundless starry sky, there was such a place where the remnant souls of the experts of the past were buried. Only those in the ancestral immortal realm were allowed to enter. They wanted to see if they could comprehend any of the secrets buried within this vast galaxy. Boom! Qingshan's divine soul soared into the sky and descended on the cemetery. He saw a different scene. As far as the eye could see, the world was vast. It wasn't appropriate to call it a cemetery. This should be a world that existed in the starry sky and belonged to the experts of the past. In this world, there were tombs all over the place, but they were of different sizes. Qingshan's primordial spirit wandered without rushing to comprehend. He carefully observed and found that the inscriptions on these tombs were very interesting. For example, the grave in front of Qingshan now had a passage written on it. The grave of a failure. He didn't have a name or surname, but this sentence seemed to describe his life. Qingshan suddenly became very interested in his life. He carefully wiped the tombstone. He activated his max-level comprehension skills. Your serious trying activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the tomb world. Qingshan's vision went black as he saw a person's past. In his youth, his cultivation progress was slow. He hadn't broken through to the immortal realm for 300 years. Fortunately, his family background was powerful, and various resources piled up to push him to the immortal realm. However, such an experience made him despair about cultivation, so he stopped cultivating and switched to reading and doing research. However, studying couldn't save his life. His powerful family background could allow him to live a carefree life, but he had to pay a certain price, such as freedom. After failing to study, he chose alchemy in order to be helpful to his clan. He vowed to become a top-notch alchemist. He studied hard and humbly sought advice. He devoted all his energy to reaching his best level. During this time, he also used various elixirs to enhance his cultivation level. He had finally surpassed the ancestral immortal realm and surpassed 90% of the people in the immortal plane. Finally, one day, he felt that he had made some progress in his studies, so he began to study the prescription. Through his relentless efforts, he wrote a prescription he deemed to be the divine medicine in the world. Then, he tested the medicine on himself. Upon ingestion, he died. The scene came to an abrupt end. Qingshan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is it so sloppy? Qingshan muttered. He looked at the tombstone. The sentence on it had truly become the epitome of this person's life. The grave of a failure. If he hadn't consumed many mature elixirs during his study of alchemy, forcibly advancing to the realm of ancestral immortal, he wouldn't even have qualified to enter the starry sky cemetery. What a talent, Qingshan sighed with emotion. He wiped the tombstone clean again and turned to leave. He had also learned something from this person's experience. In the future, he would have to find animals to test drugs, especially those that could cause death. Qingshan proceeded to the next tomb. The existence of the starry sky cemetery provided hope for an inheritance to these experts who were above the ancestral immortal realm. After they died, a wisp of their soul would enter the starry sky cemetery. In the future, perhaps someone would come to comprehend and let the legacies of those who had fallen into obscurity shine once again in this world. The next tomb was still in the ancestral immortal realm. Qingshan didn't have an epiphany, as the epitaph read, an unremarkable life. It seems that the people in these tombs are all in the ancestral immortal realm. There's nothing in their lives that I can gain insight into. I'd better hurry up and go deeper. Qingshan gave up on this area and quickly went deeper into the next level. The tombs of monarch immortals. Qingshan didn't stay. He held no interest in monarch immortals, so he went straight to the area of the inherited immortals' graveyard. Only this realm was attractive to Qingshan. In the area of the inherited immortals, their tombs seemed to have a larger scale. At least they were individual tombs with a tree to shelter them from the wind and rain. The tombstones were clean and tidy. Qingshan sighed when he saw them. One still has to cultivate diligently. The treatment upon arrival at the Starry Sky Cemetery after death is different. The tombs of those ancestral immortals are out in the open, lonely. Without tombstones, they're like small mounds of earth, which is a vast difference compared to here. Qingshan looked at the tombstones of these inherited immortals. There were words written on them, just like the ancestral immortals' tomb. One sentence summarized their lives, allowing people to understand them directly. An immortal proficient in the Great Path of Thunder, a scheming immortal, an immortal who relied on taking elixirs to level up, an immortal who mastered the Great Path of Time. The inscriptions on these tombstones piqued Qingshan's interest. He immediately chose the immortal who was proficient in the Great Path of Thunder and the immortal who mastered the Great Path of Time. Qingshan wasn't interested in the other two immortal tombs. So what if he schemed? In front of absolute strength, all his scheming was futile. In the face of my punch, the world will be destroyed. What's the use of your cunningness? Qingshan immediately wiped the tombstone of the immortal who mastered the Great Path of Thunder, carefully to ensure that the tombstone was clean and new. Then, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Your serious wiping activated max level comprehension, and you've comprehended the Great Path of Thunder of the inherited immortal. Chapter 252, Big Brother, I'll Bring You Home. 2. Translator, Nvoibo Studio Editor, Nvoibo Studio. In Qingshan's mind, lightning flashed. With a boom, he seemed to be in a sea of thunder. Countless Great Path of Thunder flashed and dazzled him. Qingshan had never thought that the Path of Thunder would develop in such a way. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Apocalypse Thunder, Chaos Thunder Tribulation, 5 Elements Thunder, Thunder Country, Thunder Ocean, Thunder Ancestral Dragon, Million Thunder. In the Great Path of Thunder of the inherited immortal, there were countless variations and immense power, and thunder itself was the ultimate attack, with no defense. If I can't kill you, then it's my death. Qingshan was immersed in it, intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. In the Starry Sky Cemetery, he sat in front of the tomb of the inherited immortal. He closed his eyes and comprehended the Great Path of Thunder. He didn't care about the passage of time in the outside world. Only when he had absorbed all of the Great Path of Thunder and expanded his own Great Path of Thunder did he open his eyes in satisfaction. The Great Path of Thunder of the inherited immortal is indeed powerful. With my current level, if I want to completely comprehend it, I need to calm my mind and settle down. Only by using the Great Path of Time to set it up will I have enough time to comprehend it. Qingshan pondered. The great path that an inherited immortal comprehended throughout their life was not something Qingshan could absorb in such a short time. Therefore, Qingshan immediately dispersed his primordial spirit power and returned to the Celestial Court Academy from the Starry Sky Cemetery. He couldn't calm his mind in the Starry Sky Cemetery. There were tombstones all around him. It was too tempting for Qingshan. Moreover, his physical body wasn't here, so he couldn't elongate time. Thus, he returned to the Celestial Court Academy. In the Celestial Court Academy, Qingshan opened his eyes and his primordial spirit returned to its original position. He immediately cast the Great Path of Time and lengthened the space around him. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 4 months. As Qingshan broke through to the ancestral immortal realm, his Great Path of Time improved once again, increasing by 2 months. At this rate, when I advance again, I can extend the time by a year, Qingshan said softly. Closing his eyes, Qingshan didn't think about anything else. He concentrated on comprehending the Great Path of Thunder of this inherited immortal. This time, his comprehension was extremely detailed. Because he wasn't afraid of time, he could delve into the details without worry. He was completely immersed in the Path of Thunder, unable to extricate himself. As time passed in the outside world, Qingshan controlled the Path of Thunder and made the true dragon of the Great Path of Thunder in his sea of consciousness grow rapidly and infinitely. In a corner that no one knew about, Qingshan didn't waste a single moment. He quietly grew stronger, wanting to amaze the world. And so, a month passed. Under time elongation, a month in the outside world was more than 100 natural months, which was more than 10 years. During this secluded cultivation, Qingshan never stopped for a moment. He had spent 10 years in seclusion. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with thunder. That thunder could destroy everything, overturn everything, and annihilate everything. No wonder immortals say that a year in the human world is like a day for an immortal. Qingshan said softly, "I'd been in seclusion for a month, which means I've spent more than 10 years. As my cultivation level increases, the time will continue to stretch. When I reach the immortal king realm, even if I'm not a cultivator who specializes in the great path of time, I can still elongate time. The only difference is the duration. I've gained a lot in the past 10 years. I've finished absorbing the great path of thunder of that inherited immortal. I can be considered to have mastered it. What I need to do next, continue absorbing and comprehend other great paths," Qingshan affirmed. With clear objectives and determined eyes, even though the process of secluded cultivation and comprehension might seem dull to others, for Qingshan, he enjoyed this kind of monotony. Solitude is a person's revelry. A party is the loneliness of a group. I love solitude, so I want to comprehend other great paths. Qingshan's primordial spirit soared into the sky and arrived at the starry sky cemetery with ease. This time, he wanted to comprehend the tomb of the inherited immortal who had cultivated the great path of time his entire life. Qingshan wanted to know if the range of time he could extend would continue to expand after comprehending the great path of time of the inherited immortal. "It should be, but I don't know how much it will expand," Qingshan murmured softly and strode to the tombstone of the inherited immortal who had spent his whole life comprehending the great path of time. He began to wipe seriously and meticulously. To comprehend other people's path, he needed to clean up their tombstones thoroughly. Your serious wiping activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the great path of time of the inherited immortal. As expected, the max-level comprehension was activated again. Qingshan's face revealed a trace of joy. His primordial spirit suddenly faded and disappeared, returning to his physical body. He continued to elongate time and immersed himself in the comprehension. The great path of time of the inherited immortal was indeed profound and rich. It was an eye-opener for Qingshan. He was intoxicated by it and forgot about the time. No one from the outside world came to disturb Qingshan. Taoist Dragon knew that Qingshan had been cultivating in seclusion since he entered the Starry Star Cemetery. Therefore, he had been observing Qingshan and didn't want anyone to disturb him. There were a few times when Amon knew that Qingshan was back and wanted to go to him, but Taoist Dragon persuaded him to leave, saying that Qingshan was in secluded cultivation and couldn't be disturbed. This time, Qingshan went into seclusion for 2 months. 2 months of time elongation equated to over 20 years. He had used more than 20 years to comprehend the great path of time of the inherited immortal. This also propelled Qingshan's great path of time to improve rapidly. When he opened his eyes again and dispersed the time elongation, he stretched his body and said comfortably, "I've finally comprehended the great path of time of the inherited immortal." Chapter 253, Big Brother, I'll Bring You Home. 3. In Qingshan's Sea of Consciousness, there were originally 2,999 Great Path True Dragons of the same size. They echoed in the Sea of Consciousness, second only to the colossal Buddha of the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. But now, the other 2,997 Great Path True Dragons remained the same as usual. Only the Thunder in Time Great Path True Dragons grew rapidly and became extremely huge. They were akin to azure dragons that roamed the 9 heavens and were similar in size to the colossal Buddha from the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. I'm not in a hurry to break through now. Instead, I need to elevate the other 2,997 Great Path True Dragons and then think about breaking through, Qingshan muttered. He casually waved his hand, and the spatial patterns fluctuated. A black hole appeared, and time surged inside as it was elongated. 1 day was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Qingshan sighed, "Indeed, I've seriously comprehended all the great path of time of the inherited immortal. The speed of my great path of time's growth cannot be underestimated." His current comprehension of the great path of time was equivalent to that of an inherited immortal. Therefore, he could elongate time to a year. There have been countless remnant souls of the inherited immortal realm who have been passed down since ancient times in the Starry Sky Cemetery. There must be some who have comprehended the 3,000 great paths. I have to search for them patiently and improve the others. By doing so, if others reach the inherited immortal realm on a certain great path, I will have reached the inherited immortal realm on all the great paths. The difference will be 3,000 times. At that time, a single glance will be enough to annihilate their souls, Qingshan said softly. He was very confident. He firmly believed that he could do it. You've come out of seclusion? I thought you were still in seclusion. Taoist Dragon's voice interrupted Qingshan's thoughts about the future. He would come over every few days to check on him. Once he found that Qingshan was still in seclusion, he would leave quietly and not disturb him. Today, Taoist Dragon came over as usual, only to find that Qingshan had finished his seclusion, so he greeted him happily. Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon and nodded as he said, "I've finished my cultivation, but I'm going to continue." "How was it? How was your harvest in the Starry Star Cemetery?" Taoist Dragon asked curiously. "It's all right," Qingshan said with satisfaction. "That's good. I've been to the Starry Sky Cemetery before, but I didn't comprehend anything after staying there for a year. I lost interest in it after that. I always thought that the Starry Sky Cemetery was a deceitful place," said Taoist Dragon. "Then maybe you're incapable." Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Why can I comprehend it after I enter?" "Well said, but don't say it again next time," Taoist Dragon said with a dark face. "Are you here to tell me something?" Qingshan asked curiously. "No, I just come over every few days to take a look," said Taoist Dragon. Qingshan said with a smile, "Thank you. You're rude to a certain extent, but sometimes, you're quite polite." Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan and said calmly, "I'm going into seclusion. You can leave now." Qingshan immediately chased him away. Taoist Dragon waved his hand and turned to leave. "It's good that you're fine. I was worried that you might be in danger in the Starry Sky Cemetery. You should focus on your cultivation. No one will disturb you in the Celestial Court Academy." Seeing Taoist Dragon off, Qingshan smiled and continued to comprehend the path. The primordial spirit left his physical body and entered the Sea of Stars, before entering the Starry Sky Cemetery. Qingshan went straight to the tomb where the inherited immortals were. Here, he began to search for the tombs where he could comprehend other great paths. The 3,000 great paths had to be developed evenly. He couldn't neglect one for the sake of another. Qingshan believed that in the past millions of years or even tens of millions of years in the immortal plane, there must have been different individuals who had comprehended all 3,000 great paths. Even the mysterious great path of fate hadn't been comprehended by Qingshan until now. In the vast history, there was a fox who had comprehended it. This was what Qingshan knew. He didn't know how many people had comprehended it at some other places. Qingshan never looked down on others. Although he had the max-level comprehension skill, he couldn't guarantee that others had other talents. Therefore, he was careful and wasn't in a hurry to break through. He wanted to comprehend every great path to a certain extent before improving himself. Soon, Qingshan found a large tombstone, with the inscription, "An immortal who devoted his life to comprehend the great path of space." Qingshan's face lit up with joy. He immediately began to wipe the steel and activated his max-level comprehension skills. Your serious wiping activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the great path of space of the inherited immortal. Qingshan curled his lips and left the Starry Sky Cemetery decisively. He returned to the Celestial Court Academy and integrated his body. He set up the Great Path of Time, or a day equaled a year, and began diligently studying. As such, Qingshan only needed to comprehend the Great Path of Space for 20 days before he completely mastered it. Then, he entered the Starry Sky Cemetery again to search for other great paths. The days went on and on. 5 years passed in a flash. Qingshan had never left the Celestial Court Academy in the past 5 years. For the past 5 years, his life had been a two-point line. The Celestial Court Academy and the Starry Sky Cemetery. Every time he comprehended Great Path in the Starry Sky Cemetery, he would return to the Immortal Court Academy immediately and spend a long time comprehending it carefully. The 3,000 Great Paths became increasingly powerful in Qingshan's hands. In 5 years, there were 365 days in a year. In total, there were more than 1,800 days, which was more than 1,800 years. Chapter 254, Big Brother, I'll Bring You Home. For he had been comprehending the paths for nearly 2,000 years without stopping. Qingshan's control of the 3,000 Great Paths had reached a level that even he felt terrified. Although he was still in the ancestral immortal realm, there was once when Taoist Dragon came to see Qingshan. The moment he saw Qingshan, he shivered in fear. Pointing at Qingshan, he said, "Why do I feel that you are even fiercer than an immortal king?" Of course, this was just his misconception. Qingshan chuckled and replied, "I'm only an ancestral immortal realm. How can I be comparable to an immortal king?" "It must be your misconception." Taoist Dragon remained skeptical and said, "I still feel that you're frightening." Qingshan said something to dispel his suspicion. It had been more than 1,800 years since Qingshan had entered the Starry Sky Cemetery, but he had never fought once. He had been accumulating, constantly accumulating. During this period, Qingshan occasionally paused in his leisure time to watch the sunset and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the world. Apart from that, Qingshan would talk with Taoist Dragon and write letters to Big Brother Bai. In the past 5 years, he and Big Brother Bai had only sent 3 letters to each other, not even one per year. Big Brother Bai wasn't good at expressing his feelings. The contents of the letters were simple and caring words, but Qingshan knew that he really regarded him as a family member. In the past 5 years, Qingshan had spent his life like this. It seemed like 5 years, but in fact, it had been more than 1,800 years. For Qingshan, it was also a tempering of his body and mind. Qingshan had a deep understanding of this experience. 5 years later, Qingshan came out of his seclusion and opened his eyes to see the world. It was a sunny day with blue skies and white clouds, and a cool breeze blowing over the waterfall. It was like a lifetime ago. For mortals, a lifetime is 100 years. Calculated this way, Qingshan had lived through 18 lifetimes. As he looked upon the beautiful scenery, he felt a familiar yet strange sensation. Qingshan wore a black robe. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his body was slender. He stood on the mountain peak and looked at the sea of clouds. He was in a good mood. He stood with his hands behind his back and breathed in the fresh air. This time, I gained a lot from my seclusion. Seeing these sights again gives me a different feeling, Qingshan murmured. With a sweep of his primordial spirit, the entire Celestial Court Academy was enveloped within it. No one noticed. Not even Taoist Dragon. Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "Old fool, come and have a drink." Taoist Dragon, who was dealing with some matters, suddenly sat up and looked in the direction of Qingshan's mountain peak in shock. In the next second, Taoist Dragon tore the space apart and landed beside Qingshan. "I didn't even notice your primordial spirit?" Taoist Dragon said in surprise. Qingshan smiled and didn't answer. But instead, he said, "Let's have some wine." Qingshan took out some fine wine from his spatial storage. This fine wine was prepared by Little Nine for Qingshan when he left the human world. Until now, Qingshan rarely drank. Qingshan was in a good mood today, so he wanted to drink some. Looking at Qingshan's smile, Taoist Dragon hesitated for a moment and said, "Is your seclusion this time over?" "Temporarily ended." Qingshan said, "I want to rest for a while. Then, I will continue to comprehend it. This time, it has been too long." Taoist Dragon nodded and said, 5 years is indeed a long time, especially when you use time elongation. How much time have you actually spent? Qingshan answered, "Over 1,800 years." Taoist Dragon gave a thumbs up in admiration and said, "You are a ruthless man. The longest I've ever secluded myself was just over 80 years. After that, I never underwent extensive, prolonged seclusion again. It's too torturous." Qingshan murmured, "If you always gain something, you wouldn't feel it's torturous." Taoist dragon nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at the wine in Li Qingshan's hand. He hesitated and said, Li Qingshan, I'm afraid I can't drink this wine today. Li Qingshan's smile faded. Seeing Taoist dragon's reaction, he frowned and asked, what happened? If nothing special happened, Taoist dragon would surely enjoy drinking with Li Qingshan. Taoist dragon looked at Li Qingshan and said, let's sit down and talk. Li Qingshan remained calm. He waved his sleeve, and a table and 2 chairs automatically condensed in the void, placed on the mountaintop amidst the white clouds. This table was condensed from the Great Path and wasn't made of ordinary materials. Now, Li Qingshan could freely manipulate the Great World Path. Your strength is becoming increasingly formidable. I can't see through you anymore, Taoist dragon said enviously. However, Li Qingshan wasn't in the mood for that. He sat down and placed the wine on the table. He asked, what happened? Did something go wrong with the investigation I asked you to do? Li Qingshan's first thought was that Huayan or Little Nine, fearing that something might have happened to them. Taoist dragon knew how important these people were to Li Qingshan, which was why he was so hesitant. Taoist dragon shook his head and said, no, I've been looking for Huayan for the past 5 years. I've used all my connections, but I got nothing. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Li Qingshan remained unfazed. He said, it's indeed very difficult. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's okay if you can't find it. Because sometimes, no news is good news. He looked at Taoist dragon. If it wasn't Huayun, then could it be about Xiao Jiao and the others? Taoist dragon continued, in these 5 years, I've been checking every month for newcomers to the Celestial Court. There hasn't been a single lead. However, as for what you mentioned, Little Nine, Away, and the 5 ghosts, there's been no trace of them at all. Chapter 255, Big Brother, I'll bring you home. 5. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and relaxed. He could accept this answer. Just like 5 years ago, there was no news at all. Little Nine and the others probably hadn't ascended yet. When Li Qingshan left, they were very far from the realm of ascension. After 5 or 6 years, it was quite challenging for them to ascend to the immortal plane. Therefore, Li Qingshan wasn't surprised. Since there's no news, why are you like this? Li Qingshan looked at Taoist dragon in confusion. Taoist dragon hesitated and said seriously, Li Qingshan, General Bai, has encountered trouble. Li Qingshan instantly sat up straight. His eyes were blazing. His terrifying power suppressed Taoist dragon. He said with a serious face, what happened to Big Brother Bai? Taoist dragon sighed and said, in the past 5 years of your seclusion, the war in the Emperor's Pass had calmed down. The Celestial Court and the 3 clan allied forces had reached an agreement. Everyone thought that they were safe. But, unexpectedly, 3 days ago, the 3 clan allied forces suddenly attacked the Emperor's Pass without any warning. Within a night, they conquered 80 Emperor's Pass and halted in front of the 81st Emperor's Pass. Li Qingshan's expression turned serious. Even though he was extremely worried, he didn't interrupt Taoist dragon. The angrier, more worried, and afraid he felt, the calmer he was. Taoist dragon looked at Li Qingshan and said in a low voice, the next day, General Bai fought against 1,000,000 soldiers and guarded the Emperor's Pass alone. He fought alone and cracked the sky. He used the 6 paths of samsara to unleash his full power. After half an hour of fierce fighting, General Bai was finally defeated. He was exhausted and killed. Li Qingshan closed his eyes abruptly. His expression turned cold at that moment, and his heart ached. This was a big brother who genuinely cared for him. When he entered the immortal plane, with a hell-challenging start, it was Big Brother Bai who had guided him. Moreover, he had even used his own military achievements to pave a smooth path for Li Qingshan and sent him to the Celestial Court Academy. Although Li Qingshan and Big Brother Bai hadn't spent much time together, and they had only exchanged 3 letters in the past few years, in Li Qingshan's heart, Big Brother Bai was someone worthy of respect and gratitude. Now that he had suddenly heard of the death, Li Qingshan's heart was in turmoil. He was filled with extreme sadness, furious, and murderous. A myriad of emotions surged within him. He instantly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. His knuckles turned blue and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? You're in seclusion. I was afraid to disturb you. Besides, this happened too suddenly. No one expected the three clan allied forces would launch a surprise attack. There was no news at all before this, Taoist Dragon hurriedly explained. Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan and said with a heavy tone, after General Bai's death, the entire Emperor's pass fell completely. The three clan allied forces hung General Bai's body on the gate of the 81st Emperor's pass, boom. All the emotions within Qingshan erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the sky changed colors, the sea raged, and the great path screamed. Everyone in the Celestial Court Academy covered their ears in shock and the sky in disbelief. The heavens were furious. Taoist Dragon also looked at Qingshan in shock. For a moment, he thought it was the immortal king who had taken action. He never expected that Qingshan's body would harbor such a terrifying aura. Qingshan's eyes were cold, and his face was filled with madness. He stood up and looked at Taoist Dragon as if he wanted to devour him. What did you say? The three clan allied forces hung General Bai's body on the gate of the 81st Emperor's pass. They said that he would be exposed to the sun for 49 days. Frightened by Qingshan, Taoist Dragon swallowed his saliva and said, "Why didn't the immortal court save him?" Qingshan said angrily, "The Celestial Court is trying to come up with a solution, but the three clan allied forces have mobilized a massive army of 1.5 million soldiers this time. It's very aggressive. It will take time to mobilize such a force," said Taoist Dragon hurriedly. "Where's the Emperor of the Celestial Court?" Qingshan slammed his palm on the table. With a boom, the table that was condensed from the great path exploded. Thousands of energy surged into Qingshan's body, causing the 3,000 great paths to rumble and roar. It was very terrifying. In Taoist Dragon's eyes, Qingshan seemed less like a mortal and more like an ancient and ferocious beast. There are emperors in the three clan allied forces. The emperors of the Celestial Court can't interfere, or else it will cause a great war between the emperors. You've also witnessed the clash between the Qinling Emperor and the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Even though it was just a sparring match outside the domain, it shattered the stars. If a great war between the emperors were to happen, it would bring great damage to the immortal plane. Taoist Dragon immediately explained to prevent Qingshan from holding a grudge against the Celestial Court. Qingshan stood up straight, his hair standing on end. His face was icy as he said, "Then they could still rescue Big Brother Bai's body. A general who has dedicated his life to guarding the Emperor's pass for the Celestial Court. How can they be indifferent to such humiliation?" Taoist Dragon sighed and said, "As I've said before, the internal structure of the Celestial Court is bloated, and the administrative orders are issued very slowly. Besides, General Bai doesn't interact with anyone else, and he doesn't have any friends or relatives in the Celestial Court. After he died, no one wanted to save him. After all, there are 1.5 million soldiers and numerous experts from the three clans there. It's essentially a suicide mission." Qingshan sneered, "No relatives or friends? Am I, Qingshan, a dead man?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qingshan threw a punch at the void with a loud boom. In an instant, space ruptured and a bottomless black hole appeared. It rumbled and led to an unknown depth. "What are you doing?" Taoist Dragon hurriedly stood up and Qingshan in shock. Chapter 256, Big Brother, I'll bring you home. 6. My big brother is hanging at the city gate. As his younger brother, I'll bring him back. Qingshan said coldly. Don't go and get yourself killed. There are 1.5 million army and countless top experts from the three clans. They're just using General Bai's body as bait. If you go, you'll definitely die. Taoist Dragon immediately stopped Qingshan, not wanting him to die. Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon and suddenly smiled. The cold smile made Taoist Dragon's heart tremble. You asked me before how far my cultivation has progressed. I'm telling you now that I don't know. Qingshan suddenly said something irrelevant. Taoist Dragon was confused. He didn't understand what Qingshan meant. I really don't know how far my strength has progressed. It's just nice. These 1.5 million soldiers can tell me how far my cultivation level has progressed. Qingshan said with a murderous look on his face. As soon as his eyes landed on Taoist Dragon's entire body was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. He watched in shock as Qingshan walked into the black hole. Boom! After Qingshan entered, the black hole was flattened. Taoist Dragon broke free and said in shock, "Crazy. He's gone mad. Does he actually want to take on a 1.5 million army? He's crazy." Emperor's Pass. Here, the war flags filled the sky. The 1.5 million army stopped and occupied the 81 Emperor's Passes. The three clan allied forces were merged together and extremely excited. They had finally conquered the Emperor's Pass. Moreover, they had killed the crazy general and hung his corpse at the city gate. There was a corpse hanging on the 81st Emperor's Pass gates. The white robe was stained with blood, and the corpse had no life force. It hung there in loneliness. The pressure from the corpse was still very strong. Within a few kilometers, there wasn't a single member of the three clan allied forces, because this pressure made it unbearable for anyone to be nearby. Qingshan opened a space channel with a punch, crossing more than half of the celestial court and landing here. No one knew of his appearance. Even if someone was staring at General Bael's body, they wouldn't be able to see Qingshan. At this moment, Qingshan concealed himself within the Great Paths. Or rather, he was the Great Path itself, and no one noticed him. Qingshan saw Big Brother by hanging alone at the city gate. The once spirited Big Brother, the once valiant Big Brother, the Big Brother who rarely wrote letters, the Big Brother who was always alone. At this moment, he hung here quietly. His body was limp and covered in wounds. He fought to the end until his strength gave out. Qingshan's eyes reddened as he looked at him. He stretched out his hand, and the air turned into a long blade, cutting the rope that hung General Bai. General Bael's body fell directly. Qingshan held Big Brother Bai's body. Looking at the body that was covered in wounds, he was heartbroken and cried. The anger in his body boiled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Time reversal." He wanted to see just how many people had killed Big Brother Bai. After Qingshan cut the rope that hung General Bael's body, he was discovered. The people of the three clan allied forces immediately noticed Qingshan. They watched excitedly as they used General Bael's corpse as bait to fish. It had only been a short while, and there was already one. In an instant, more than a dozen monarch immortals flew over and joined forces to suppress Qingshan. Qingshan didn't even look at them as he activated his time reversal. With a loud boom, the entire 81st Emperor's Pass was shrouded in his time reversal. At this moment, time swept around Qingshan. The dozen or so monarch immortals who rushed over were swallowed by time in an instant and evaporated on the spot. Not even their bodies were left behind. Qingshan held Big Brother Bael's body and looked around. Time passed. A few days ago, the 81st Emperor's Pass was still quiet. The soldiers were resting as usual. Big Brother Bai was in his own mansion, sitting in front of his desk, writing a letter. Brother Qingshan, long time no see. Are you doing well? General Bai wrote down this sentence and read it carefully. He shook his head immediately, then crumpled the letter and said, "It's too mushy." What if Qingshan sees this letter and feels embarrassed? What if he thinks I'm being pretentious? He thought about it seriously and sighed. He said, "Let's write about recent events." He continued to write, "Qingshan, how has everything been recently? I've recently applied for retirement. If nothing goes wrong, I should be returning to the countryside after a period of time. I've been guarding the 81st Emperor's Pass for my entire life. I used to think I was faithfully fulfilling my duty. But recently, I realized that I just miss Big Brother too much. Your appearance has made me see myself clearly. Big Brother has already left. I shouldn't be living in my memories, so I want to return to my hometown and live a pastoral life. When you come out from the Celestial Court Academy, you can come to my place. I welcome you with all my heart." After General Bai finished writing, he looked at it carefully. Then, he packed the letter with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "I'll send the letter tomorrow. It's time for me to bid farewell to the past." Seeing Big Brother Bael's smile in the unmailed letter, Qingshan became even more sorrowful. He stubbornly pursed his lips and continued watching without saying a word. Just as Big Brother Bai finished writing the letter, his face suddenly changed. He sensed the battle. He put the letter on the table and shouted, "The Emperor's Pass is under attack. Assemble, assemble." The 10,000-strong army was soon assembled. Just as they were about to set off, General Bai realized that all the Emperor's passes had been breached. 1.5 million troops surrounded the 81st Emperor's Pass. General Bael's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected the speed to be so fast, and there was no news at all. Fortunately, the million-strong army hadn't attacked yet. The leader of the three-clan allied forces shouted, "Lunatic Bai, surrender. You are so powerful. If you join us, we will let bygones be bygones." General Bai ignored them. He said to his 10,000 soldiers, "You guys, use the teleportation formation to leave. We can't hold the Emperor's Pass anymore." "General, there are only soldiers who died in battle, not soldiers who escaped." The 10,000 soldiers shouted in unison. General Bai fell silent. That night, he put on his armor and went to pay his respects to his big brother's memorial tablet, and then to his wife and children's memorial tablets. He didn't say a word throughout the whole process. Finally, he came to the study and held the letter in his hand. He sighed and said, "I thought I could return to my hometown and live in seclusion in the countryside." However, in the end, the general died in battle. "Brotherly Qingshan, I hope everything goes well for your future." As he spoke, Big Brother Bai placed the letter on the fire and burned it to ashes. He turned around and left, leading 10,000 troops to fight 1,500,000 troops. This battle was extremely tragic. Qingshan saw General Bai fight against 100 people with his own eyes. He used his full strength and the 6 paths of samsara. It was terrifying. He had slaughtered 100 era immortals. At this moment, Qingshan finally knew that Big Brother Bai's cultivation level was that of the era immortal. However, in the end, he died of exhaustion and his body was hung at the city gate. The scene came to an abrupt end. The power of time flowed into Qingshan's body from the 81st Emperor's Pass. He returned to reality. He was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Many inherited immortals and era immortals looked at Qingshan coldly and sealed the sky. Qingshan had nowhere to escape. He looked at the densely packed enemies and his expression calmed down. He wiped away the tears on his face and hugged Big Brother Bael's corpse as he said softly, "Big Brother, I'll bring you home." Chapter 257, Continuous Breakthrough. 1. How interesting. In the vast celestial court, the one who came to save this madman is actually an ancestral immortal. I wonder if it's because his social skills are poor, or the celestial court is just incompetent, an inherited immortal said disdainfully when he saw Qingshan's cultivation level. The celestial court has indeed grown old. This time, we've been plotting for more than 5 years. We've been building a path in the open but secretly. On the surface, we've negotiated with the celestial court to stabilize them and make them relax their vigilance while we secretly set up numerous teleportation formations. Now that the army is pressing down, they are completely unaware. The celestial court's senses are as dull as an old man's. An era immortal sneered and was very pleased with himself. He was very satisfied that the celestial court was caught off guard this time. The celestial court is indeed old and bloated. Several emperors are already elderly, and no new emperors have emerged. Such a celestial court shouldn't occupy the largest area in the immortal plane. The destruction of the celestial court begins with this battle at Emperor's Pass. I thought this time we would catch a big fish. But unexpectedly, it's just a puny ancestral immortal. How uninterested. Indeed, it's really tasteless to devour but a pity to waste. Who's going to kill this ancestral immortal? The group of inherited immortals and era immortals discussed among themselves. They didn't put Qingshan in their eyes at all. None of them wanted to take action, thinking that it would be a disgrace to their status. At this moment, a young member of the monster clan stood out and shouted, "I'll kill him." This young man was very young, with a youthful appearance and golden hair. There was an eye on his glabella that flickered with a bright light. He held a long spear in his hand and looked aggressive. He was at the monarch immortal realm. He hailed from the Golden Lion clan, and at less than 500 years old, with the cultivation level of a monarch immortal. He was considered a top-tier genius in the Golden Lion clan. He came to the Emperor's Pass to participate in the battle to gild himself and broaden his horizons. When he saw that Qingshan was only an ancestral immortal realm, neither the inherited immortals nor the era immortals were willing to take action against Qingshan. He volunteered to kill him. Upon the appearance of the Golden Lion, an inherited immortal said, "Go kill him. Consider it a military merit." The Golden Lion was instantly in high spirits. He walked out with a long spear in his hand. He was aggressive and his voice was stacked up. Behind him was a lion that was 100 feet tall. It raised its head and roared angrily. The sound waves rolled out in circles and spread out, attacking Qingshan. The Golden Lion didn't take Qingshan seriously. He was arrogant and disdainful. After all, Qingshan was just an ancestral immortal, nothing worth fussing over. Qingshan remained silent all along. Listening to their discussion, he knew that this attack had been meticulously planned long ago. During the last defensive battle of Emperor's Pass, they had already planned for this surprise attack. The Celestial Court was indeed old. Such a large-scale operation, which was from the three clan allied forces, should have been detected. If they had known earlier, the situation at Emperor's Pass wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Qingshan looked at the surrounding enemies. He reached out and tapped the void. The void suddenly split open and the Great Path coffin automatically appeared. Qingshan placed Big Brother Bael's body in the Great Path coffin and said softly, "Big Brother, I have some things to deal with. I'll take you home when I'm done." With that, Qingshan pushed the coffin into the void. The void closed gently, and General Bael's corpse disappeared under the watchful eyes of the enemies. This made inherited immortals and era immortals frown. We clearly sealed off the space. It should be impossible for him to break through the void and leave. That's right. We sealed it together, which should have been quite formidable. How did he manage to do it? Perhaps he has comprehended the great path of space, and he didn't send lunatic Bai's corpse away. He hid it in the void. Looks like he's also a genius. The great path of space isn't simple. Kid from the Golden Lion clan, be careful. An inherited immortal shouted. The Golden Lion nodded. He raised his head and looked at Qingshan. He shouted, "Now get over here and kneel. Repent for your sins. I can give you a quick death." Qingshan now had both hands free. He looked at the Golden Lion with killing intent. He licked his lips and said, "Did you not see how those dozen monarch immortals died just now?" The Golden Lion frowned. More than a dozen monarch immortals had died just now? Why didn't he know? Blasphemous words. You're just an ancestral immortal. How can you kill more than 10 monarch immortals? The Golden Lion shouted and pointed his spear at Qingshan. He didn't believe his words at all. "Since you don't believe me, then let me demonstrate it to you." Qingshan raised his hand. His face was cold and murderous. He looked around. With so many enemies, the Great Path Azure Dragon in Qingshan's body became excited. "You're just an ancestral immortal. How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? You're really courting death. I'll spare your soul and let you know what true agony feels like." The Golden Lion shook his long spear, and the long spear pierced through the space and appeared in front of Qingshan in an instant. He aimed at Qingshan's glabella. In the next second, it seemed to pierce through Qingshan's glabella, piercing into his sea of consciousness, and picking out Qingshan's soul core. The Golden Lion behind him, which was 100 feet in size, followed the spear and leaped forward. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Qingshan. All of this was aggressive and terrifying. Everyone thought Qingshan was undoubtedly doomed. However, Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and lowered it. Boom! Under the raised hand, all the attacks were instantly annihilated. What spear could pierce through space? Chapter 258, Continuous Breakthrough, 2, 100-foot-sized lion. What kind of monarch immortal realm genius was this? Under Li Qingshan's slap, the wind blew, and everything disappeared with the wind. It was like an illusion, a mirage, leaving no trace. The surrounding immortals who had originally thought that things were going well frowned. They had never expected things to turn out like this. An ancestral immortal had managed to wipe out a monarch immortal with a single slap. It was really a complete obliteration, not leaving a single trace behind. An inherited immortal felt that something was amiss, but in fact, everyone felt that way. It was because Li Qingshan was too relaxed. He killed a monarch immortal effortlessly and casually as if he was swatting a fly while eating and drinking. This is the ancestral immortal realm? Era Immortal asked. I'll kill him. A step forward from one of the inherited immortals, lightning fast, a finger pointed out, the heavens and earth changed color, and an incredibly powerful energy beam shot directly toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't hold back. He took a step forward, and the great path of space surged, directly dividing the two worlds. This light seemed to have pierced through his body, but it left no damage. It rushed into the distant sky, exploding into fireworks. It was very gorgeous and beautiful. Inherited immortal, let me kill you. Li Qingshan's footsteps made the ancient city shake. His footsteps had a strange rhythm. In the end, it was like a path rhythm that resonated with heaven and earth. A majestic pressure surged and shook people's hearts. Puff! In the distance, the inherited immortal who wanted to kill Li Qingshan coughed up blood and staggered back amidst these footsteps. Their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe that Li Qingshan could hurt him with just his footsteps. He was an inherited immortal. Li Qingshan went completely mad. He activated all the great paths and became the master of the great paths. He pulled out his giant sword. Kill! Li Qingshan shouted and charged into the group of inherited immortals and era immortals. He held a giant sword and began the massacre. In an instant, Li Qingshan's giant sword descended and chopped down on the head of this inherited immortal. It was simple and direct. Blood flew up and white bones were shattered. The powerful inherited immortal's head was separated from his body and fell on the green stone ground. The head rolled to another place. His primordial spirit was instantly swallowed by the terrifying suction force emitted by the sword, extinguishing his last hope. In an instant, the blood of the inherited immortal formed a small river. How is this possible? Kill him. Let's attack together. This is a peerless expert in disguise. His strength and his cultivation level don't match. Let's attack together. At this moment, the experts of the three clan allied forces were shocked. They roared and attacked together. This was what the battlefield was like. It was rare to fight one-on-one. It was a chaotic battle. At this moment, various celestial artifacts fell together. It was very terrifying, like a meteor shower from the outer domain. It was powerful and intimidating, and its light was dazzling. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. An ancestral immortal realm young man had actually chopped off the head of an inherited immortal with a sword and directly killed his soul. It could be said that he was unscrupulous. This was something that had never happened before. Kill him, don't let him escape. An era immortal roared. However, in the next second, Li Qingshan shook his sword with a buzz, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless great path azure dragons burst out of his body and roared in unison. At the same time, the giant sword in his hand drew a strange arc, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. At this moment, all the falling celestial artifacts were drawn to the sky. Boom! The celestial artifacts shattered the sky, but not a single one fell. From hundreds of miles away, the sky was destroyed, revealing the starry sky beyond, where the countless stars were shaking. Kill! Li Qingshan's killing intense soared amid the thousands of troops. With a roar, the 3,000 great paths provided him with endless energy. He wielded his giant sword and pressed down directly. Those with lower cultivation levels were crushed to death on the spot. These were monarch immortals. Kill him. This person is very terrifying. Era immortals, make your move. The others roared and tried their best to attack, exerting all their efforts. Spells and celestial artifacts were continuously used like meteor showers, powerful and terrifying. They all rushed toward Qingshan alone. Crack! At this moment, a total of 8 people attacked Qingshan. They stood in all directions and put Qingshan in a life-threatening situation. These 8 people were all era immortals. They couldn't just watch Qingshan slaughter indiscriminately. They had to stop him. In everyone's eyes, Qingshan wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the 8 era immortals. However, in the next moment, he struck one of the era immortals' celestial artifacts. The giant sword smashed fiercely, and with a crack, a tremor echoed throughout the entire place. Many people heard it and felt their souls throb as blood flowed from their mouths. The sound waves produced by the collision of top-notch celestial artifacts were enough to defeat them. The lethality of this attack was evident. Although he had shattered the weapon of an era immortal, it was still very difficult for Qingshan to deal with them. These were the era immortals, not the inherited immortals. Qingshan wasn't an inherited immortal, nor was he a monarch immortal. He was simply an ancestral immortal. But he possessed 3,000 great paths facing the siege of 8 people. The aura in his body surged crazily like thunder, booming and roaring. In the next second, Qingshan took a step forward, and a terrifying airwave erupted from his body. After spreading out, it formed a protective shield. Chapter 259, Continuous Breakthrough. 3. The attacks of the 8 era immortals smashed down on the airwave, causing it to collapse. However, Qingshan also took advantage of this strike to directly break through the ancestral immortal realm and enter the monarch immortal realm. Then, at this critical moment, the giant sword pierced through the layers of airwaves and landed on an era immortal. Puff! A sword pierced through the brain. This sword was directly slapped down. With a thud, the era immortal's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood dripped down, and the blade was stained with white brain matter, looking exceptionally bloody. Terrifying energy fluctuations were emitted from the giant sword. Era immortal's primordial spirit wanted to escape and then condense his physical body to make a comeback. However, his primordial spirit was targeted by the giant sword. A terrifying suction force instantly devoured the soul of an era immortal. Boom! 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 The power of the giant sword became even more terrifying. This era immortal had never expected that Qingshan's attack would be so sharp. It wasn't any mystic technique, but a commonly used sword technique. It was simple and direct, and excelling in swiftness. It was the embodiment of the Great Path, the combination of the Path of Speed and the Path of Sword. He easily killed an era immortal. At this moment, Qingshan seemed like an Asura, with disheveled black hair, a tall and robust body, and eyes colder than electricity. This group of people had all participated in the killing of Big Brother Bai. None of them could escape. He had long accumulated enough to break through from the ancestral immortal realm to the monarch immortal at any time. He hadn't broken through until now because he didn't need to. But now, Qingshan had broken through in the heat of battle. He became more and more courageous as he fought. His killing intent was boiling and his attacks were ruthless. Do you think that you can escape just because you broke through and entered the monarch immortal realm? One of the 8 era immortals roared angrily. He held a purple battle spear in his hand and instantly pierced through. Boom! The power of this spear was simply too great. When the purple spear pierced out, it was like a purple sun exploding. The light and fire were monstrous. Everywhere was covered in purple, covering the sky, the earth, and Qingshan. It was as if the world had collapsed. This was an extremely dazzling spear. This spear was of the highest grade among the celestial artifacts. It had an immortal vitality and burst out with a brilliant light that made the sky tremble like a rag that was about to fall. An extremely stunning spear attack came from a half-naked man who was densely covered with all kinds of demonic patterns. They intertwined together, making him look like a demon lord. It was extremely terrifying. His thick black hair hung down, and his bronze-colored skin looked even wilder under the dazzling radiance of the purple spear. He looked like a deity reborn. Kill! At this moment, the others also roared and attacked together, all of them attacking along with him. Qingshan's eyes turned cold. This was indeed terrifying. It had surpassed his current cultivation level. However, he wasn't afraid. Since the monarch immortal realm wouldn't work, then he would break through again. Qingshan wielded the giant sword in his hand. It was simple and unadorned, but gigantic and had a special demonic power. It was majestic as it clashed with the purple battle spear at this moment. The giant sword collided with the purple spear, and in an instant, it smashed out like a black river falling, colliding with the purple spear. Boom! With this collision, the Era Immortal burst forth with terrifying strength and directly attacked Qingshan. This Era Immortal was clearly stronger than the previous ones. Qingshan remembered clearly that he had also joined in the siege of Big Brother by. In the end, he survived and wasn't swallowed by the 6 paths of samsara. With a loud collision between the purple spear and the giant sword, one of them would surely be damaged. In this second, Qingshan's realm loosened, and he directly broke through from the monarch immortal realm to the inherited immortal realm. He poured all his energy into the giant sword. The giant sword absorbed Qingshan's energy, and in the next second, it directly collided forcefully with the purple spear. Gotcha! With this, the purple spear shattered into pieces on the spot. It burst into brilliant fireworks, like a meteor shower that flew in all directions. Every one of them was fatal. Impossible! The Era Immortal roared and widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Qingshan had actually broken through from the realm of the monarch immortal to the realm of the inherited immortal in such a short time. After becoming an inherited immortal, Qingshan's strength had increased by hundreds of times. The current him was no longer an ancestral immortal. He was an inherited immortal. Although his realm was inferior to the Era Immortals, in terms of power, Qingshan overwhelmed them. That was because he possessed the 3,000 great paths. That was because he had the mysterious giant sword. That was because he had the max-level comprehension skill. Qingshan struck out with his sword. His face was cold. With the giant sword in hand, he slashed out an attack that could dominate the sky and land, aiming at everyone in all directions. Great Path Azure Dragon. Qingshan's sword swept across the universe and shook the sky and the earth. With a single strike, 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons flew out. Roar! 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 The Great Path Azure Dragons roared. Wherever it passed, there were heavy casualties. A Great Dao Azure Dragon was already very terrifying. Now, there were 2,999 of them on this battlefield. They rampaged wildly. The 200,000-strong army guarding the 81st Emperor's Pass consisted of dozens of Era Immortals and hundreds of inherited Immortals, not to mention the Monarch Immortals. The Ancestor Immortals were outnumbered. Countless. This was a terrifying power that could destroy Emperor's Pass. But now, under Qingshan's Great Dao Azure Dragon's wanton attack, all the experts had turned into blood mist and exploded. Qingshan carried his giant sword and specifically targeted the inherited Immortals and Era Immortals. Chapter 260, Continuous Breakthrough. 4. When he encountered one, he would directly smash down with his giant sword, ending the other party's life in one strike, and the giant sword would absorb their soul. Qingshan also encountered resistance. This group of people wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Because admitting defeat was equivalent to death. They fought back vigorously and continuously attacked, displaying the might of the inherited Immortals and Era Immortals. But Qingshan was too terrifying. His strength was at least 3,000 times stronger than that of an inherited Immortal of the same realm. This kind of multiplication made it easier for him to kill Era Immortals. Qingshan naturally showed no mercy to the 3 clan allied forces who were fighting back. He brandished his giant sword, invincible. On the battlefield of slaughter, his sword danced in the wind, and his sword chi was like snow and frost. The cold light of the giant's sword swept out and shot into the sky. It shook the hearts of the people and killed some of the cowardly fleeing three clan allied forces. "None of you can escape," Qingshan said coldly. Qingshan didn't intend to spare any of the three clan allied forces within the 81st Emperor's Pass. This time, he unleashed all the insights he had accumulated over the past 1,800 years. Under Qingshan's sword, even the era immortals seemed like children. He strode forward and killed swiftly. In just 15 minutes, Qingshan and the 2,999 Great Path True Dragons slaughtered the entire 200,000-strong army. At this moment, the setting sun seemed like blood. Corpses covered the ground, blood flowed like a river, and immortals fell. Qingshan's brutal onslaught unleashed unparalleled horror. He was also covered in blood and filled with a murderous aura. However, it was someone else's. Qingshan stood alone in the graveyard of 200,000 immortals with a calm expression. He reached out and tapped the void. A crack appeared in the void and a coffin was spat out. Inside the coffin lay General Bai. Qingshan looked at Big Brother Bai and said softly, "Big Brother, I have avenged you. I will take you home and bury you in your hometown." Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew over from the distant sky, exuding an extremely terrifying aura as it descended. "How dare you! How dare you slaughter 200,000 of our three clan allied forces?" The person looked on in shock at first, then his expression turned ugly as he spoke coldly. His entire body was filled with vigorous blood chi. A black iron robe covered his sturdy body. The bronze halberd in his hand was filled with killing intent and oppression. His imposing manner caused the world to rumble and Qingshan to feel pressured. This wasn't an inherited immortal or an era immortal. He was an immortal king. Qingshan's heart trembled. A true expert had finally appeared. He said softly, "Wait a moment, Big Brother. Let me try and see if I can kill an immortal king." Qingshan once again pushed General Bai into the void and hid while he faced the immortal king alone. "You're too late. They're all dead." Qingshan was covered in blood, with a few droplets splattered on his face. He wiped them away and said, "Who are you? You're an inherited immortal. How could you kill 200,000 of my three clan allied forces?" The saint said coldly, his killing intent unconcealed. "I am your life-taker," Qingshan said arrogantly. His killing intent soared as he stared at the immortal king. He showed no intention of backing down. He wanted to give it a try. How big was the gap between him and the immortal king? Or was there no difference between them? "Impudent! You killed 200,000 soldiers. Now it's time to pay with your own life." The immortal king's eyes were cold, murderous intent revealed. He shouted and wanted to act personally. The bronze halberd in his hand trembled slightly and emitted light. This wasn't an ordinary weapon. It had already surpassed ordinary celestial artifacts. Immortal King Weapon. Similar to the Emperor's Great Path weapon, the Immortal King's weapons were unique to the Immortal King realm. They were extremely terrifying and surpassed celestial artifacts. A moment of carelessness, neglecting this city, you actually slaughtered 200,000 soldiers. "I'll avenge them now," the Immortal King said coldly, pointing the bronze halberd at Qingshan. Rumble. The energy from the bronze halberd could crush the heavens, showing the Immortal King's terrifying power. However, Qingshan was fearless. He took a deep breath and shouted, "So what if you're an immortal king? I'll kill you." Qingshan's fighting spirit surged. He took a step forward, and the great path azure dragons in his body roared, causing the world to change and the wind and clouds to lose their color. The great path azure dragons patrolled like a monarch, looking down on all orders in the world. Qingshan had killed 200,000 people and accumulated an invincible aura. At this moment, Qingshan seemed to be an immortal king. He held his giant sword and charged forward. The real immortal king was covered in armor, but his eyes were cold and threatening. Boom! The bronze halberd in his hand swept over and directly crushed the void. The invincible aura of the immortal king shocked people's souls. He didn't believe that Qingshan, an inherited immortal, could defeat him, an immortal king. Qingshan remained calm and fearless. He swung the giant sword in his hand forward with a boom. Suddenly, the sword chi was boundless and covered the sky. It was like a heavenly river falling. It was majestic and shocking. This was a confrontation between top-notch experts. It was a rare battle between dragons and tigers, a world-shaking battle. Qingshan, who was an inherited immortal, was fighting against an immortal king. Clang! Qingshan lifted his giant sword and blocked the bronze halberd that was smashing down. At this moment, the two of them faced each other sharply. Streams of great paths spread out from their bodies. Each of them flickered with a brilliant light and branded it under the vast sky. It was very beautiful. Qingshan's 3,000 great paths burst forth at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. His comprehension of the great paths could be said to have reached the extreme. Now, even a simple strike from him contained the principles of heaven and earth. When he struck down with his sword, the power of a world burst forth, evolving all things in this world. This was the embodiment of Qingshan's understanding of the great path to the extreme. He raised his hand and the path collided. Boom! The huge sword and the bronze halberd collided, creating a tremendous impact. This time, Qingshan didn't gain the upper hand and was forced back a few steps by the bronze halberd. It was these few steps that made the immortal king's eyes turn cold. He tightened his grip on the bronze halberd in his hand and said, "You want to compete with an immortal king? You overestimate yourself." "Overestimate myself?" Qingshan sneered. The giant sword in his hand hung on the ground. He lifted it with one foot and slashed it out. "I'll show you what extreme confidence is." Qingshan made his move at this moment. The giant sword rose, and the sword light was pulsing. The murderous aura was vast, and it rushed out like a snowfall. This battle was inevitable. On the immortal king's side, the could of 10 directions stirred, strands of killing intent bursting forth, vigorous and lively, with Dao traces intricately intertwined. Swish! The two of them turned into 2 rays of Dao light and fought for 400 rounds in the blink of an eye. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the stars shifted. All kinds of phenomena appeared. Xie! Seizing the opportunity, Qingshan thrust his sword into the sky and pierced through the sky to fight with the immortal king. Qingshan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. The giant's sword rang out, and the sword chi layer upon layer. Each layer was like a surging river and sea, and the vast sword chi fell along with the river of stars. Puff! His sword was as heavy as a mountain. It didn't slash down but slapped down, causing the world to collapse. The immortal king was also ruthless. He looked at Qingshan coldly. "You're asking for death. I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! This was a vast power. The bronze halberd struck down fiercely as if a starry expanse crashed down, causing the ancient stars behind to spin. The Milky Way flowed, daunting the soul. Qingshan was equally merciless. The long sword in his hand clanged against the bronze halberd continuously. It was dazzling and murderous. The immortal king is nothing more than this. Qingshan laughed heartily. Chapter 261, Returning to his hometown. 1. Qingshan and the immortal king fought. He grew bolder as the battle progressed. With the power of inherited immortal, he fought the immortal king head-on. In the beginning, he was at a disadvantage, but as he fought, Qingshan found that this immortal king wasn't as powerful as he had thought. He gradually became ferocious. At this moment, in front of the 81st Emperor's Pass, Qingshan's aura was terrifying. He was enveloped by 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons, making him appear as the lord of countless dragons. The immortal king was indeed formidable, but before Qingshan, he was equally awe-inspiring. Watching the vivid and roaring Great Path Azure Dragons swirling around Qingshan, the immortal king's eyes showed a hint of shock as he loudly exclaimed, "You are the one who obtained the Emperor's scripture of the Qinling Emperor in the Prodigy battlefield." The immortal king recognized Qingshan, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more terrifying. Not only did this person control so many great paths, but he also possessed the emperor scripture of the Qinling emperor. He must kill him. At this moment, the void rumbled. This was a terrifying fruit of path cultivated by the immortal king. Abruptly, his body grew infinitely, reaching hundreds of millions of meters in size. He stood tall in the sky and even pierced through the sky, entering the depths of the cosmos, exuding a divine might. He evolved the vast universe with his own body, making himself the only ruler who could destroy everything. The bronze halberd descended. Boom! At this moment, the galaxy collapsed, the sky shattered, and everything fell into chaos. It shook the heavens, and it was extremely terrifying. In his stellar world, everything was like ants and dust. The immortal king truly unleashed his supreme combat strength. The will of an immortal king is irreversible. At this moment, his words thundered, shaking the world. Countless top experts were watching everything. They were shocked to discover that an immortal king had unleashed all his power in a battle against an inherited immortal. Wait a minute. Inherited immortal? Everyone who peered into this scene wore a puzzled expression. He's an immortal king. He actually unleashed all his power to fight an inherited immortal. Was this true? The difference between an inherited immortal and an immortal king was even greater than the difference between a human immortal and an ancestral immortal. How did he manage to do that? Countless onlookers couldn't understand. They stared closely and observed their surroundings. In the next second, they were shocked to see corpses all over the mountain. The 200,000-strong army of the three clan allied forces had been completely slaughtered. The person who attacked was the opponent of this immortal king, an inherited immortal. At this moment, countless people were shocked. Watching this scene, they finally understood why this immortal king was so enraged. This is Emperor's Pass. The three clan allied forces launched a surprise attack on the Emperor's Pass. The 81st Emperor's Pass stationed with 200,000 soldiers, were all slaughtered just like that? I know this immortal king. He's a young immortal king from the Demon clan. Although he had just entered the immortal king realm, he's still not to be underestimated. His power is extremely terrifying. He should be the leader of the three clan allied forces. Who's the one fighting with him? He's too terrifying. After slaughtering 200,000 troops of the three clan allied forces, he's still able to fight an immortal king. Moreover, he's only an inherited immortal. Those things surrounding him are azure dragons. It's rippling with the aura of the Great Path. It's actually all condensed from the Great Paths. Every single one of them is different, representing different paths. It's too terrifying. He holds the 3,000 Great Paths in his hands. He's the monster who obtained the Qinling Emperor's Tao scripture in the Prodigy battlefield. It's him. Why is he here? Is this person from the Celestial Court since the Emperor's Pass belongs to them? The Celestial Court has been declining, with no outstanding geniuses appearing for many years. How could this man be from the Celestial Court? Let's continue observing to see who will emerge victorious in the battle between him and the Demon Clan Immortal King. Countless top-notch experts communicated in the void and voiced their speculations. They instantly guessed Qingshan's identity. They stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, where the flames of war raged, the great paths roared, and the world turned into chaos. Qingshan wielded the giant sword and surrounded himself with the 3,000 great paths. He kept hacking and attacking the immortal king of the Demon Clan. The ultimate attack of the Demon Clan's immortal king couldn't even break through the Great Path Azure Dragons in front of Qingshan. Qingshan carried the Great Tao Azure Dragons and his dominance grew stronger. Boom! He also rushed into the universe and stood in the galaxy. Then, he raised his giant sword. His expression was cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "Heaven-slicing sword technique." This technique had been left behind from his time in the human world, where he had fought his way into the immortal plane. The heaven-slicing sword technique had long been obsolete and gradually phased out. However, Qingshan still remembered it. The heaven-slicing sword technique he now displayed was completely different from the one he used before. Other than the name, its essence had been changed. This was the ultimate skill that Qingshan had comprehended himself. It was named the heaven-slicing sword technique. He raised his giant sword high, his expression cold. The aura around him surged out and rippled in the Milky Way. It was very beautiful. Boom! 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 At this moment, the 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons that surrounded Qingshan flew over. They let out deafening roars and rushed into the giant sword. Qingshan raised his giant sword, separated from the Demon Clan Immortal King by a Milky Way, with a distance of millions of miles. The Immortal King of the Demon Clan suddenly roared, and the sound waves rushed over like waves. Qingshan gathered all his strength, having heard the discussions of the world. He knew that this demon race Immortal King was the commander-in-chief of the three clan allied forces, and he was the one who ordered the killing of Big Brother by. Qingshan's face was cold and merciless, without a trace of reservation. He poured all his power into the giant sword. Chapter 262, Returning to his hometown. 2. I only have one strike. However, this one strike spans millions of miles. Qingshan's expression was calm. He said the same thing as he did back in the human world. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Qingshan had used up all of his strength and the 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons. Qingshan's body dried up, devoid of any strength. He didn't even look at the ending. He fell from the Milky Way towards the immortal plane. This attack that had gathered all his strength, coupled with the sharpness of the giant sword, was bound to slay his opponent. Qingshan believed in the 3,000 great paths. Qingshan believed in Qingqing's giant sword. Sure enough, as Qingshan fell, a brilliant swordlight condensed with extremely formidable power, tore through the silent galaxy and directly beheaded the Demon Clan Immortal King, who stood in the Milky Way. The flying head of the Demon Clan Immortal King looked on unwillingly. His primordial spirit attempted to break free from its restraints and rebuild his body. After all, he was an immortal king. How could he be killed so easily? However, at this moment, a grey light surged out of the sword chi that attacked his body. In an instant, it rushed into the primordial spirit of the Demon Clan Immortal King and devoured it. No! No! How could you possess the power of ashes? The Demon Clan Immortal King roared in despair. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out amidst the stars. Qingshan had killed an immortal king. This result was extremely shocking. No one dared to believe it. Those who were observing them were like ducks with their necks strangled, unable to make a sound. It was too scary. An inherited immortal had killed an immortal king. Was this immortal king too weak, or was the inherited immortal too powerful? Seeing Qingshan fall into the immortal plane, among the observing crowd, some immediately began to scheme. Take advantage of his weakness and take his life. Some of the forces that had enmity with the celestial court were even more tempted. They would never allow another terrifying genius to emerge from the celestial court. People often like to use the word emperor's talent to refer to geniuses. For example, if someone's talent was astonishing, then everyone would say that this person had the potential to become an emperor. But now, no one called Qingshan by that term. An old immortal king expert witnessed this battle and was shocked by Qingshan's strength and terror. His heart surged and he directly said, "This isn't just emperor's talent. This is the talent of a young emperor. In less than 300 years, he will be the new emperor." As soon as he said this, countless experts were in an uproar. This was because no one had broken through to the immortal emperor realm in the immortal plane for 10,000 years. The last person to break through to emperor realm was the emperor of the Great Zhou 10,000 years ago. He founded the Great Zhou Empire and ruled over a large area of the immortal plane, becoming a hegemon. After the emperor of the Great Zhou, no one else in the immortal plane had broken through to the emperor realm. No matter how talented a person was, they were unable to break through. In these 10,000 years, the immortal kings had been searching for the answer. If these words came from someone else's mouth, they wouldn't be very convincing. But the one who said this was an immortal king. A veteran immortal king who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, everyone naturally believed his words. Therefore, those scheming forces acted instantly. Swish! When Qingshan fell into the immortal plane, a sword light cut through the space and descended directly to his location, slashing at Qingshan. It was extremely terrifying. This sword was the path of killing, the path of ambush, the path of assassination, and the great path of instant killing. The person who made the move was incredibly formidable. He was definitely not an ordinary immortal. All the onlookers only saw the sword light and nothing else. This is a slaughter saint. The old immortal king who had just praised Qingshan as a young emperor exclaimed in disbelief, finding it inconceivable. The people didn't have the time to ask anything. In that split second, all they saw was a flash of sword chi attacking Qingshan. There was no nonsense. There was no imposing aura. There was no killing intent. Silently. A single strike to kill. This was the power of a slaughter saint. Qingshan sensed the danger and heard the exclamation of the old immortal king. He knew that the one who attacked him was a slaughter saint. He desperately tried to escape. However, it was futile. Having exhausted everything to kill the leader of the three clan allied forces, Qingshan had nothing left. Now that Slaughter Saint was attacking, Qingshan had nowhere to run. Just as the situation became critical, the giant sword that had been ignoring Qingshan all along, suddenly spurted out a grey power, within which appeared the primordial spirit of an immortal king. The giant sword directly detonated the immortal king's primordial spirit. Boom! With that, everything in the world was destroyed. The 81st Emperor's Pass. The 1.5 million troops. The primordial spirits of those who were spying on them. The sword chi of the Slaughter Saint. All were obliterated by the explosion of an immortal king's primordial spirit. Qingshan was also almost destroyed. Fortunately, the giant sword blocked the impact with its massive body and pushed Qingshan to the horizon with its tremendous force. The Slaughter Saint lost his target directly. Rumble. After the immortal king's primordial spirit exploded, the void was like a rag. It was filled with potholes, wounds, and black holes. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. A hunchbacked old man appeared. He frowned slightly and said, "That force just now seems to be the power within the ashes?" He wasn't entirely sure. He needed to investigate carefully. Evading a minor threat today doesn't mean you can escape a major one tomorrow. When you're targeted by an assassin, you must remain vigilant at all times. Especially when the assassin is an immortal king. The hunchbacked elderly said calmly, then disappeared into the void. Chapter 263, Returning to his hometown. 3. The unprecedented explosion caught everyone off guard. Those who were spying on the battle suffered varying degrees of damage to their divine souls, the difference only being a matter of how much. After all, the explosion of an immortal king's primordial spirit triggered the power of the entire world. They were caught off guard and directly affected by the explosion. Even the veteran immortal king was shocked. The self-destruction of the immortal king's primordial spirit came too suddenly and without any warning, just like the appearance of the Slaughter Saint. It was silent and stealthy. When the explosion ended, everyone carefully returned, intending to continue spying. However, they discovered that the world was in a mess. The explosion had destroyed everything. It was a scene of devastation and corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. This was the scene after the great battle, which made people sigh endlessly. Such a huge impact, is that young emperor still alive? Someone asked. With such a huge impact, even we on the periphery were injured. We were affected by it. How much energy must those in the central area endure? Immortal King's self-destruction of primordial spirit is indeed very terrifying, but why would an immortal king of the demon clan self-destruct his primordial spirit? I also want to know the answer to this question. At this moment, everyone looked at the veteran immortal king, hoping for an explanation. The veteran immortal king immediately said, "Neither of them will die, but they will be injured. I reckon that Slaughter Saint is very angry. He couldn't kill this young emperor, and the explosion was too terrifying, directly pulling the distance between the two of them apart. It's indeed terrifying. They weren't even killed by such an explosion. It's too terrifying. Indeed. We have to investigate this person and see what his status is in the celestial court. Qingshan's body was weak. He thought he would die after being attacked by the Slaughter Saint. But unexpectedly, the giant sword suddenly acted on its own and saved Qingshan's life. The giant sword detonated the immortal king's primordial spirit, and then it exploded. It used its massive body to support Qingshan's weak body, and then the explosion sent the two of them millions of miles away. The giant sword protected Qingshan throughout, ensuring that he wasn't hurt. Qingshan fell into a huge mountain and smashed a large part of the mountain before he stopped. He lay in a big pit, his face ashen and a grimy appearance. The giant sword lay quietly nearby, without any movement. There were no traces on the giant sword, but Qingshan knew that the spiritual consciousness inside the giant sword had dissipated considerably. It was obvious that saving him just now had come to a certain cost. Qingshan lay in the big pit, devoid of strength. He didn't want to move. He just frantically absorbed the immortal energy to make up for the loss in his body. Swoosh! It suddenly started to rain. The rain fell on Qingshan's face, making him look like a drowned rat. Qingshan absorbed the immortal energy for half an hour before he recovered a little strength. Enduring the pain all over his body, he stood up and picked up the giant sword in the heavy rain. This time, I'm really too injured. My body is empty and it's very difficult for me to recover. It will take a long time for me to recover. As expected, it's still difficult for me to kill an immortal king. If it wasn't for the help of the giant sword, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. Qingshan had self-awareness. He knew that he couldn't kill an immortal king with his current strength. It was the giant sword that provided the last bit of power. Now, his body was empty and he couldn't even put the giant sword back into his body. Qingshan couldn't help but shake his head. He could only drag the giant sword and walk in the muddy mountain. I need to go and retrieve Big Brother Bai's coffin and bring him back to his hometown. Qingshan thought as he walked. He was in a very sorry state now. He couldn't handle this matter with his own strength. Previously, he was mighty at the Emperor's Pass, but now he was as pathetic as he could. Qingshan walked into a cave. His body was wet. He wiped the rainwater off his face and then endured the intense pain as he sat cross-legged to absorb the immortal energy earnestly. At this moment, the immortal energy of the heavens and earth was crazily absorbed into his body. It formed a hurricane vortex in the mountain forest, which Qingshan swallowed up. In Qingshan's sea of consciousness, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture also glowed slightly, emitting a gentle power that swam around Qingshan's body. This made Qingshan feel a little comfortable. After 3 days of restoration, Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and regained a bit of his strength. He stopped absorbing immortal energy and used the little bit of energy he had recovered to put the giant sword back into his core. I'll definitely make it up to you for what you've lost to save me, Qingshan said firmly. The giant sword remained unresponsive. Qingshan didn't mind. He used all his strength to set up a spacetime channel. At the end of the channel was Celestial Court Academy. Qingshan laboriously carved in the cave and then infused all his restored power. He threw himself into the space channel. In the next second, he fell directly into his small courtyard. Qingshan panted heavily. He looked around at the familiar surroundings and relaxed. He was finally back. He was safe. How did you end up like this? At this time, Taoist Dragon quickly came over. Seeing Qingshan lying on the ground, pale and barely breathing, he asked in shock. Help me up. The ground is very cold, Qingshan said weakly. Taoist Dragon immediately helped Qingshan up, then laid him on the rocking chair and carefully checked his body. Your body has depleted all its strength. You don't have any strength at all. Not only your immortal energy but even the strength of your muscles has been completely overdrawn. Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan in shock. You killed an immortal king by depleting your body? Chapter 264, Returning to his hometown. 4. Qingshan closed his eyes and whispered, "Is the news spreading outside now?" Of course, Taoist Dragon exclaimed loudly, but then seemed to realize his voice was too excited. Seeing Qingshan frown, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "The entire immortal plane is in an uproar now. Everyone is talking about this. Who doesn't know? You've become famous. Everyone is discussing it. Soon, they'll dig up your identity, your name. I really didn't expect that you, alone, would resolve the crisis at Emperor's Pass, and all 1.5 million of the 3 clan allied forces perished. After this, you will face the pursuit of the 3 clans. They will surely treat you as a thorn in their side and will not let you grow." Taoist Dragon spoke quickly, extremely excited, as he was truly shocked by Qingshan. He knew that Qingshan was very powerful and that Qingshan had been accumulating strength. However, he didn't expect Qingshan to be so crazy as to kill an immortal king. Qingshan guessed softly, "We'll talk about future matters later. The outside world's turmoil won't disturb me. The urgent matter now is to restore my strength." Taoist Dragon's excitement waned. He nodded seriously and said, "You're right. The priority now is to help you recover your strength. I'll go get some powerful medicinal herbs." After saying this, Taoist Dragon disappeared and reappeared with a large pile of rare medicinal herbs, all extremely rare on the market, divine medicines, extremely precious. He placed them all beside Qingshan and said, "Take these first. If they're not enough, I have more." Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. "It's enough. Can you extend the time?" Taoist Dragon thought for a moment and said, "I can't extend it too much. I haven't comprehended the great path of time, but extending it by 2 months shouldn't be a problem." Qingshan said satisfied, "It's enough. With 1 day extended to 2 months, it won't take much time for me to recover completely." "Alright, I'll help you extend the time now," Taoist Dragon immediately said. "Wait, help me investigate something." Qingshan stopped Taoist Dragon. "What is it?" Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan. "Help me find out where General Bael's hometown is. After I recover, I want to send his soul back to his hometown," Qingshan said softly. "Where is General Bai's body?" Taoist Dragon asked curiously. "I've stored it in a banished space," Qingshan replied. "For updates, alright, no problem. I'll help you investigate." "Is there anything else?" Taoist Dragon asked. "After I killed the demon clan's immortal king, a slaughter saint appeared in the void and almost killed me." "Who is he?" Qingshan asked. Taoist Dragon's face darkened and he said solemnly, "He should be an assassin from the mortal. They specialize in assassinating peerless geniuses from the celestial court." Qingshan asked curiously, "The mortal? He didn't seem to have offended any organization, right?" Taoist Dragon explained in detail, "It's not your problem. It's the celestial court's problem. The mortal is an assassin organization. They are very famous in the underground world of the immortal plane because they have immortal king-level assassins who will take on some missions to earn some things and develop their organization. There are immortal king-level assassins hidden in the mortal. Of course, some people say that there are emperors among them. The main purpose of the mortal is to overthrow the celestial court. That's why the slaughter saint attacked. It's not because you offended him, but because you're from the celestial court. You've displayed such terrifying strength and talent. Naturally, they want to kill you." Taoist Dragon explained in detail. Qingshan frowned. He didn't expect such a story. Why does the mortal have such a deep hatred for the celestial court? Qingshan asked in confusion. "I don't know about that. Anyway, the assassins of the mortal have hunted down many geniuses of the celestial court in recent years. They also contributed to the current decline of the celestial court, which makes people hate them." Taoist Dragon shook his head and said, "This was really a disaster. I almost died." Qingshan sighed helplessly. "The mortal is like an assassin in the dark. It's hard to guard against it. But now that you've returned to the Celestial Court Academy, will protect you well, Taoist Dragon said firmly. Let's prolong the time. I want to go into seclusion to recover my body, Qingshan said softly. Taoist Dragon nodded and stretched out his hand to prolong the time. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 2 months inside. Qingshan could recover in peace. He ingested all the divine medicines, natural treasures, and healing pills that Taoist Dragon brought to him. Then, with a thump in his sea of consciousness, the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures began to operate. Qingshan's injuries slowly began to mend. In the extended time, immortal energy surged crazily and rolled toward Qingshan. All the pores on his body were absorbing it endlessly, replenishing his depleted body. Qingshan's recovery was visible to the naked eye. With the chanting of the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, the scorching Sanskrit was imprinted into Qingshan's body, repairing his broken tendons and meridians. Qingshan once again discovered the other side of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture. A line of words appeared in front of him. Your serious repairing activated maxed level comprehension, and you've comprehended the core profundity of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture. Qingshan was overjoyed. The Trikaya Buddhist scripture had a core profundity? From the beginning of his cultivation, he had obtained the Trikaya Buddhist scripture in the human world. Along the way, other skills couldn't keep up with his improvement. Only the Trikaya Buddhist scripture had accompanied him throughout his journey. Chapter 265, Returning to his hometown. 5. The great river sword chief from back then was useless now. The heaven-slicing sword technique underwent a complete transformation at the hands of Qingshan. Apart from sharing the same name, it bore no resemblance to its former self. The Koanpang precious technique from back then had now completely fused into the great path of speed. Only the Trikaya Buddhist scripture remained consistently effective from the beginning to the end. Every once in a while, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture would give Qingshan a surprise. Back in the human world, at the Great Thunderclap Temple, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture had also evolved once. Now that he had come to the immortal plane, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture had evolved again. Qingshan was highly satisfied with the evolution of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture. He quickly examined to see what the core profundity of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture was. The Spacetime Buddha. The core profundity of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture was encapsulated in these words. Qingshan was stunned. What kind of core profundity was this? However, in the next second, a Buddha appeared in his sea of consciousness with a thud. It was mighty and sat down, causing boundless waves to splash. The Buddha stood 10,000 feet tall within Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Its body was engraved with Sanskrit inscriptions. Qingshan recognized some of these inscriptions. When translated, they were all related to time and space. Qingshan looked at it carefully. The Buddha's eyes were closed, and his hands were resting on his thighs, exuding a calm demeanor. He didn't have the 3 faces from before. This was a normal Buddha. The Sanskrit inscriptions engraved on the Buddha's body record the entire great paths of time and space. Qingshan looked on in surprise. He could understand some of these Sanskrit inscriptions, but there were some beyond his comprehension. Those were the profound great path of time and space. This has at least surpassed the immortal king realm and reached the emperor level of the great paths of time and space, Qingshan murmured. There was only one question in his mind. Where did this Buddha come from? The core profundity of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture is the Spacetime Buddha. Previously, I didn't understand what the Spacetime Buddha meant, but now, I understand. This Buddha is probably the Spacetime Buddha, Qingshan thought silently. However, what was the origin of the Spacetime Buddha? Was he still alive, or had he already perished? Qingshan knew nothing about it. The Trikaya Buddhist scriptures should belong to the Spacetime Buddha. That's why an extremely terrifying Buddha's true body appeared in my mind. But since the Trikaya Buddhist scripture has such a powerful origin, how did it end up in the human world? Qingshan was very curious about the origin of the Trikaya Buddhist scripture. He really wanted to understand. However, no matter how much he delved into it, he couldn't activate his max-level comprehension skill again. Qingshan had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, the colossal Buddha remained undisturbed in Qingshan's sea of consciousness, which somewhat relieved him. However, Qingshan was still worried about the appearance of a Buddha's true body in his sea of consciousness. The previous Buddhas from the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures were mere illusions, manifestations of the scripture's power. But this new Buddha possessed flesh and blood, a tangible existence resembling an ancient Buddha. Naturally, Qingshan was concerned. Yet, in the next second, the true body of the Buddha emitted a Buddhist light that washed over Qingshan's entire body. In an instant, his injuries were completely healed, making Qingshan feel comfortable all over. It was as if he was soaking in a spiritual spring under Mount Meru and on the verge of conferring the title of Buddha Bodhisattva. My injuries have completely recovered. Qingshan was surprised to find that his injuries, which would take at least 10 years to recover, had healed directly under the Buddhist light of the space-time Buddha. This surpassed the efficacy of any divine medicine. Qingshan stood up and moved his limbs. His movement was agile. The injuries in his body were healed immediately. Not a single scar was left. He was as pristine as ever. Qingshan decisively absorbed immortal energy frantically. Rumble! The immortal energy surged into his body and filled his once dry sea of consciousness. Qingshan was resurrected in full health. He directly dispelled the time elongation and walked out. With a leap, he dashed into the waterfall and washed his body. The mountain spring water that splashed down from the waterfall was chillingly cold. Qingshan washed his body clean, and with the transformation of the immortal energy, a white robe draped over him. He stepped out and stood on the mountain peak in a good mood. Qingshan's fondness for the space-time Buddha increased. Currently, his favorable impression of him was 2 points, out of a full score of 100. It's only been a few days, and you've completely recovered? Taoist Dragon's surprised voice was heard. Qingshan looked at him in surprise. You didn't leave? Taoist Dragon built a thatched cottage next to Qingshan's courtyard and guarded the place. I don't dare to leave. You mentioned a slaughter saint coming to attack you, so I naturally have to protect you personally, said Taoist Dragon. Qingshan joked, didn't you say that the Celestial Court Academy is very safe? Taoist Dragon's expression faltered as he explained, there's no absolute safety in the concept of safety. There's only relative safety. In the past, there were no incidents of students being assassinated at the Celestial Court Academy. That was because those students weren't qualified to be assassinated, so they were very safe. But now, your existence has made others envious to the point of madness. Especially now that the outside world calls you the young emperor and you're about to break the shackles of the past 10,000 years and become the new immortal emperor. And since you belong to the Celestial Court, all these factors combined exponentially increase your level of danger. If I were the enemy of the Celestial Court and knew that there was such a genius like you in the Celestial Court, I wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. I must kill you to be at ease. So, I'm not surprised by the appearance of the Slaughter Saint this time. Taoist Dragon explained carefully. Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon with a gentle smile and said gratefully, thank you for your protection. Chapter 266, Returning to his hometown. 6. You're a member of our Celestial Court Academy, so it's natural for me to ensure your safety. Moreover, it's also an honor for me to witness the rise of a genius who has the hope of breaking through the shackles of 10,000 years. Therefore, there's no need for thanks, said Taoist Dragon. The shackles of 10,000 years? Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon in confusion. This is a matter in the immortal plane. Ever since the emperor of the Great Zhou broke through 10,000 years ago and became an immortal emperor, there hasn't been another immortal emperor born since then, said Taoist Dragon. Why? Qingshan asked curiously. He was quite concerned. According to the speed of his advancement, he wasn't far from reaching the immortal emperor realm. No one can explain this clearly. In any case, they suddenly couldn't break through. Some top-tier immortal kings who reached their limit attempted to break through, but all failed and perished in disappointment. From then on, everyone in the immortal plane knew that immortal kings could no longer break through to the emperor, Taoist Dragon said gloomily. Did you try it? Qingshan asked. Taoist dragon scoffed, I'm not an immortal king yet. This time, Qingshan finally sees through Taoist dragon's true strength. Era Immortal Realm. He was one level higher than him, but he wasn't an immortal king. Previously, Qingshan was only in the ancestral immortal realm, so he couldn't see through his cultivation level at all. Now, he could see through it, and he believed Taoist dragon's words. In these 10,000 years, has there really been no one who became an emperor? Qingshan asked in surprise. No, not a single one. Because breaking through to the emperor realm would trigger a response from the heavens and the earth. In the past 10,000 years, not a single response has occurred. Taoist dragon shook his head as he said. The emperor didn't find out the reason? Qingshan asked in confusion. No, the emperors haven't found the exact reason either, so it became a mystery. Everyone says that you're the young emperor, but it's not a compliment. Everyone thinks that you can kill a saint and defeat an army of 1.5 million at the inherited immortal realm, should be able to break through this shackle. Taoist dragon looked at Qingshan with shining eyes. Qingshan took a step back and said, these matters are too ancient to dwell on. Let's take it one step at a time. Taoist dragon nodded and said calmly, yes, one step at a time. I have a question for you. You're very knowledgeable and have lived for a long time. Have you ever heard of a monk called the Space-Time Buddha? Qingshan asked. I really haven't heard of this. Taoist dragon thought about it seriously, then shook his head. He didn't know. Qingshan wasn't disappointed. He had only asked casually. He reckoned that very few people knew about the Space-Time Buddha. Otherwise, why would he be so mysterious? It's okay if you don't know. Did you find out where Big Brother Bael's hometown is as I asked? Qingshan asked. Taoist dragon nodded as he said, I had someone investigate. General Bael's hometown is in the East Continent. The East Continent is vast and boundless. Just the Great Desolate City alone has a radius of millions of miles. There are countless great desolate cities on the East Continent. Where do you expect me to find Big Brother Bai's hometown? Qingshan's face darkened as he said. I've found a map for you. Just take the map with you. Taoist dragon took out a map and handed it to Qingshan. Qingshan smiled and said, all right. I'll go and make Brother Bael's soul return to his hometown. Okay, General Bai has dedicated his life to the Celestial Court. It's time for him to rest. You can go now. Taoist dragon was relieved to let Qingshan leave. After Qingshan recovered, it wouldn't be easy for the Slaughter Saint to get his hands on him. Chapter 267, 6 Paths of Samsara, 1, The Immortal Plane, the East Continent. The Celestial Court governed the most abundant and prosperous regions in the Immortal Plane. There were 4 regions, and the East Continent was one of them. East Continent, Western Ridge, Southern Domain, Northern Territory. These 4 regions were extremely large. Ordinary immortals could possibly travel back and forth throughout their lifetime. Other than these 4 core regions, other worlds were affiliated with the Immortal Plane. Worlds like the human world were all ruled by the Celestial Court. At its peak, the Celestial Court almost ruled the entire Immortal Plane. However, it slowly declined. Now only these 4 regions remained. However, the 4 regions weren't peaceful either. Many regions were in chaos. The rule of the Celestial Court had declined a lot and couldn't control such a large area. Of course, the East Continent was slightly better. After all, the Celestial Court's headquarters was located on the East Continent. The East Continent was vast and had many races. There were countless mountains and some paradisiacal places. While the Immortal Plane had a large population, not all were immortals. Some people were born with poor talent. Even in the Immortal Plane, they absorbed immortal energy and nourished their bodies. Their innate conditions were very good, but they couldn't break through to the immortal realm in their entire lives. These people couldn't live in big cities. After all, the Immortal Plane was big and it wasn't easy to live there. Therefore, they settled in the wilderness, mountains, and other picturesque places, establishing small villages that gradually developed into towns or small clan-based settlements. Immortals had their own ways of living, and those who were not immortals also had their own ways of living. General Bai came from such a small place. Qingshan looked at the map given by Taoist Dragon and prepared to leave the Celestial Court Academy to head toward the East Continent. Before he left, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan, "For people like us who come from small places, our homeland has changed a long time ago. After all, whether it's General Bai or me, we've lived for too long. The place from 10,000 or 20,000 years ago has changed a long time ago. If you find that General Bai's homeland has changed completely, don't be surprised. It has been too long." Qingshan fell silent. This was right. General Bai had lived for more than 20,000 years. Everything had changed. The homeland he longed for was the homeland from 20,000 years ago. Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon and said, "I didn't expect you to come from such a small place too. Like you, we both came from small places. The only difference is that you ascended from the human world while I grew up in the immortal plane. Previously, I also wanted to search for my homeland and the memories of my childhood. However, I realized that the village I once knew had long changed. Perhaps it was an earthquake, a battle, a relocation of people, or something else. The village of the past will never return." Taoist Dragon sighed and waved his hand to leave, telling Qingshan to be careful on his journey and not to harbor too much hope. Looking at Taoist Dragon's departing figure, Qingshan stayed silent for a moment, then tore the space apart and left the Celestial Court Academy. Previously, the Celestial Court Academy was protected by formations and restrictions. Ordinary people couldn't break in or leave. However, Qingshan was different. His strength was enough to ignore all these obstacles. As long as outsiders found the coordinates of the Celestial Court Academy, they could also tear open space and enter. Boom! Qingshan tore the space apart, causing a violent storm. Then, he left Celestial Court Academy along with Big Brother Bai in the coffin. He entered the East Continent. Then, he tore through space all the way and advanced toward the location marked on the map. Qingshan's current speed wasn't at the same level as before. Previously, Qingshan still needed to use the teleportation formation to go back and forth. Now, he no longer needed to. He tore open space and descended to the next coordinate. With his deep understanding of the great path of space, these were all child's play to him. Qingshan spent 2 days on this journey. He tore through space hundreds of times and crossed an unknown distance. Finally, he arrived at General Bai's hometown. And this wasn't all of the East Continent. This showed how big the East Continent was, and how vast the immortal plane was. General Bai's hometown was a small place called Mingri Village, which wasn't marked on the map. If Qingshan hadn't asked Taoist Dragon to investigate, he wouldn't have been able to find Mingri Village. Because Mingri Village had long disappeared in the long river of history. Qingshan set foot into Mingri Village marked on the map. As far as his eyes could see, there were lush trees, bushes taller than people, and majestic mountains. This place was completely in the wilderness, a primeval forest. There was no trace of human presence at all. Moreover, this place was in a mountain valley, which was even more remote. No one would come here. Wrapped in the mountains and ridges, Qingshan's first reaction after arriving here was to sigh. Just as Taoist Dragon said. Everything in the past had been buried by time. The village of the past couldn't appear again. Is this the homeland that Big Brother Bai wants to return to? Qingshan murmured. As he walked in the mountains, he felt the mountains tremble. He saw lush vegetation. Was this still the homeland in Big Brother Bai's memories? Qingshan wondered if he should bury Big Brother Bai in these mountains and wilderness. Should a fallen era immortal be buried here after his death? Big Brother Bai wants to return to his homeland. This is indeed Big Brother Bai's homeland. But not now. Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression froze as he turned his wrist and pressed down lightly. Boom! A slight tremor spread within a radius of 100 miles. Then, time began to rewind frantically. Chapter 268, 6 Paths of Samsara, 2, Qingshan rewound time from the present, back to 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and even 10,000 years ago. Li Qingshan's face remained calm. The great path of time spun slightly in his palm, and a huge clock appeared behind him. This was the embodiment of the great path of time. Time had no appearance, but it could be embodied. Once you comprehended the path of time, the way you imagined time would manifest itself. After Li Qingshan's great path of time was embodied, it appeared as a clock. It was a huge clock, with one rotation representing a year. But now, the clock was spinning backward crazily, and time was being pulled back quickly. Until they were pulled back to 20,000 years ago. The area within 100 miles radius underwent a complete transformation. The village of the past had returned. Children were playing there. Here, adults were living. Here, there was a warm life. There was elderly farming here. It wasn't for survival, but for living. The immortal plane was different from the human world. The ordinary people in the human world farmed for survival. If they didn't farm, they would starve to death. In the immortal plane, farming was to experience life. No matter how weak the people here were, they still had some cultivation level and could fast for a long time. Therefore, life in the village wasn't that bitter. On the contrary, life in the village was very enjoyable and everything was beautiful. The children's laughter spread all around, causing some women to smile warmly. This scene was filled with the scenery of the countryside and the beauty of the mountains and rivers. It was very heartwarming. Li Qingshan finally understood why General Bai wanted to return to his hometown. In his last letter, he told Li Qingshan that he wanted to retire and return to his hometown to enjoy life. He also said that he wanted to bid farewell to the past and not live in his memories all the time. But in fact, General Bai had been living in his memories from the beginning to the end. Ever since General Bai's big brother, wife, and child died in battle, he had been deeply immersed in his memories and couldn't extricate himself. All these years, the only person who had made him walk out of his memories was Li Qingshan. General Bai saw the shadow of his big brother in Li Qingshan. He paved the way for Li Qingshan and sent him to the Celestial Court Academy. Everything he had done was to repay the kindness from back then. In the letter, General Bai said that he wanted to bid farewell to the past. He bid farewell to his big brother, his wife, and his children. He wanted to leave the emperor's past and forget all that sadness. But he was still living in the past. Wouldn't General Bai know that his village no longer existed? 20,000 years could erase everything, but he still wanted to return to his hometown and indulge in his childhood memories. Li Qingshan looked at the village. He stretched out his hand and tapped the void. A rift appeared in the void and a coffin was spat out. It was General Bai's coffin. Li Qingshan carried the coffin and said softly, "Big brother Bai, the former village, it's back." This time, Li Qingshan personally constructed a past for Big brother Bai. The huge clock behind him slowly shattered with a crack and fused into the village, causing time to constantly circulate in this place, never breaking apart. This was a time loop within a small range. Li Qingshan used his strong comprehension of the great path of time to find the village from 20,000 years ago. Then, he detached it from the present world and made it an independent, cyclic timeline. Brother Bai liked to immerse himself in the past, and Li Qingshan would bury him in the past. In the south of the village, there were green mountains and clear waters. Li Qingshan buried the coffin there, then personally erected a tombstone and carved the epitaph with his hands. Then, Li Qingshan stood in front of the tombstone and bowed respectfully. Big brother Bai's tomb faced the village, where he could see his childhood village. Li Qingshan personally wiped the tombstone for brother Bai. He had wiped countless tombstones, but he had never felt as heavy as he was now. After carefully wiping it clean, a line of words appeared in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. Your serious wiping activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the 6 paths of samsara. Li Qingshan was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't this the peerless divine technique from hell that both General Bai and his big brother had learned? The 6 paths of samsara was extremely powerful. It was a lost magnum opus from hell. General Bai's big brother learned the 6 paths of samsara and taught it to General Bai. At that time, The experts from hell even found General Bai's big brother and threatened him to hand over the 6 paths of samsara. It was evident how much hell cared about this masterpiece. Qingshan had never thought that wiping Big Brother Bai's tombstone would activate his max-level comprehension skill. He had never thought of this at all. But now that he had comprehended it, Qingshan closed his eyes and examined the 6 paths of samsara. 6 large black holes immediately appeared in his mind. These 6 black holes were in opposition to the space-time Buddha. They were in a state of opposition and were clearly separated. The space-time Buddha was vast and immense. The 6 black holes also occupied half of the sky in his sea of consciousness. They didn't interfere with each other, but they were also not in harmony. One side flowed with a Buddhist aura, while the other cleansed demonic and death energy. Below them, the 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons circled. Qingshan looked on in surprise. He hadn't expected that the 6 paths of samsara he had just comprehended would be in opposition to the space-time Buddha. I thought that the 6 paths samsara wouldn't be of much help to me, but now it seems that it's not simple either. Even against the mighty space-time Buddha, it can stand in opposition. Moreover, I haven't even cultivated yet, but I already vaguely possess the power to contend. If I delve deeper into it, won't it be able to compete with the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures? Qingshan looked on in surprise. He didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he looked at Big Brother Bai's grave and said softly, "Big Brother Bai, you still helped me at the final moment." Chapter 269, 6 Paths of Samsara, 3. After the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures turned into the space-time Buddha, Qingshan was worried. The space-time Buddha wasn't virtual. He was the true body of a Buddha. Does he still have consciousness? Would he pose a threat in his sea of consciousness? Would he take over his physical body? Although the space-time Buddha hadn't done anything, Qingshan couldn't shake off his unease. His trust in the space-time Buddha was only 2 out of 100. It could be said that he didn't believe the space-time Buddha at all. After all, the sea of consciousness was where his primordial spirit resided. No one would be at ease if there was someone here whose background, past, and intention he didn't know. Yet, Qingshan couldn't do anything to the space-time Buddha. He couldn't move his immense true body out. Now, the space-time Buddha had another rival, the 6 paths of samsara. To Qingshan, this was a good thing. At the very least, there was one thing that could potentially rival the space-time Buddha. If anything were to happen, one side wouldn't have absolute dominance. Danger comes with opportunities, and danger comes with opportunities. I'll plant a golden lotus in the fire. Step by step, I shall steadfastly advance toward a higher cultivation level. Qingshan stood in front of Big Brother Bai's grave and bowed again. Big Brother Bai, I will come and visit you often in the future. Qingshan turned around and left, walking out of this time loop. When he walked out of the time loop, what he saw was still lush forests, mountains, and primitive forests. The time zone of that loop would basically not be discovered by anyone. Qingshan tore the space again. He wanted to return to the Celestial Court Academy and continue his seclusion cultivation to comprehend the 6 paths of samsara. When Qingshan tore the space apart and left, a burly figure appeared in the primeval forest. He reached out and gently tapped the void. The void immediately rippled like a calm lake. A leaf was thrown down and ripples appeared. The time loop that Qingshan had set up was opened and someone walked in. He came to the time loop and admired it with great interest. Finally, he came to General Bai's grave and looked at the words on the tombstone. He stopped in his tracks. After a long while, he said, "Little brother, I'll take you home." At the Celestial Court Academy. It took Qingshan another 2 days to return. Taoist Dragon arrived immediately and asked curiously, "You buried General Bai in his hometown?" Qingshan nodded and said, "I made General Bai live in the past forever." Taoist Dragon didn't understand and asked, "Is his hometown long gone, just like I said?" Qingshan nodded, "You're right." Taoist Dragon sighed, "That's why I'm hiding in the Celestial Court Academy. If my hometown still existed, I would have gone back too. I'd been away for half my life, only to return as a young man. Qingshan looked at the roiling sea of clouds and the cascading waterfall and asked softly, "Do you know about the 6 paths of samsara?" Taoist Dragon nodded and said, "I do. It's a supreme technique from hell. It was lost for a long time. People don't know where it is. Even those top experts in hell gave up on it. Until a man showed up and brought the 6 paths of samsara out of nowhere, shocking the immortal plane. That's when people began to understand it." Qingshan continued, "Then do you know the origin of the 6 paths of samsara?" Taoist Dragon scratched his head and said, "I don't know. The 6 paths of samsara belongs to hell. I'm not familiar with that place. Besides, hell and the immortal plane don't get along well. So, I can't answer this question." Qingshan fell silent. It seemed that he had to go to hell to learn about the origin of the 6 paths of samsara. "Have you heard of the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures?" Qingshan asked curiously. "Trikaya Buddhist scriptures?" Taoist Dragon looked puzzled and said, "You should go to the Buddha realm to ask about that. There should be some information there." "Buddha realm?" Qingshan raised his eyebrows. "There's a separate realm for Buddha?" "Of course there is. Not only the Buddha realm, but there are also the monster realm, the god realm, the demon realm, and so on. These are all independent worlds that are attached to the immortal plane. However, they are larger than the Great Kiliocosm and can simply exist on their own," explained Taoist Dragon. Qingshan's eyes widened. "There was such a thing? Does the Celestial Court have a separate realm like this?" Qingshan asked. "No. The Celestial Court doesn't need it. Whether it's the God race, the Monster Clan, or the Demon Clan, they were all suppressed by the Celestial Court. As a last resort, generations of people spend a lot of energy to create a new world. The Celestial Court isn't under such a threat. There's no need to create a new world," said Taoist Dragon. "Understood." Qingshan nodded. Taoist Dragon and Qingshan sat together on the cliff, letting the night breeze blow on their faces, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. "Now that you've arranged General Bael's funeral, what's your plan?" Taoist Dragon asked curiously. "I want to continue staying in the Celestial Court Academy." "I wonder if you will still take me in after 5 years, Qingshan asked jokingly. He had only 5 years to study at the Celestial Court Academy. Taoist Dragon immediately said, "You've only been in the school for a few years, but your progress was already worlds apart from those students. Who would be stupid enough to not take you in?" Qingshan smiled and said, "I'm just asking out of courtesy." "You can stay in the Celestial Court Academy as long as you want," Taoist Dragon said straightforwardly. "You're not the dean of the Celestial Court Academy. Do you have that authority?" Qingshan asked suspiciously. "Although I'm not the dean of the Celestial Court Academy, and I don't have any authority, I'm just a gatekeeper. However, the dean of the Celestial Court Academy is a student that I've taught casually. He listens to everything I say," Taoist Dragon boasted. Chapter 270, 6 Paths of Samsara, 4, That's good. "This way, I don't have to worry about being chased out," Qingshan said with satisfaction. "Right now, all the major forces are frantically searching for you. As long as you express a desire to join their forces, they will definitely welcome you with open arms. Even emperors will welcome you. Who would chase you away?" Taoist Dragon said with a smile. "That's hard to say. The emperors of the Celestial Court didn't welcome me," Qingshan said. "The emperors of the Celestial Court are too old." Taoist Dragon sighed and said, "Let me tell you a secret. It's good that you know." Qingshan nodded silently. At present, among the emperors in the Celestial Court, 2 of them have reached their limit in age. Most of the time, they are in a daze and don't have much awake time. Now, only 1 emperor is supporting the Celestial Court. However, he's also old and has changed his mind. He is looking for a way to prolong his life. He no longer interferes in the affairs of the Celestial Court, leaving them to the descendants of the Emperor clan. These descendants of the Emperor clan aren't very capable. However, they excel in palace intrigue. They are short-sighted and only care about their own interests. They don't want to suffer any losses and don't care about the survival of the celestial court. Under their manipulation, their own plans thrive while the celestial court gradually declines. So even if you're so outstanding, the emperors of the celestial court won't care, Taoist Dragon said in a low voice. It's actually like this. Qingshan's face was calm. He didn't have much affection for the celestial court, so he naturally wouldn't lament the current state of the celestial court like Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon's mood was low as he said, "When I joined the celestial court, it was at its twilight. At that time, I met several emperors of the celestial court. They were all very outstanding and admirable. However, since then, things have been getting worse and worse. I've seen the celestial court fall from its peak to its current state. Every time we talk about the celestial court, everyone would sigh. Now, everyone can see that the celestial court is already in its twilight years. Coupled with the constant attacks from other forces, the celestial court is struggling to cope. It's like an elderly person who can't adapt to the new world. Everyone says so. When the emperors of the celestial court really fall, it will be the time for all the major forces to divide the celestial court." That day seemed distant, yet so close at the same time. It made people sigh endlessly. Taoist Dragon sighed. Qingshan remained silent. Judging from the battle in the Emperor's Pass, it was clear that the celestial court's response was inadequate. If he hadn't gone, General Bai would have been exposed to the sun for 49 days, once again tarnishing the celestial court's reputation. Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan and said, "Now you know why the slaughter saint of mortal wants to kill you." Qingshan nodded lightly and said, "It's because of the twilight and aging celestial court, being watched by all major forces. No one wants to see any peerless genius in the celestial court." "Yes, but you're not a peerless genius. You're an unparalleled freak. The slaughter saint of mortal came to assassinate you because they acknowledged your strength and talent. They definitely won't let you grow," said Taoist Dragon. "In fact, not only these hostile forces but also the descendants of the Emperor clan in the celestial court have their eyes on you." Taoist Dragon hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Qingshan frowned and said, "They've come to you again?" Taoist Dragon smiled bitterly as he said, "Ever since you killed the immortal king of the demon clan, countless people have been contacting me and pressuring me to hand you over. They want me to act as a mediator for them to communicate with you. They want you to join their camp, support them, and rule the celestial court." When Qingshan heard this, he frowned and said in an unfriendly tone, "A cultivator should focus on self-improvement, not on forming cliques, plots, and fights for power and profit all day. They have completely tarnished the face of the emperors." Taoist Dragon said, "There are a few descendants of Emperor clan in the celestial court now. They are the Ziwei Emperor clan, the Central Emperor clan, the Demon Emperor clan, the Jinwu Emperor clan, and the Gaochen Emperor clan." Qingshan frowned and said, "What about the Emperor clan of the Qingshan Emperor of the South?" He remembered clearly that there were 6 emperors at the peak of the celestial court. They were the Heavenly Ziwei Emperor, the Central Jade Emperor, the Demon Emperor of the 9 Heavens, the Jinwu Emperor of the East, the Gaochen Emperor of the West, and the Qingshan Emperor of the South. Among them, the Qingshan Emperor of the South experienced the 5 decays of heaven and man, the Demon Emperor of the 9 Heavens fell, the Jinwu Emperor of the East dissolution his military, and the Gaochen Emperor had been in seclusion for 50,000 years. On the surface, only the Heavenly Ziwei Emperor and the Central Jade Emperor were guarding the celestial court. But now, Taoist Dragon said that one of them was muddle-headed, with little time for clarity, while the other was solely focused on seeking eternal laws, relinquishing control of the celestial court to the others. Taoist Dragon said that the ones managing the celestial court were the Ziwei Emperor clan, the Central Emperor clan, the Demon Emperor clan, the Jinwu Emperor clan, and the Gaochen Emperor clan. Qingshan found it strange that the Qingshan Emperor clan wasn't mentioned. Taoist Dragon said regretfully, "The Qingshan Emperor clan has been excluded from the center of the celestial court, sidelined from power. They only manage some islands outside the sea." Qingshan was speechless. If the Qingshan Emperor was still alive, he would surely be infuriated by his descendants being so incompetent. "Listening to what you're saying, it seems like the celestial court is about to collapse," Qingshan said. It's not just a semblance. According to the current situation, the enemies are getting stronger and stronger. The god race is recovering, the monster clan is strong, the demon clan is ruthless, the hell is dangerous, the Buddhist sects is restless, and the other forces like the mortal are all eyeing the celestial court. However, the celestial court is surrounded by enemies. If they want to rely on those useless descendants of the emperor clan, it can be said that the burial of the celestial court is already in sight, Taoist Dragon said bluntly. Chapter 271, 6 Paths of Samsara, 5, Don't be pessimistic. There's always a solution to everything. Qingshan comforted Taoist Dragon, knowing his deep attachment to the celestial court. It's actually very simple to save the celestial court, Taoist Dragon suddenly said while staring at Qingshan. Qingshan felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want me to save the celestial court? Qingshan said jokingly. Yes. Taoist Dragon nodded firmly. There's only one way to save the celestial court. You have to grow up and break the ancient shackles. You have to become an immortal emperor, take control of the celestial court, and conquer the world. Qingshan waved his hand and said, Don't think that way. I don't like fame and fortune, nor do I like fighting. As long as they don't offend me, I won't bother with them. Please let someone else save the celestial court. I'd rather comprehend the Tao and improve myself. As long as it's anything else, it has nothing to do with me. He must be crazy to enter the celestial court to save this declining power. That would be too exhausting. With this time, he could comprehend more Tao, cultivate more, drink more tea, and improve himself. That was the life that suited Qingshan. Seeing Qingshan's refusal, Taoist Dragon didn't insist further. But in his heart, he still thought so. Qingshan was the only one who could save the celestial court. Apart from him, there was no one else. Which descendant of the emperor clan contacted you? Qingshan asked, returning to the previous topic. They all did. Even the Qingshan emperor clan, which has been driven out of the center of power in the celestial court, has contacted my disciple privately and asked him to introduce you to them. They want to meet you and talk, offering various resources, including the emperor's scripture of the Qingshan emperor clan, for you to study, said Taoist Dragon. Such a huge ante? Qingshan said in surprise. The Qingshan emperor's scripture was the foundation of their inheritance. Offering it showed the Qingshan emperor clan's sincerity. They want to revitalize their clan's glory, so they're naturally going all out. They even told me that as long as you agree, they'll betroth their most outstanding woman of this generation to you. Your children with her will inherit the Qingshan emperor clan and become the clan leader. They want to use this to bind you, said Taoist Dragon. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be tempted, Qingshan said. That's for sure. The entire legacy of the Qingshan emperor clan would belong to your son. That's unimaginable wealth, Taoist Dragon said with certainty. No, that's not right. Wouldn't I be marrying into their clan? Qingshan frowned. Isn't it good to marry into their family? Taoist Dragon said in surprise. I don't like being married off. Qingshan shook his head. How is this being married off? They gave you their most beautiful woman, their clan legacy, and the emperor's scripture. You took advantage of them all, Taoist Dragon retorted. Then wouldn't I have to fight for them for the rest of my life? Qingshan shook his head. It's for your wife and child. Taoist Dragon corrected Qingshan. That won't do either. I don't accept arranged marriages, Qingshan said seriously. You don't want an arranged marriage? Do you want to love freely? Taoist Dragon asked. Do you know why I don't want an arranged marriage? Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon shook his head. I'm not born to be a gigolo. I can't live off a woman, Qingshan said. Doesn't everyone like to live off a woman? Taoist Dragon was confused. That's others. I, Qingshan, don't need to live off a woman, Qingshan said. It's good that you don't agree. If you agree to the Qingshan Emperor clan, the other Emperor clan will take action against you. Taoist Dragon thought for a moment and said, You mean they'll come after me? Qingshan frowned. It's very likely. If you join forces with the Qingshan Emperor clan and cooperate with them, you'll be a thorn in the side of the other Emperor clans. I'm 100% sure that they'll definitely take action against you, said Taoist Dragon. A bunch of insects. With such a ruler, it would be better to let the celestial court collapse faster, Qingshan said disdainfully. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There's nothing much to say to them. You haven't agreed to anyone yet, which means that you can agree to anyone. They won't come after you. Every Emperor clan wants to win you over, make you their sword to expand their territory and restore to their peak, Taoist Dragon persuaded Qingshan. I'll stay in the Celestial Court Academy for now. I don't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Celestial Court. You'll have to handle them for me, Qingshan said to Taoist Dragon. Don't worry about that. Their power only extends to the central part of the Celestial Court. They don't have the authority to control the Celestial Court Academy. Here, I call the shots. Taoist Dragon said firmly. Hearing that, Qingshan nodded and believed Taoist Dragon. Although he had joined the Celestial Court, he didn't want to have too much involvement with it. From the start of the Great Battle of Emperor's Pass, all the events indicated that the current Celestial Court was being managed by a bunch of trash. Being with them was simply defiling himself. Next, I'll head to the Starry Sky Cemetery to contemplate carefully. Don't let anyone disturb me when I'm free, Qingshan said to Taoist Dragon. Don't worry, I'll personally watch over this place. I've arranged for that barbarian clan kid to be moved elsewhere. No one will disturb you from now on. Taoist Dragon patted his chest and said. In order not to disturb Qingshan, he personally talked to Amon, persuaded him to change his location, and gave a certain amount of compensation. Chapter 272, 6 Paths of Samsara, 6. In the end, Amon left. He knew that Qingshan often went into seclusion, so he left the entire mountain to Qingshan. Al-Man is a promising young talent. Cultivate him well, Surly said with satisfaction. He had given Taoist Dragon some advice that he should secure more benefits for Amon. Alright, I'll take some time and check on this kid's talent when I have the time. If he's worth nurturing, I'll prioritize him. Taoist Dragon kept this in mind. Alright then, I won't be sending you off. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the trivial matters outside. Thank you for your hard work. Qingshan stood up and said to Taoist Dragon. As long as you cultivate and improve yourself, and carefully consider my suggestion, I won't find it burdensome, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. Qingshan remained non-committal, offering no response. He was extremely unwilling to take over the Celestial Court. Despite the old man being quite handsome, he shouldn't fantasize so much. After seeing Taoist Dragon off, the mountain cliff became Qingshan's playground again. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Starry Sky Cemetery to continue comprehending the Great Paths. Instead, he calmed down and silently comprehended the 6 Paths of Samsara. The 6 Paths of Samsara was a skill from hell that was completely incompatible with Buddhist sections. Hence, in Qingshan's Sea of Consciousness, it was only natural for them to confront each other. However, in the end, the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures were still more profound. After all, Qingshan had been diligently cultivating the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Therefore, he had to comprehend the 6 Paths of Samsara to reach a balance between the two parties before he went to the Starry Sky Cemetery. On the top of the cliff, Qingshan watched the rolling clouds, the setting sun, and the falling waterfall. He calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in the courtyard. After that, he extended the inherent flow of time. As Qingshan broke through to the inherited immortal realm, he could stretch time even further. Previously, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 1 year inside. Now, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years inside. Qingshan had enough time to meditate in silence. Qingshan sat cross-legged and meditated for a long time. In his sea of consciousness, the 1,000-foot-tall Buddha and the 6 bottomless black holes confronted each other. Below them were 2,999 great Dao azure dragons that soared encircled. At this moment, Qingshan was comprehending the 6 paths of samsara. The 6 black holes in his sea of consciousness rotated slightly, providing power to help Qingshan cultivate. Only now did Qingshan begin to meticulously contemplate the skill of the 6 paths of samsara. The 6 paths refer to the 6 worlds that a person reincarnated into after death. The 6 paths of samsara was about the mystery between life and death. Qingshan studied it carefully and felt that it was broad and profound. The person who comprehended this skill was definitely a terrifying genius. As Qingshan silently cultivated, the 6 paths of samsara gradually condensed within him to a complete degree. Then, Qingshan could clearly feel that he could manipulate the lives of his opponents whose cultivation was weaker than his. Different from the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, the 6 paths of samsara was purely focused on ultimate attack, nothing else. If I had cultivated the 6 paths of samsara before, I wouldn't have had to exert so much effort to kill that demon clan immortal king. In the end, I even relied on the power of the giant sword, Qingshan sighed. The 6 paths of samsara was very powerful and it involved the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Qingshan was certain that he needed to cultivate it. Therefore, in the extended period of time, he had spent another 30 years. In these 30 years, he had focused on only one thing: comprehending the 6 paths of samsara. Throughout a mortal's lifetime, which spans at most 100 years, they would devote their limited energy to one thing, spending their entire life to accomplish it. Qingshan was currently in such a state. In the past 30 years, he was completely engrossed in comprehending the 6 paths of samsara. Even when his head ached and his thoughts dried up at times, and he couldn't comprehend anything, he still refused to give up. 30 years had passed in the extended time, and 10 days had passed in the outside world. When Qingshan had cultivated the 6 paths of samsara to a rudimentary level of success, the 6 immense black holes in his mind could already rival the 1,000-foot-tall Buddha's true body. One was righteous and the other was evil, sitting on both sides of Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Boom! The huge waves rolled and splashed onto the 6 paths of samsara. Boom! The 6 paths of samsara was enraged. It spun slightly and instantly evaporated the water. When Qingshan opened his eyes, the extended time dissipated. He revealed a smile on his face as he said softly, "After 30 years of tireless effort, I finally brought the 6 paths of samsara to the same level as the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures." At this moment, Qingshan's soul detached from his body and leaped upwards. He rushed into the starry sky cemetery with an insufferably arrogant temperament. He wanted to continue wiping the steel, comprehending the Tao, and improving himself. Chapter 273, Whale Fall 1. Qingshan came to the starry sky cemetery once again. He was familiar with the place. He crossed the peripheral areas and headed straight for the tombs of the inherited immortals. During his journey, Qingshan had a thought. The Starry Sky Cemetery gathers the remnants of experts above the ancestral immortal realm who died in the immortal plane to form a tomb for future generations to contemplate. So, after Big Brother fell in battle, will his remnant soul enter the Starry Sky Cemetery? Qingshan wanted to know the answer to this question. Therefore, he came to the area of the inherited immortals' tombs without any pause and continued deeper. For Qingshan, the Tao of the inherited immortals was no longer of much use. Qingshan had already broken through from the ancestral immortal realm to the inherited immortal realm. The only thing that could help him was the Tao of the Era Immortal realm. Coincidentally, Big Brother was also in the Era Immortal realm when he was alive. With a sense of expectation, Qingshan crossed the range of the inherited immortals' tombs and entered the area of Era Immortals. Perhaps he could see Big Brother Bai's tombs here. As Qingshan ventured deeper into the Era Immortals' graveyard, he noticed that compared to the tombs of the inherited immortals, those of the Era Immortals seemed slightly desolate. The tomb here was even more luxurious. Perhaps it could be described as a mausoleum. In the human world, after the death of the kings and generals, their tombs were very majestic and vast. It was a treatment that ordinary people couldn't enjoy. Similarly, in Starry Sky Cemetery, the tombs of the Era Immortals were also grand. Each tomb here had a different shape. The Starry Sky Cemetery had crafted tombs of different shapes according to the personalities and experiences of the tomb owners when they were alive. Some were majestic and vast, spanning the entire mountain range. They were very imposing. Some of them were elegant and beautiful, standing on the cliff, reaching the sky, and suppressing the earth. Some were situated in picturesque landscapes, surrounded by the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. And some were nestled in peach blossom forests, where their remnants were buried. The Era Immortals had been around since ancient times. Compared to the huge population of the Immortal Plane, their numbers were negligible. However, accumulated over countless ages, there were still a considerable number of them, and now, all of them who had fallen were in the Starry Sky Cemetery. Qingshan approached the first grand tomb. It was magnificent, gleaming with gold and jade. However, Qingshan didn't pay too much attention to these sights. He looked straight at the tombstone. There was an epitaph carved on the tombstone. Along the way, Qingshan knew that each epitaph on the tombstones was an evaluation of him from the Starry Sky battlefield. Compared to the epitaphs of the inherited immortals, Qingshan found the epitaphs of the Era Immortals quite interesting. For example, the inscription on the tombstone in front of him. "If there's nothing urgent, don't wake me up." Simple and consider, this seemed to be not an evaluation from the Starry Sky Cemetery, but rather the will of the remnant soul itself. Qingshan suddenly realized. The epitaphs I saw along the way were evaluations from the Starry Sky battlefield. However, at the level of the Era Immortals, their epitaphs should reflect the will of their remnant souls. Therefore, the inscription on this tombstone was indeed quite unique. Qingshan bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, I don't want to disturb you. I'm just here to wipe the epitaph for you." Then, Qingshan carefully wiped the epitaph clean. Especially those few words. They were written in a carefree and relaxed manner. Qingshan wiped them clean seriously. Then, a line of words appeared in front of him. "Your serious wiping activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the Tao of an Era Immortal. No matter if Era Immortal's Tao suits me or not, it will still fit one of the 2,990 great paths for me, which is helpful." "That's enough." Qingshan thought about it and bowed to the tomb again. Then, he walked to the next tomb. The epitaph on this tomb was written in different words. Qingshan read it out softly. "I had a quarrel with this world, akin to those of lovers." As he read softly, Qingshan seemed to see a woman standing in front of the tombstone, looking at the immortal plane as if she was looking at her lover. The owner of this tombstone must be a meticulous person. "Moreover, she is very romantic," Qingshan said softly. He reached out his hand to brush off the dust on the tombstone and looked at the inscription seriously. He couldn't help but imagine what he would write on his tombstone if he fell in battle one day and his remnant soul came to the Starry Sky Cemetery. After thinking for a while, he shook his head gently. He couldn't think of anything, so he continued to wipe it seriously. "Your serious wiping activated max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the great path of an Era Immortal." As expected, another line of words appeared in front of him. Surly stored the great path of this Era Immortal, then bowed respectfully. He walked into the distance, broke off a peach blossom, and placed it in front of the Era Immortal's tomb. This was the first time in Qingshan's life that he had given flowers to a woman. Even if it was an unfamiliar woman. However, Qingshan admired the sentence on the tombstone, so he was willing to give the flowers to her. As the saying goes, love rises and falls, and romance is steadfast until death. Then, Qingshan went to the third tomb of Era Immortal. He became increasingly eager to see different epitaphs. The third tomb of the Era Immortal was located in a peach blossom forest. Qingshan walked in, sniffed the fragrance of the flowers, and saw the epitaph. "If you come to visit, please sit with my flowers for a while. They are very gentle. I have watched them for many days." Qingshan looked at the blooming peach blossoms. He didn't wipe the tombstone immediately. Instead, he sat on a stone and looked at the peach blossoms around him. Chapter 274, Whale Fall, 2, a breeze blew past, and the petals fell. Qingshan stretched out his hand, and a few petals floated into his palm. He rubbed it gently, feeling the touch of the peach blossoms, and looked at the tomb. Somehow, Qingshan felt that there must be a gentleman in this tomb. Most people would think that it was a woman who was buried in the peach blossoms, but Qingshan didn't think so. The peach blossoms were vibrant, the tomb was snow white. This area of 10 miles seemed to be separated from the Starry Sky Cemetery. This was the world after the tomb master died, and he used the peach blossoms as his companion. Why do I feel era immortals are quite poetic? Qingshan chuckled and sat for a while. Then, he got up and walked over to wipe the tombstone clean. A line of words appeared in front of him. Your serious wiping activated max level comprehension, and you've comprehended the Tao of an era immortal. After cleaning it, Qingshan bowed and left the peach forest. He arrived in front of the tomb of another era immortal. Compared to the other tombs, this tomb of era immortals seemed very traditional. The words on his tombstone were, in the end, I still failed to become an immortal king. Qingshan could tell that it was a pity. I want to use your Tao to tread the path of the immortal king, Qingshan said softly and then began to wipe the tombstone. Then, another line of words appeared in front of him. Your serious wiping activated max level comprehension, and you've comprehended the Tao of an era immortal. After Qingshan wiped it clean, he stood up and bowed to the tomb. Finally, he walked to the next tomb. Qingshan didn't see anyone in the era immortal's tomb. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, those who could enter the era immortal's cemetery were basically inherited immortals like Qingshan. They came here and looked at the tombs, but they couldn't comprehend anything. After all, they didn't have Qingshan's max-level comprehension skill. Other than admiring these unique epitaphs, there was little else to gain. Not many people were willing to come to the Starry Sky Cemetery as time passed. The Starry Sky Cemetery remained as it always had, but the number of visitors gradually decreased. Many people would enter the Starry Sky Cemetery once after they broke through to the ancestral immortal realm. However, they would rarely enter the Starry Sky Cemetery after they had gained nothing. Therefore, Qingshan was the only one walking in the tombs of the era immortals. He came to the next tomb and began to look forward to what the epitaph on this tomb would describe. A lifetime of restraint and reservation. From now on, I'll be free. This time, no one can wake me up. Qingshan looked at the words on the tombstone and whispered, the person buried in this tomb must have been quite carefree. Qingshan began to wipe the tombstone seriously. Then, he received a prompt. He didn't bother to read the prompt's text anymore. After all, he wouldn't immediately comprehend it after receiving the message. He would save it together and slowly comprehend it when he returned to the Celestial Court Academy. In comparison, Qingshan was more concerned about what these era immortals' epitaphs would say. He continued to look at them one by one. An unsuccessful but beautiful, kind, and interesting person. The human world is beautiful. I'll come back again next time. I didn't become an emperor in this life, I'll try again in the next life. If you come to pay your respects to me, bring offerings, but please don't put coriander. I want to start a new game called Life. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to come over and sit? This time, Qingshan wiped a total of 100 tombstones of the era immortals. He had obtained 100 great paths that era immortals had comprehended during their lifetime. However, this wasn't the most surprising thing. In contrast, Qingshan saw the epitaphs of these 100 era immortals. These epitaphs were varied and peculiar, but they were the best summary they had written for themselves. Previously, the summaries on the tombstones were written by the Starry Sky Cemetery. Only they wrote for themselves. Many epitaphs left a deep impression on Qingshan. Some were carefree, some were affectionate, some were romantic, some were regretful. Ultimately, he stopped in front of the 100th tomb and didn't continue. The great paths of the 100 era immortals is enough for me to comprehend for a long time. I don't need to continue. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. I'll come to Starry Sky Cemetery after I've comprehended all these. I'll come back to the Starry Sky Cemetery, anyway, it's not going anywhere. With this thought, Qingshan left without any reluctance and turned to leave. With the great paths of the 100-era immortals and the epitaph they wrote for themselves, Qingshan's primordial spirit power dispersed and fell from the starry sky cemetery. He returned to the immortal plane and entered his body. Boom! With the infusion of primordial spirit power, Qingshan's body trembled, and then he opened his eyes. He had returned to the immortal plane, back to his courtyard. Qingshan pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked out along the path. He saw thousands of mountains and valleys covered in heavy snow. On the top of the mountain, the wind howled with a bone-chilling cold. "It's actually snowing," Qingshan said in surprise. It was June now, not winter. Qingshan didn't feel wronged by the snow in June, but it was obviously abnormal. His divine soul spread out between heaven and earth, searching for unusual spots, but he found nothing. There's no trace of human activity. Could it really be snow in June? Qingshan murmured. Some powerful cultivators could change the weather, but such changes would leave very obvious traces. Even era immortals or even immortal kings couldn't do it without leaving a trace. Chapter 275, Whale Fall, 3, Qingshan's primordial spirit intelligence was extremely profound. After looking around, he didn't find the slightest trace. Therefore, this could only be regarded as a strange story. Perhaps someone in this world has been wronged. Qingshan suddenly thought of an ancient proverb. However, this had nothing to do with him. Looking at the heavy snow falling between heaven and earth, looking at the vast expanse of whiteness in the distant mountains, looking at the rolling white clouds in the sea of clouds, revealing a cold aura, Qingshan suddenly felt interested. After spending a long time in seclusion, Qingshan hadn't seen natural snowfall in a long time. This time, he had coincidentally encountered it, so he wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the great paths. He chose a calm life. On this day, he woke up early to wait for the flowers and planted a few wildflowers beside the small courtyard. Since he had nothing to do, he brewed a pot of tea, and the fire crackled in the stove. Looking at the fire, Qingshan thought that it had been a long time since he had been so calm. Always busy with cultivation, exhausted from striving. On the path of life, there's no need to be in such a hurry. It's time to relax when appropriate, to let oneself unwind. Qingshan decided to give himself a few days off. Upon careful recollection, since entering the immortal plane, he had been tirelessly cultivating, without taking the time to leisurely appreciate life. Taking advantage of this long-awaited snowfall, Qingshan slowed down his pace. On this mountaintop, he read books every day, drank tea, napped in the sunlight, strolled in the drizzle, and read under the lamplight. In this tranquil time, with a hand of smoke and fire, a hand of poetry, he watched the clouds outside the window roll and the flowers bloom and wither in front of the door, savoring the lingering taste of life. These few days of peaceful life had cleansed Qingshan's heart. He, who wasn't in a rush to cultivate, felt that his heart was more rounded. It was like a stone with 4 sharp corners being washed under a waterfall. Over time, the stone would become smooth, its edges worn down. Qingshan used his peaceful days to smooth out his impatience due to his rapid cultivation. However, the snow didn't stop for the past few days. Sometimes, the sun would shine in the morning, but once noon passed, it would immediately snow heavily again. Sometimes, it would be overcast and rainy in the afternoon, and by evening, the snowflakes would blanket everything. Qingshan couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was too unusual. The rain hadn't stopped for a few days. On this day, Taoist Dragon came over. "You've been living very comfortably these few days. Sometimes, I would peek at your mountain peak and see that you're either drinking tea or basking in the warm sun. I'm so envious." Taoist Dragon walked to Qingshan's tea table, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. "If you want to rest, you can too," Qingshan said to Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon shook his head. "I used to be able to take a break, but as you became famous, it has become an extravagant hope for me." "What's wrong? Have you been very busy recently because of me?" Qingshan asked curiously. "Of course, I'm very busy. You can leisurely drink tea and bask in the sun here because I've blocked all the trouble for you. Otherwise, I reckon that the people who came to look for you now would have flattened this courtyard," Taoist Dragon complained. "How so?" Haven't they given up yet? Qingshan frowned and asked. They won't give up. This bunch of useless fools who overestimate themselves. They actually tried to subdue you through coercion and bribery. They're so arrogant and even said that I hid you to monopolize you and prevent you from interacting with people from other forces. If you take them seriously, you might just anger yourself to death. Taoist Dragon shook his head and said wearily. He wasn't angry, he was just mentally tired. This was because this group of Emperor clan descendants had once again challenged his worldview. It was really unheard of for them to be ignorant and arrogant to this extent. Don't just laugh, kid. This time, I've offended these Emperor clan descendants for you. They're all threatening me to make things difficult for me, Taoist Dragon said helplessly. Does it affect you? Qingshan asked with concern. No, Taoist Dragon brushed off his frustration and helplessness, and he chuckled. I'm already an old man. I have no desires and I'm self-sufficient in the Celestial Court Academy. Even if they threaten me, they can't interfere here, said Taoist Dragon. Since that's the case, then don't bother about them. As the descendants of the Emperor clan, they have long held power and been surrounded by crowds. They think that the world should be like that and don't need much contact with them. Qingshan shook his head. I think so too. I can't be bothered to mention these bunch of insects. Taoist Dragon sat down in Qingshan's courtyard and leisurely picked up the tea he had brewed. Does the Celestial Court Academy usually experience snowfall in June? Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back and asked as he looked at the falling snowflakes. Taoist Dragon shook his head and said, although the Immortal Court Academy is only a medium kiliacosm, all its laws are the same as those of the Immortal Plane. Why would it snow in June? Then can you explain the current phenomenon? Qingshan asked as he pointed at the vast expanse of white mountains and valleys in the distance. Taoist Dragon frowned and said seriously, the heavy snow these days is abnormal. I've checked it carefully. It doesn't seem like it was man-made. It should be the heavens' will. Have you read the ancient books and checked what it means to snow in June? Qingshan asked. I have. The sages of the past interpreted snowfall in June as a sign of great calamity, Taoist Dragon said with a solemn expression. Chapter 276, Whale Fall, 4. Therefore, did this snowfall only occur in the Celestial Court Academy, or did it also happen outside in the world? Qingshan asked. If it only snowed in the Celestial Court Academy, wouldn't it confirm the sign of great calamity within the Academy? Taoist Dragon's expression became even more serious. Not only in the Celestial Court Academy, but it's also snowing outside. Qingshan frowned. In that case, it seems like something big is about to happen. I will continue to keep an eye on this matter. If the snow continues unabated, the experts of the Immortal Plane will not sit idly by, Taoist Dragon said, no longer in the mood to drink tea. He got up, said goodbye to Qingshan, and left the mountain peak. Qingshan watched Taoist Dragon leave and whispered on the mountaintop, I'll continue to cultivate silently. If the world collapses, with taller people holding it up, only by becoming stronger can I cope with unknown calamities. After spending a few leisure days, Qingshan once again immersed himself in cultivation. In his own courtyard, he stretched out the flow of time, where one day outside equaled 3 years inside. The great paths comprehended from the starry sky battlefield by 100 era immortals were sufficient for Qingshan to contemplate for a long time. While snow fell heavily outside, Qingshan continued his cultivation inside the courtyard. The great paths comprehended by the era immortals were much more profound than those inherited immortals from the Immortal Plane. Qingshan silently absorbed and comprehended them, one by one, with ample time on his hands. Years passed, and time in the courtyard flowed away, cheap and fleeting. Various great paths emerged on Qingshan's body one after another. He silently comprehended them, steadily climbing towards the peak of cultivation, albeit slowly but firmly. Furthermore, he didn't stop at all and maintained a constant speed. Qingshan's seclusion this time lasted for a year in the outside world. In the outside world, a year was 365 days. Translated into elongated time, it was over 1,000 years. For Qingshan, these 1,000 years were of great help, as he thoroughly understood the fundamentals of the Era Immortals realm and comprehended all the great paths seen from the 100 Era Immortals. Qingshan's realm did not improve, nor was he in a hurry to advance. As his cultivation level increased, he required more and more great paths. 100 Era Immortals couldn't help him leap from an inherited immortal to an Era Immortal. However, they made the foundation of Qingshan's great paths even more solid. He still needed to continue comprehending. A year later, at dawn, Qingshan opened his eyes. A millennium had quietly passed on him, while only a year had elapsed in the outside world. Sometimes, a moment of turning around and focusing is like a past life and a present life, Qingshan murmured. He had never stopped cultivating the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures in the past 1,000 years. While he was constantly comprehending the great paths, he also continued to cultivate these 2 mysterious skills. The more Qingshan cultivated, the more he felt that the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures were similar to some extent. They both explored the cycles of reincarnation, past lives, and present lives, or the past, present, and future. The difference lies in the 2 different paths they follow. Sometimes, Qingshan wondered if, before endless time, there were sages who, nearing the end of their lives, attempted to break through the shackles of the fate of reincarnation. That's right, it was fate. The core mystery of both the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures was fate. The one thing Qingshan's 3,000 great paths had yet to comprehend was fate. Fate was mysterious and unpredictable, intimately related to everyone, yet no one could see or capture it. This was also why Qingshan needed to comprehend enough about the great paths to understand a little about the core issues of the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Never mind, I've only scratched the surface for now. I can't understand it fundamentally. Fate, the most mysterious of the 3,000 great paths, is embodied in the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. If I want to comprehend fate in the future, I have 3 directions. Qingshan stood up and stopped himself from making wild guesses. Without enough knowledge and insight, breeze. This breakthrough had saved him several years. He could now comprehend the great path of the immortal king more leisurely. You broke through again? At this moment, Taoist Dragon's voice came. He looked at Qingshan and clicked his tongue in wonder, but he wasn't as shocked as before. He knew that Qingshan had absorbed a lot of great path flowers. Although this breakthrough was fast, it was reasonable and completely understandable. After absorbing so many great path flowers, wouldn't it be useless if I didn't break through? Qingshan said without turning his head. That's not necessarily true. Some people absorb the great path flower but are still unable to break through, Taoist Dragon retorted. Are you talking about yourself? You should have absorbed the path of the Qingshan Emperor as well, but why are you still at the Era Immortal realm? Qingshan asked curiously. When Qingshan saw Taoist Dragon, he knew that he was Era Immortal. Now, Taoist Dragon was still an Era Immortal. The Qingshan Emperor's wail fell, and everyone benefited from it. Why was Taoist Dragon still stagnant? Taoist Dragon's face remained indifferent and showed no signs of disappointment. He said calmly, I'll leave the path of Qingshan Emperor to you. I'm just an old man. Who knows when I'll kick the bucket? Qingshan didn't believe his words. If nothing unexpected happened, an Era Immortal could live for at least 100,000 years. Previously, you said that the path you comprehended was different from mine. What exactly is it? Qingshan asked curiously. I comprehended the path of cultivation after the Qingshan Emperor became an immortal king. You comprehended the path before the Qingshan Emperor became an immortal king, so naturally, there is no conflict, Taoist Dragon explained. If that's the case, why haven't you broken through to immortal king? Qingshan asked in confusion. Do you think it's easy to break through to become an immortal king? Besides, there aren't many insights into the path after the Qingshan Emperor became an immortal king that have spread throughout the immortal plane, Taoist Dragon hesitated for a moment before saying. Chapter 281, The Holy Prince, 3, What do you mean? Qingshan asked in confusion. Could it be that after the fall of the Qingshan Emperor, something was still being withheld? Taoist Dragon stood beside Qingshan and whispered, I told you before, the Starry Sky Cemetery will take away a part of the souls, right? Qingshan nodded and said, you did say that. But the Starry Sky Cemetery only takes away a wisp of lingering soul. It can't even be resurrected. It can't take away the great path of the immortal king of the Qingshan Emperor. But what if the Qingshan Emperor entered the Starry Sky Cemetery voluntarily? Taoist Dragon said calmly. Qingshan was stunned. What are you saying? I'm saying that after the Qingshan Emperor died, he chose to whale fall. He actually split it into two parts. The era immortal and a part of the path of the immortal king scattered in the immortal plane, which was called the whale fall. You also comprehended a lot of that. Most of the immortal king's great path, his path of becoming an emperor, and the path after becoming an emperor have all entered the Starry Sky Cemetery, said Taoist Dragon. Why? Qingshan asked in confusion. This is the Qingshan Emperor's choice. Who knows why? I entered the Starry Sky Cemetery once when you were in seclusion for a day. I saw an additional tomb of the Emperor there, said Taoist Dragon. Is this the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor? Qingshan asked. After asking this question, he felt that it was a very silly question. At this time, there was an additional tomb of an emperor. Who else could it be other than the Qingshan Emperor? Yes, it's the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor. The path of the immortal king that he comprehended is hidden inside, as well as the law of becoming an emperor, the path of the emperor, and the paths beyond the emperor. Taoist Dragon nodded. Qingshan frowned suddenly, looking at Taoist Dragon, and asked, what are you getting at by telling me all this? Taoist Dragon noticed that Qingshan had become alert. He chuckled and said, you're also an era immortal now. I think you can kill immortal king easily with your brutality. In that case, are you interested in exploring the Qingshan Emperor's tomb in the Starry Sky Cemetery with me? Qingshan frowned. He didn't agree immediately. Instead, he thought carefully and asked, I'm only an era immortal. There's no need for me to explore the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor. You're already an era immortal, and the next realm is immortal king. If you obtain the path of the immortal king of the Qingshan Emperor, wouldn't your breakthrough be effortless? Taoist Dragon tempted Qingshan, offering him a pie in the sky. No, since you've discovered the Emperor's tomb in the Starry Sky Cemetery, you can just go there and explore. There's no need for you to come back and drag me along. Qingshan shook his head. He didn't fall for the trick at all. He sensed the ulterior motives in Taoist Dragon's words. Taoist Dragon remained calm and said, aren't we on good terms? I'd like to invite you along for any good fortune. We can explore the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor together, and then we'll break through to the immortal king realm together. By then, you'll be immortal King Li, and I'll be immortal King Dragon. Isn't that splendid? Seeing Taoist Dragon's reaction, Qingshan became even more vigilant. His words were full of flattery. Obviously, Taoist Dragon wanted Qingshan to go with him. Our relationship isn't as good as you think. Sometimes, we have to be generous. Since you found the Emperor's tomb, you can explore it. I won't fight with you. Qingshan refused again. Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan and frowned. He knew that Qingshan was cautious and vigilant. Actually, it's not that dangerous. With you and me there, we don't have to fear even if we encounter an immortal king, said Taoist Dragon. You just said that there were only the two of us, and now there's an immortal king as an enemy. You old brat, you're not telling the truth. Qingshan pointed at Taoist Dragon and said. He remembered clearly that he used to call Taoist Dragon, Jerk Dragon. Back in the Prodigy battlefield, Taoist Dragon almost caused Qingshan to perish. He was a very unreliable man. It's not very dangerous. It's just that everyone can enter the Starry Sky Cemetery. Since I can find the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor, others can too. Therefore, the competition this time is intense, Taoist Dragon said indifferently. But no matter how intense it is, as long as Lord Qingshan takes action, those small fries can be easily dealt with. Taoist Dragon lifted Qingshan high. There must be something wrong with this. Just tell me directly. Do all the top forces in the immortal plane know that the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor is in the Starry Sky Cemetery? Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon smacked his lips. He knew that Qingshan wasn't easy to fool. He whispered, more or less. You scoundrel. Since all the top forces in the immortal plane know, there must be a lot of people going. Why did you call me? Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon speechlessly. Are you saying that we should just stand by and watch as the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor is explored by other forces? Taoist Dragon asked Qingshan. There are only two of us, and we're both at the era immortal realm. How can we compete with the other immortal kings? Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon in confusion. What's there to be afraid of? You killed an immortal king when you were still in the inherited immortal. Now that you're already in the era immortal realm, ordinary immortal kings pose no threat to you at all. With my assistance, we can join hands and come and go freely in the Starry Sky Cemetery. Taoist Dragon's words were full of temptation. Besides, you've comprehended so many great paths. You've already mastered most of the path of time and space. If we really encounter a crisis that's difficult to deal with, we can just run away, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. Chapter 282, The Holy Prince. 4. Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back. He frowned and didn't speak. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. As long as we obtain the path of the immortal king and the path of the emperor of the Qingshan Emperor, breaking through will be as easy as drinking water. And even if things don't go well, if we can't defeat them, we can just run away and disperse our divine soul power to return to our physical bodies. There are so many ways to retreat. Aren't you tempted? Taoist Dragon persuaded Qingshan. Qingshan rubbed his fingers lightly and unconsciously. To be honest, he was tempted. But I've only made a name for myself once in the Emperor's Pass. I'm sure everyone in the immortal plane still remembers me. If we were to be recognized in the Starry Sky Cemetery, we'd be the unlucky ones, Qingshan said hesitantly. That's easily solved. We'll change our appearance and identity. From now on, you are the direct descendant of an ancient emperor, and I am your servant. Taoist Dragon immediately suggested, as a descendant of the Emperor clan, your power should be stronger. Let's take advantage of the situation. We'll keep a low profile and blend in. We'll just stay in that tomb and see what kind of treasures we can find. Qingshan listened calmly, but his heart was moved. Will others be able to recognize us even with changed appearances? Qingshan asked in confusion. I have 2 human skin masks here, both of which were made by Emperor experts. They are very valuable. Even Immortal King can't see through your real face. In this way, no one will know that you are Qingshan and I am Taoist Dragon. We just need to come up with a background story before entering the Starry Sky Cemetery. Soon, Taoist Dragon took out 2 human skin masks. The workmanship of the human skin mask was extremely gorgeous. It seemed to be made of ice silk and was extremely thin. When it was pasted on his face, it gave off a cold feeling. Then, it slowly melted into Qingshan's skin and disappeared. In the next second, a mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror was conjured by Taoist Dragon and placed in front of Qingshan. He said proudly, "What do you think? It's pretty good, right? No one will be able to recognize you. When I was young, I roamed the world with countless identities. Who could tell which one was me?" Qingshan looked at himself in the mirror. He was a completely different person. Although he was still handsome, he had an inexplicable aura of wickedness. Even if little Nine was called over to identify him, she wouldn't be able to recognize him without telling her the results. This was Qingshan. Not bad. It's clear you've used these masks for some mischief in your youth. Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. It's something that happened when I was young. Why mention it? With this mask, you can go to the Starry Sky Cemetery with me now, right? Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. Qingshan asked seriously, is there a high probability of death for our primordial spirit when we enter the Starry Sky Cemetery? Unless your primordial spirit is instantly obliterated by someone, completely erased, then yes, you can abandon a portion of your primordial spirit and escape back to the immortal plane. You'll be injured, but you'll save your life, Taoist Dragon explained. Good to know. But what identity should we use to enter the Starry Sky Cemetery? Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon. Just say that you're a holy prince, the descendant of a certain emperor. You've been sealed in the divine origin for ages, but you've awakened in this era. You want to fight for the path of the saint and the path of the emperor of the Qingshan emperor. I'm your guardian. My name is Long Sanxian. Taoist Dragon thought for a while and said. Will anyone believe that? Sir Li said suspiciously. No one will believe a lie told once, and they doubt it when it's told 10 times, but by the 100th time, everyone believes it without question, said Taoist Dragon with a philosophical tone. Sure. It seems that you have prepared everything. Let's enter the Starry Sky Cemetery and meet the experts of the major forces in the immortal plane. Qingshan nodded and agreed. Alright, from now on, you will follow me. If there are any problems, I will handle them. If I can't, then you can intervene. Taoist Dragon nodded. He and Qingshan walked back to the courtyard and set up a defensive formation around the courtyard to prevent others from intruding. After that, Qingshan and Taoist Dragon released their primordial spirits together. They crossed their legs and leaped into the Starry Sky Cemetery, leaving the immortal plane. In the Starry Sky Cemetery. Once again arriving here, Qingshan found that this place had become lively. The Starry Sky Cemetery was deserted previously, and very few people came to comprehend it. Apart from those with exceptional fate, most who ventured here left empty-handed. Over time, fewer and fewer people were willing to come. In Qingshan's previous visits to the Starry Sky Cemetery, despite his extensive comprehension, he encountered only a handful of individuals, and there was no communication among them. Now, powerful primordial spirits could occasionally be seen soaring across the sky, heading towards the depths of the Starry Sky Cemetery. It seems many people have set their sights on Qingshan Emperor's mausoleum, Qingshan said. These powerful primordial spirits were at least at the level of the era immortal. Occasionally, there were the primordial spirits of the immortal kings among them. I told you, these people have their eyes on the mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor. Let's hurry over, or they'll take the great path away, Taoist Dragon urged Qingshan. Qingshan didn't hesitate and moved forward quickly. He passed through the outer area and went deep into the mausoleum of the inherited immortals and the era immortals. He didn't stop and directly entered the mausoleum of the immortal kings. Finally, they arrived within the range of emperor mausoleums. Here, towering mountains and perilous ridges abounded. Yet, amidst the peaks, there was a formidable aura lingering. Everyone was waiting here. The mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor was about to appear. Chapter 283, The Holy Prince, 5. There weren't many people in the previous area, but after coming here, Qingshan saw many people. Obviously, these people had the same goal as Taoist Dragon, heading straight for the mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor. Here, Qingshan could see the auras of many immortal kings. They were fluctuating and very obvious. In the area where the immortal kings resided, era immortals automatically retreated and dared not fight with them. Lord Holy Prince, amidst the mountains of this world, let's wait here for Qingshan Emperor's mausoleum to appear. Taoist Dragon, disguised as an elderly man, had a pale face, a head full of silver hair, and one of his front teeth missing. His voice was muffled, and his back was hunched. He looked like he didn't have much time left, and said respectfully to Qingshan. Many people noticed their arrival, and Taoist Dragon had fully immersed himself in his role. Qingshan nodded arrogantly and said, The Qingshan Emperor is an emperor like my father. I want to find his great path and compare it with my father's path. He had also gotten into character, playing the role of an arrogant descendant of an emperor. The people who were observing them were shocked. This person turned out to be a direct descendant of an emperor. It made their hearts palpitate. The direct descendants of the emperors were completely different from the descendants of the emperors. The bloodline would become diluted with each generation and become ordinary. Now, the bloodline of the Emperor clan descendants of the Celestial Court was almost diluted, and they could no longer reproduce the terror of the direct descendants of emperors. And this person was the direct descendant of an emperor, causing the immortal kings to look askance at him. "This little brother, which emperor's descendant are you?" At this moment, someone asked. Qingshan didn't answer. Taoist Dragon said proudly, "My lord holy prince is the descendant of the Saint Emperor." Hearing this, the surrounding experts frowned and thought seriously. Who exactly was the Saint Emperor? Not only them, but even Qingshan was wondering who the Saint Emperor was. Could it be that Taoist Dragon made it up? The Saint Emperor truly existed. He was a stunning emperor from 500,000 years ago. However, he only existed for a very short period of time, which is why not many people know about him. It's convenient to use his reputation. Moreover, his masterpiece is the 6 Paths of Samsara. He emerged as an emperor from hell, Taoist Dragon telepathically informed Qingshan. Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't say anything, he vividly displayed the attitude of the second generation of the emperor. The Saint Emperor came from hell and used the 6 Paths of Samsara to cause the immortal plane to tremble. He suddenly rose 500,000 years ago and then suddenly passed away. He didn't leave behind any descendants. Even if he really did leave behind descendants, that would have been 500,000 years ago. Are you really his descendant? An immortal king questioned Qingshan. How dare you, a puny little immortal king, dare to question our Lord Holy Prince? All of a sudden, Taoist Dragon was enraged and yelled at the saint. Qingshan was speechless. He said to Taoist Dragon, "Is it necessary to provoke conflict as soon as we arrive?" Taoist Dragon ignored Qingshan. He glared at the immortal king, showing his loyalty to his master. The saint's face turned black as he shouted coldly, "What a dog that protects its master loyally. 2 era immortals pretending to be descendants of emperors in front of me and barking wildly. Not to mention that you aren't, even if you are descendants of emperors, I am an immortal king. Killing descendants of emperors is effortless for me." Taoist Dragon continued to provoke, "So what if you're an immortal king? My lord holy prince possesses the potential of an emperor. Killing immortal kings is like slaughtering dogs. Why are you barking?" Qingshan was speechless. What was Taoist Dragon doing? The immortal king was thoroughly provoked. He looked at Qingshan with a cold gaze and shouted, "Today, I will kill you, the descendant of the emperor." Taoist Dragon roared without any hint of weakness, "My lord holy prince can kill you as easily as eating or drinking. Wash your head and wait." After saying that, Taoist Dragon stepped back and stood behind Qingshan. He telepathically conveyed, "Kid, I've already laid the stage for you. As long as you can defeat this immortal king effortlessly, we will gain a certain status. People will believe you're a descendant of emperors." Qingshan was extremely speechless. This old fool didn't need to do this at all. There was no need to be so ostentatious. They could have played it low-key, but now, they had attracted everyone's attention and couldn't play it low-key anymore. Why don't you solve the trouble you caused? Qingshan gritted his teeth and said. He's just a newly ascended immortal king, nothing to worry about. I completely believe in you. You were able to kill immortal kings when you were still an inherited immortal. Now, it's even easier for you. If you can kill him, then kill him. Why? Do you have a grudge against him? Qingshan was speechless. He looked at the immortal king and asked Taoist Dragon via telepathy. Not exactly. But he's an enemy of the Celestial Court. Killing one is killing an enemy, Taoist Dragon told Qingshan. Qingshan was really impressed by this old fool. He had no choice but to step forward and look at the immortal king arrogantly. He shouted, "Get over here. I'll kill you." The people in the surroundings were all astonished by the audacity of this master and servant. A mere era immortal threatened to slay an immortal king. It all seemed bizarre. The immortal king stared at Qingshan coldly and shouted, "A world in a wild flower, and a Bodhi in a leaf." He wielded the great path of space he comprehended, causing Qingshan's heart to skip a beat. Damned old fool. This isn't an ordinary immortal king. He has cultivated the great path of space to the immortal king realm. He is at least 10 times stronger than ordinary immortal kings, maybe even more, Qingshan immediately cursed. Chapter 284, The Holy Prince, 6, he's a peerless genius of the Demon Clan, an immortal king that the Demon Clan has been focusing on nurturing. They hope that he can break through the shackles of the past 10,000 years. If you kill him, you will weaken the combat strength of the demonic sects, Taoist Dragon told Qingshan. Why don't you come and kill him? Qingshan only had time to say this when the attack of the Demon Clan Immortal King arrived. The Immortal King of the Demon Clan unleashed a technique known as a world in a wild flower, and a Bodhi in a leaf, originally a Buddhist concept, but he, being an Immortal King of the Demon Clan, should have been incompatible with it. However, he possessed great determination, merging Buddhism and demonic cultivation, making his practice of Buddhist concepts within the demonic path exceptionally powerful. At this moment, endless crystalline petals flew forth, among which 3,000 divine flowers shone the most brilliantly. The Immortal King of the Demon Clan exuded an imposing aura, standing in the void with boundless might. With a single move of the great path of space, he directly enveloped Qingshan, brimming with killing intent. He was an Immortal King of the Demon Clan, a genius of the Demon Clan. He had absolute pride. Today, he was going to kill the son of an emperor. The 3,000 divine flowers turned into 3,000 kiliocosm that spun around him like a wheel. He stood proudly in the middle and looked down on all living beings. Boom! With a single thought, the flower bloomed, and the world was ruled over. A spatial flower bloomed, turning into a small world that swallowed Qingshan, wanting to trap him inside. At this moment, Qingshan saw a few strands of chaotic mist swirling in the kiliocosm. It was as if the world was being created. This was the evolution of a kiliocosm that was approaching perfection. This immortal king of the Demon Clan had comprehended the great path of space to an extremely high level. At least, he had comprehended much more than Qingshan. This flower that bloomed into a world was so beautiful, so terrifying, and so fearing. And this was just one of 3,000 flowers. No wonder he was the genius immortal king that the Demon Clan had placed their hopes on. Now, Qingshan increasingly suspected that Jerk Dragon had done this deliberately. He was deliberately quarreling and intensifying the conflict so that he could fight this Demon Clan immortal king. He hoped that Qingshan would kill him, and thus weaken the power of the Demon Clan. Jerk Dragon had sparked the fire and was now hiding on the sidelines, cheering for Qingshan. At this moment, Qingshan's expression was calm. He was seriously engaging in the battle. Although the opponent was terrifying, Qingshan himself was also very terrifying. He wasn't afraid of the other party's great path of space. Bang! Qingshan moved and turned into a beam of light. He passed through the space. The great path of speed allowed him to break through the constraints of space. In the next moment, his palm radiated a clear brilliance. A black hole appeared. It rotated slightly like a black hole and slapped down directly. The 6 paths of samsara suppressed the world. Boom! The overwhelming divine power shook the heavens like a surging sea. At this moment, the blossoming flowers and the brilliant world derived from the path of space fiercely resisted Qingshan's strike. The path technique of space was pushed to its limits. The chaotic mist rushed out and blocked one of the black holes of the 6 paths of samsara. Dang! Dang! Qingshan tore the sky with his bare hands and collided with the flower world. It pressed down like a monk striking a bell, creating ripples that directly destroyed this world. Rumble! The explosion of the world generated tremendous power that rushed toward Qingshan and wanted to engulf him. However, Qingshan remained unmoved like a mountain. He withstood the impact of the world without any injuries. This was the treasured body that Qingshan had been cultivating all along. He rarely used magic treasures and had always been strengthening his physical body and cultivating his primordial spirit. With this kind of impact, even an immortal king would have to avoid its edge. For an era immortal, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The resistance of the power of this Kiliocosm could almost obliterate any divine weapon or precious blade, but it was all intercepted by Qingshan. He still stood in the void, his primordial spirit resplendent and invincible. Your primordial spirit is excessively powerful. The demon race's immortal king's pupils contracted as he stared at Qingshan, coldly remarking, "Because I am the descendant of an emperor. I inherited my father's greatness. I am destined to become an emperor in this life and recreate glory. People like you are just stepping stones for me. You can't even hurt my primordial spirit. What qualifications do you have to compete with me?" Qingshan said proudly. "That's right. If you submit to our holy prince now, he can make you an emperor as well when he becomes emperor." Jerk Dragon was fanning the flames again. The immortal king of the demon clan was so angry that he laughed. He stared at Qingshan and Jerk Dragon and shouted, "I'll kill you first. Then, I'll kill that old man with a foul mouth." Boom! 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 At this moment, hundreds and thousands of divine flowers bloomed and transformed into Kiliocosm at the same time. The demon clan immortal king was really enraged. He displayed his strongest attack in one go. Now, he believed that Qingshan was a descendant of an emperor. Could someone who was not a descendant of emperors contend with him, an immortal king, in the realm of Era Immortals? And still not fall behind? Therefore, he now unleashed his divine technique, the sacred art of the immortal king, to attack brazenly. Qingshan's face was calm, but his heart was very serious. This demon clan's immortal king was indeed very powerful. The sacred art he used was unparalleled and terrifying. His understanding of the great path of space was worth learning for Qingshan. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. There were still many geniuses in this world. Boom! 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 The divine flower bloomed again and again, and hundreds of Kiliocosms surrounded Qingshan. At this moment, the heavens shook, and a world fluctuation was produced. It penetrated and hit Qingshan's primordial spirit. This is the voice of the world. Qingshan was shocked. Every world that evolved started to shake. The ripples that were produced gathered together and landed directly on Qingshan's primordial spirit. One world after another suppressed him, as the heavens gathered and the immortal king descended, wanting to obliterate him. Chapter 285, The Holy Prince, 7. Such a terrifying attack caused the hearts of the surrounding experts to tremble and sigh. This demon clan immortal king is truly terrifying. Indeed. No wonder the demon clan regard him as their hope. I'm afraid that this holy prince won't be able to withstand this attack. Although he's a descendant of an emperor, he's too arrogant and boastful. The discussions continued. No one was optimistic about Qingshan. They thought that he and his servant were too arrogant. Now that the sane emperor is no longer alive, being so arrogant is like courting death. At this moment, Qingshan calmed down in the face of such an attack. It was as if he was standing in a tranquil world, allowing the wild geese to fly south. As time passed, he remained eternal and unmoving. As the voice of the world washed over him, his primordial spirit remained eternal. If one looked closely, one would notice that there were 6 black holes in his primordial spirit. They were rotating slightly, resisting the erosion of the world power. After hitting me for so long, it's my turn to hit you. Suddenly, Qingshan said calmly. He raised his hand and struck. This time, it wasn't just one black hole, but 6 black holes. They were incomparably huge and rapidly rotated as they pressed down. Puff! 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 With a single palm strike, the 6 paths of samsara attacked the 3,000 Kiliocosm fiercely. Without any suspense, they were all shattered into pieces, turning into fragments of divine flowers that danced in the air. These weren't the Kiliocosm that had evolved in the beginning, but ones that were approaching perfection. Although they were small, they possessed a hint of the power of creation, terrifyingly exceptional. Yet, at this moment, they were all shattered by Qingshan. The beauty of the shattered worlds was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The spectators were shocked. They had just thought that the demon clan immortal king would surely win and that this holy prince wouldn't be able to resist. They knew how terrifying those kiliocosm were when they were close to perfection. They were enough to suppress most of the people present. But now, they were all shattered. Bang! After Qingshan shattered the divine flower worlds, he didn't stop. He directly attacked the demon clan's immortal king. 6 enormous black holes appeared behind him. Their auras were boundless as they rumbled down. As the world shattered, the broken crystal flowers danced in the air. In the center of Qingshan's standalone field, his black hair was fluttering. He was tall and slender, surrounded by divine flowers, as if he was standing in the immortal plane. However, there were 6 enormous black holes behind him. At this moment, he was like a god and a demon. I underestimated you. You're actually so powerful. As expected of a descendant of an emperor. You're using the 6 paths of samsara of the Saint Emperor. The immortal king of the demon clan wore a solemn expression. He knew that he was in a tough spot this time. After the 6 paths of samsara was revealed, he had no doubt about Qingshan's identity. After all, the Saint Emperor emerged from hell, and his ultimate technique was the 6 paths of samsara. Boom! At this moment, a beautiful immortal flower burst out of the demon clan immortal king's primordial spirit. This flower was the great path of space. With a single thought, the 3,000 divine flowers bloomed in the void. In the next moment, 3,000 divine flowers bloomed at the same time. Dense chaotic chi rushed up, and the aura of creation was incomparably dense. Different from the beginning, this was the true derivation of kiliocosm. Each small world emitted a few strands of chaos, and the convergence of these kiliocosm was terrifying. The demon clan immortal king stood in the center of the heavens and earth. With a single thought, the 3,000 kiliocosm trembled and moved according to his command. The rotation of 3,000 kiliocosm was an extremely terrifying attack sacred art. This was the final strike of the demon clan immortal king. He put away his contempt and admitted that this holy prince was even more terrifying than himself. However, he was unwilling to accept this. He was a genius of the demon clan, the hope of the demand clan to break through the shackles. Countless people had high hopes for him. How could he lose to an era immortal? At this moment, the demon clan immortal king was surrounded by 3,000 kiliocosm and became the sole existence between heaven and earth. It's time to end this. Qingshan said coldly at that moment. The 6 paths of samsara was behind him. Qingshan raised his hand and a bright halo appeared in his palm. The Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Qingshan displayed these 2 incompatible skills at the same time. He couldn't display the 3,000 great paths, as he would definitely be recognized. Currently, in the immortal plane, there was only Qingshan who possessed the 3,000 great paths. The 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures smashed down together. Boom! Boundless rain of flowers fell, and each of them was shining brightly. At this moment, the demon clan immortal king was like a flying immortal as he stretched his body, unleashing his strength to the extreme. The 3,000 kiliocosm turned back into brilliant divine flowers that surrounded him. An imprint on his glabella emitted a dazzling light. He could look down on the world. However, he encountered Qingshan. The immortal king of the demon clan felt immense pressure from Qingshan's 6 paths of samsara combined with the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. At this moment, the 3,000 divine flowers merged into one and evolved into a small kiliocosm. He wanted to fight Qingshan head-on. Boom! 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 The 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scripture were invincible. The soul kiliocosm, that fragile great path of space, was no match for it at all. It was directly crushed. Puff! The great path of space collided with the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures head-on. They were no match at all. The kiliocosm collapsed instantly. Qingshan was like a beam of immortal light, wreaking havoc and killing in all directions. The immortal king of the demon clan was beaten until he vomited blood. His primordial spirit was severely damaged. His expression changed. Without hesitation, he dispersed all his primordial spirit power and left the starry sky cemetery. If he continued fighting, he would undoubtedly die. Endless rain of flowers fell, each one of them glowing with light and color. At this moment, Qingshan stood in the void with a proud expression. 6 black holes spun behind him, telling everyone that he was the descendant of the Saint Emperor. Chapter 286, Picking Her Up. 1. Qingshan stood proudly in the sky with an unparalleled aura. The 6 black holes behind him were unfathomable. They rotated slightly as if they could suck people's souls in, making people tremble in fear. The people around them were dumbfounded. Even the immortal kings were shocked. They never expected that this holy prince, who was only at the era immortal realm, would actually defeat the genius immortal king of the demon clan. That was no ordinary immortal king. He was the hope of the demon clan. Is this the power of the emperor's bloodline? He's a direct descendant of the Saint Emperor, so his combat strength is definitely much stronger than those diluted bloodlines. But I didn't expect that an immortal king who cultivates the great path of space actually couldn't win. This is too unbelievable. That's right. The immortal king is high and mighty. Killing an era immortal with a finger should be easy. Logically speaking, an era immortal can't defeat an immortal king. The emperor's bloodline and the 6 paths of samsara allowed him to accomplish the impossible. I suddenly remembered that the genius from the celestial court was even more terrifying. He actually killed an immortal king at the inherited immortal realm. That immortal king is also from the demon clan. The demon clan is too miserable. 2 young immortal kings have been lost. No, that immortal king can't be compared to this one. Although they are both immortal kings and have just entered this realm, the potential and strength of this immortal king are much greater than the previous one. They are incomparable. Although incomparable, that person was killed by an inherited immortal. This person was defeated by an era immortal. If he doesn't escape, he will also be killed. Qingshan of the celestial court and the holy prince of the emperor's bloodline. They are peerless geniuses. The group of people kept discussing, comparing this holy prince with Qingshan, the peerless genius of the celestial court. Seeing this, Taoist Dragon shouted proudly, "A puny immortal king dares to behave so atrociously in front of our holy prince? If you hadn't run away fast, you'd be a corpse by now. Now do you all our young master's identity?" Taoist Dragon looked around arrogantly, showing off his status as a lackey. He even wanted to provoke more hatred. Qingshan hurriedly stopped him and sent a telepathic message, "Stop being arrogant. Overdoing it isn't good. If an immortal king realm expert really comes, I won't be able to defeat him." The current Qingshan could defeat experts who had just entered the immortal king realm, but he couldn't fight against the top-notch experts who had been immersed in the immortal king realm for many years. Taoist Dragon thought for a moment and agreed. Defeating the genius immortal king of the demon clan and forcing him to flee in panic was already a very good result. Qingshan descended from the sky and landed beside Taoist Dragon. He yelled, "Shut up, old servant." Then, Qingshan looked around. As expected, because of Taoist Dragon's words, many people were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Among them, there were quite several immortal kings. Although Qingshan had defeated the genius immortal king of the demon clan, he was nothing in the eyes of some top experts. Qingshan cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this old servant and I have just been unsealed from the divine origin. We don't know much about this era. If we have offended you, please forgive us." As soon as he said this, those unfriendly gazes disappeared. Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. If Taoist Dragon had said a few more arrogant words, he would probably have to fight again. Being scolded by Qingshan, Taoist Dragon lowered his head and admitted his mistake, standing aside obediently. "How many years has the holy prince been sealed in the divine origin?" an elderly asked Qingshan. Qingshan looked at the elderly's cultivation level, an immortal king. His aura was very powerful. He immediately answered, "It's been hundreds of thousands of years. When my father passed away, he sealed me and this old servant in the divine origin. He said that he would let us out in a future era of great turmoil. So that's how it is." The Saint Emperor has put in a lot of effort. The old immortal king nodded. At this moment, no one doubted Qingshan's identity. Does the Holy Prince also want the great path of Qingshan Emperor? Another immortal king asked. Qingshan replied calmly, I naturally want the great path of the Qingshan Emperor. Although I have my father's great path, it's also a way to improve my strength by reflecting on each other. Then, let's see who's more capable. After the death of the Qingshan Emperor, he voluntarily entered the Starry Sky Cemetery and brought the path of the immortal king and the path of the emperor into it, forming a mausoleum. It's about to manifest among these mountains. By then, I hope that the Holy Prince will show mercy. A monster clan immortal king with a huge body and a vertical eye on his glabella stared at Qingshan and said. Qingshan nodded calmly, neither humble nor haughty, saying, Of course, it's based on our own abilities. After this conversation, these immortal kings turned their attention to the distant mountain range, waiting for the mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor to be completed. Those era immortals dared not approach Qingshan. Although Qingshan was also in the era immortal realm, their combat strength was on a completely different level. Seeing that the immortal kings present regarded Qingshan as a peer, these era immortals naturally dared not to approach Qingshan. In this way, Qingshan found himself at leisure. He and Taoist Dragon stood aside silently as if they were waiting for the mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor to descend. However, Qingshan and Taoist Dragon had a close conversation in private. This time, you defeated the genius immortal king of the demon clan, causing his primordial spirit to be greatly damaged and forcing him to flee. Although you didn't kill him, it's enough. His primordial spirit is damaged, and he needs a long time to recover. This genius's future prospects will be dim, Taoist Dragon said happily. Chapter 287, Picking Her Up, 2, Is he strong or not in the immortal king realm? Qingshan asked curiously. He didn't know the division of the immortal king realm at all. He didn't know what the immortal king realm was like. Or was it just like the other immortal realms, only a major realm, and no other minor realms? Taoist Dragon explained to Qingshan, the immortal king realm is different from the other immortal realms. There are distinct levels in the immortal king realm. For example, the immortal king you killed in the Emperor's Pass was just an early-stage immortal king. He could be considered an ancient immortal, said Taoist Dragon. Ancient immortal? Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon and asked in telepathy with confusion. There are a few specific levels in the immortal king realm. They are ancient immortal, lifespan immortal, everlasting immortal, and crimson immortal. Among them, those who have just entered the immortal king realm are called ancient immortals, which means that they have reached the level of ancient immortals. In ancient times, the immortal king realm was the true starting point for immortals. So now, the first threshold for the immortal king realm is the ancient immortal, explained Taoist Dragon. Qingshan thought to himself, ancient immortal, lifespan immortal, everlasting immortals, and crimson immortal. Is there such a detailed division? That's for sure. I've consulted the Qingshan Emperor about the path of cultivation for immortals before. The Qingshan Emperor told me that the immortal king is the starting point for immortals, and the first step is being the ancient immortal. The one you killed in the Emperor's Pass was an early-stage ancient immortal realm. And that genius immortal king you just defeated is already at the peak of the ancient immortal. He cultivates the great path of space and possesses formidable strength. For you to be able to defeat him means that your potential is endless, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. According to what you said, I'm basically fine against the ancient immortal realm and the immortal king realm. But I would encounter significant trouble against a lifespan immortal, Qingshan calculated his strength and said. During his battle with the Demon Clan Genius Immortal King, he only used the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya lifetimes Buddhist scriptures. Qingshan hadn't displayed the 3,000 great paths he had comprehended. The 3,000 great paths were Qingshan's foundation. If Qingshan used them, he would be invincible in the ancient immortal realm. Qingshan used them, he would be invincible in the ancient immortal realm. However, Qingshan wasn't confident that he could defeat the lifespan immortal. That's very impressive. Ordinary ancient immortals only need one move to defeat an era immortal. For you, as an era immortal, to be invincible in the ancient immortal realm, even the most outstanding geniuses can't achieve that. Even the current emperors can't do this if they were in the era immortal realm, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. The path of immortality is long. I shall seek progress from top to bottom. I mustn't be greedy and arrogant. I'm still very weak now. You shouldn't be arrogant either. If we really provoke a lifespan immortal, I won't be able to defeat him, Qingshan said to Taoist Dragon. I know. I'm just gauging the situation. If we offend a lifespan immortal, we'll have to run for our lives. I won't be so stupid as to flee back before I find the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor. Taoist Dragon nodded. Why hasn't the Qingshan Emperor's tomb appeared yet? Qingshan looked at the mountain range in the distance. The mountain range rose and fell, and the space trembled non-stop. It was as if something was about to emerge. A group of immortal kings and countless inherited immortals were waiting. More people came in one after another, and thousands of top experts gathered in front of this mountain range. This was only the tip of the iceberg in the immortal plane. It takes time for an emperor to enter the Starry Sky Cemetery after his death to form his mausoleum, especially for someone like the Qingshan Emperor who entered the Starry Sky Cemetery on his own initiative and brought his path of the immortal king and the path of the emperor with him. I noticed the aura of the Qingshan Emperor fluctuating in this mountain range yesterday, but it hasn't been fully formed yet. We should continue waiting, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan. Qingshan could only wait silently. Not only him, but the others were also waiting. The peak experts of the major forces, all at the Immortal King realms, were all here, quietly observing the surroundings. Time passed slowly. Qingshan noticed that more and more immortal kings were coming. Some of them had such terrifying auras that even his heart trembled and the space distorted. Obviously, they weren't as simple as those who had just entered the Immortal King realm. Among them were the terrifying Immortal King of the Demon Clan. When the Demon Race's Immortal King came here, the first thing he saw wasn't the mountains but Qingshan. You're the one who defeated the genius Immortal King of my Demon Clan? This terrifying Demon Clan Immortal King asked Qingshan. Bullsh*T Genius Immortal King. In front of my holy prince, who dares to call themselves geniuses? Who dares to say that they are undefeated? Before Qingshan could answer, Taoist Dragon jumped out and continued to play the role of a loyal old servant, speaking with a trace of arrogance. These words made Qingshan's heart skip a beat. He hoped not to provoke another immortal king as he couldn't handle this Demon Clan Immortal King. However, out of Qingshan's expectation, this terrifying Immortal King of the Demon Clan didn't make a move. Instead, he nodded in agreement with Taoist Dragon's words. Being defeated in a one-on-one battle by the Holy Prince, indeed, it's not something to boast about being a genius. The recent new generation of Demon Clan Immortal Kings are all very proud, now facing setbacks. It's also a kind of tempering for them. After saying this, the terrifying Demon Clan Immortal King no longer paid attention to Qingshan but stared at the mountain range, waiting for the mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor to appear. Puzzled, Qingshan telepathically asked Taoist Dragon, I defeated the Demon Clan Genius Immortal King quite miserably. Won't he seek revenge? Chapter 288, Picking Her Up, 3, Taoist Dragon chuckled and said, why do you think he would seek revenge for someone else? They are all Immortal King of the Demon Clan? Qingshan said. This Immortal King of the Demon Clan became famous 40,000 years ago. His name is Immortal King Tuoba. His power is estimated to have entered the everlasting immortal realm. He has nothing to do with the new generation of genius immortal kings of the Demon Clan. Don't think of the Demon Clan as one unified entity. Every force is at odds with each other internally. There are different factions, different beliefs, and different races. Although they are under the framework of the Demon Clan, they belong to different factions. Very few people will stand up for others. Moreover, no one suspects your identity as the Holy Prince. As the Holy Prince, you definitely have some trump cards left behind by the Saint Emperor. If he wants to act, he has to consider this. It's not worth it to offend the son of the Saint Emperor for an unrelated junior. Taoist Dragon telepathically explained the reason in detail to Qingshan. Qingshan finally understood. On one hand, the others didn't bother to care about the genius immortal king of the demon clan. On the other hand, Qingshan and Taoist Dragon had used the prestige of the Saint Emperor from 500,000 years ago to intimidate the group of immortal kings. After all, an emperor would definitely leave some trump cards for his child. Moreover, Qingshan, the Holy Prince, had been sealed in the divine origin for hundreds of thousands of years. If they were the Saint Emperor, they would have left some trump cards for their children to deal with the crisis in the New World. With this in mind, Qingshan couldn't help but give Taoist Dragon a thumbs up. This old fool was very experienced. He had already thought of using the power of a tiger to intimidate others before he entered the Starry Sky Cemetery, and now he had succeeded. Under the circumstances where there was no conflict of interest and no hatred, everyone chose to live in peace. Therefore, Qingshan and Taoist Dragon, the fake master and servant, stood in the group of the immortal kings, which was very eye-catching. The latecomers saw the two era immortals were standing among the immortal kings and were extremely surprised. They asked the people around them what was going on. Then, they learned of Qingshan's identity as the Holy Prince, so they didn't doubt him. After all, if that group of immortal kings didn't suspect anything, how could they, the era immortals, dare to suspect anything? Thus, everyone was at peace as they quietly waited for the appearance of the Qingshan Emperor's mausoleum. Thump! The huge mountain range in front of them was suddenly destroyed. Yes, it was gone. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they focused their attention on watching. The huge mountain range disappeared, and a majestic palace appeared on the original foundation. The Qingshan Emperor's mausoleum. It appeared. Everyone waited bitterly. The mausoleum of the Qingshan Emperor had finally appeared. This majestic palace didn't look like a mausoleum. It looked more like a palace where a king rested. It was very grand and exuded a profound aura. This was very strange. The Qingshan Emperor didn't like old-fashioned rules. He once said that after he died, he would live in the most luxurious palace. In the center of the palace, his coffin would be placed and he would enjoy the reverence from all directions. Seeing this palace, Taoist Dragon excitedly telepathically conveyed this to Qingshan. Qingshan watched silently. Some people around him couldn't help but want to go up and take a look. Boom! In the next second, the person was blasted back. His face was pale as he reached out to touch his chest. He said with lingering fear, "I felt like I was going to die just now, but a voice rang in my ear, telling me not to be so reckless in the future. It pulled me back from death. It's the Qingshan Emperor. He saved me," this person said excitedly and knelt in front of the palace. In the face of life and death, he was extremely terrified. His reckless personality almost cost him his life. The others no longer dared to act rashly. Some of the restless people also withdrew their steps. Everyone stared at the palace intently. Until the door of the palace slowly opened. Yes, the door of the palace opened by itself. A majestic palace was located there. The palace opened by itself as if inviting everyone in. Everyone looked at each other. After experiencing the recklessness of the immortal king just now, everyone was full of vigilance towards the palace. No one dared to enter. Or perhaps, no one dared to be the first to enter. The group of immortal kings was waiting for the first person to enter. Qingshan was also watching. Suddenly Taoist Dragon held Qingshan's hand and telepathically said, "Let's go in." Just like this? Qingshan said in surprise. So many people didn't dare to go in, and you still dared to go in? Qingshan Emperor has always been magnanimous and upright. Since he opened the door, he's inviting everyone in. No one dares to enter, so you can seize this opportunity, Taoist Dragon said decisively. Looking at Taoist Dragon's determined face, Qingshan gritted his teeth and took a step forward. The space around him shrank, and he arrived in front of the palace. This time, everyone's spirits were lifted as they looked at Qingshan. Someone went in. It's the Holy Prince. He actually went in? Is he not afraid? He's the son of the Saint Emperor, so he definitely has a trump card left behind by the Saint Emperor. Naturally, he's not afraid. That's right. Then let him scout the way and see what's ahead. The immortal king stared at Qingshan closely. As long as Qingshan went in without any mishap, they would follow him immediately. Standing in front of the palace, Qingshan stopped and asked Taoist Dragon again, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, I'm 100% sure," Taoist Dragon said firmly. Qingshan had no choice but to trust Taoist Dragon. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the palace. Chapter 289, Picking Her Up, 4, Boom. In an instant, the mountains and rivers changed, the sun and moon rotated, and time and space revolved. Qingshan came to a vast flower garden. In the flower garden, there were a myriad of flowers in full bloom. The fragrance assailed his nose, making Qingshan look at it in surprise. "How did we end up in a boundless sea of flowers?" Qingshan asked. He was observing. The sea of flowers stretched as far as the eye could see. He tried to scan it with his divine consciousness, but here, his divine consciousness could only scan the area around his body. He couldn't see as far as his eyes. Taoist Dragon followed Qingshan in. He was very surprised. He observed the situation and said, "I once heard that the Qingshan Emperor's dream was to spend the rest of his life with his beloved girl, hand in hand, in a place full of flowers. Is this it?" Qingshan asked. He walked among the flowers, trying to find someone. He also looked behind him to see if anyone else had come in. However, there were only 2 of them in this area. Qingshan could only continue to move forward, trying to find clues here. "There's a wooden hut up ahead." With his sharp eyes, Taoist Dragon saw the wooden hut hidden among the flowers. Qingshan rushed over with him. The wooden hut was pinkish white and looked very clean. There was no pollution at all. It was very new. What does it mean to have such a wooden hut amid flowers? Qingshan asked as he observed and stared at it. "Let's go in and take a look." Taoist Dragon pushed open the door of the wooden hut and saw what was inside. They were all ordinary furniture. Qingshan saw beds, tables, chairs, and a dressing table. "There's a dressing table. Does it mean a woman lived here?" Taoist Dragon said in surprise. "No, this is a place where 2 people live. There are 2 pillows and a quilt on the bed. Moreover, the utensils are for 2. This means that 2 people lived here before," Qingshan analyzed calmly. "It's Qingshan Emperor and his lover," Taoist Dragon said immediately. "Who is the lover of the Qingshan Emperor?" Qingshan asked curiously. "I don't know." Taoist Dragon shook his head. "Is there no record of it?" Qingshan frowned. The Qingshan Emperor was an emperor of the celestial court, so the records of him should be very clear. The world knows that the Qingshan Emperor had a lover, but no one knows who his lover is, where she is, or whether she is dead or alive. All we know is that the Qingshan Emperor had a child with her, and that child established the Qingshan Emperor clan. "But beyond that nothing is known," said Taoist Dragon. "This place should be the most beautiful memory of the Qingshan Emperor when he was still alive. There is the unforgettable first love that he cherished in his life among the flowers, so there is no danger here at all." "It is very warm," Qingshan said. "I think so too. Let's continue exploring." Taoist Dragon searched around carefully, trying to find something useful. Meanwhile, Qingshan left the wooden hut and went to the backyard. He saw a tomb. Qingshan approached and saw a line of words written on the tombstone. "Tomb of beloved wife Lin. This is the tomb of the Qingshan Emperor's wife." Qingshan stood in front of the tomb and said. Taoist Dragon ran over immediately. Seeing the tomb, he said in surprise, "It turns out that the Qingshan Emperor's wife passed away a long time ago." Qingshan suddenly stepped forward and wiped the tombstone of the Qingshan Emperor's wife. He wanted to see if this tombstone could activate the max-level comprehension skill. Qingshan wiped the tombstone very seriously. The tombstone wasn't too dirty, which meant that the Qingshan Emperor usually wiped it very seriously. It was only now that the Qingshan Emperor had fallen that the tombstone became dirty. Your serious wiping activated the max-level comprehension, and you've comprehended the steel world. Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Qingshan. He was delighted to see it was the steel world. "What's wrong with you?" Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan and asked curiously. "Be quiet and don't talk. I'll show you the past." Qingshan pulled Taoist Dragon sit down and then activated the steel world. The stars in the world shifted, and they saw a new world. Under the moonlight, the woman in white was like a fairy. She looked at a majestic man with a reluctant gaze. Taoist Dragon and Qingshan watched in astonishment and exclaimed. "That's Qingshan," signaled him to keep quiet. Taoist Dragon immediately shut up. The Qingshan Emperor looked at the woman in white and said, "It's very dangerous. Don't go. I came from there. My wish has always been to tell them that I made the right choice." The white-robed woman's eyes were filled with reluctance. She no longer looked at the Qingshan Emperor and instead looked up at the sky, her gaze gradually becoming firm. This invitation from the Qingshan Emperor is a great opportunity. I don't want to miss it, the white-robed woman said firmly. Qingshan and Taoist Dragon were both shocked. How did the Qingshan Emperor's wife have anything to do with the Qingshan Emperor? Then I'll accompany you. We'll be husband and wife, the Qingshan Emperor Qingshan said firmly. No, our child is still young. You're only an emperor. Forget about me in the future. The white-robed woman shook her head, her expression cold. With a stroke of her hand, she cut off a strand of her hair and handed it to the Qingshan Emperor. Her eyes were devoid of affection, replaced by indifference. I've cut off the bond. This belongs to you. Meeting you in this life is my fortune, but it's your misfortune. I've absorbed your talent and returned to the peak, but you can only stay at Emperor Realm for the rest of your life. I hope you don't blame me, the white-robed woman said. The Qingshan Emperor took the strand of hair, his expression pained and unwilling. He pulled the white-robed woman into his embrace and said, "You are my woman. Remember this, for the rest of your life. A mere strand of hair means nothing. Wait for me over there. I will definitely come and bring you back." Chapter 290, Picking Her Up, 5. In the woman in white's cold eyes, there was another strand of affection. She had just cut off all the emotions, and now it was born again. She loved the Qingshan Emperor. Deep love. However, the fate she bore forced her to leave. The Qingshan Emperor is very powerful. If you go with him, you can be considered to have a guarantee. He has promised me that he will protect you well, the Qingshan Emperor said. Take care of yourself. I've taken away your talent, which is equivalent to taking away your life. Your Emperor life matrix is very unstable. Take care of yourself without me. The white-robed woman hugged the Qingshan Emperor's waist and pressed it against his chest. I'll bring you back, the Qingshan Emperor said firmly. The woman in white smiled gently and left without looking back. Only the Qingshan Emperor was left on the spot, holding a strand of hair tightly in his hand. The scene stopped abruptly. Then, it shattered quickly. Qingshan and Taoist Dragon returned to the present, behind the wooden hut and in front of the tomb. Taoist Dragon licked his lips and said, "They revealed a lot of information in their conversation just now." Qingshan nodded. He had a strange expression on his face as he thought of the Qingshan Emperor. He had gone to heaven at the last moment. The Qingshan Emperor's wife went to heaven with the Qingshan Emperor. The Qingshan Emperor didn't want her to go, but she seemed to have a reason to go. Thus, no matter how reluctant the Qingshan Emperor was, he could only watch her leave. The white-robed woman is from the heaven, Qingshan said firmly. The woman in white wanted to tell heaven that she had made the right choice. Therefore, she must have come from heaven. The Qingshan Emperor invited her along to lead the way. The Qingshan Emperor's power was only that of an emperor. His talent and even his life force had been sucked away by the white-robed woman, so he hadn't become very powerful. But even so, the Qingshan Emperor had still advanced to the Emperor realm. If his talent hadn't been sucked away, how powerful would he be? Would he have been no less than the Qingshan Emperor? Qingshan thought silently. Taoist Dragon next to him said, "So, the wife of the Qingshan Emperor left. That's why there are no records about her in the celestial court. Also, that white-robed woman sucked away the Qingshan Emperor's innate talent, affecting his lifespan. This is also why the Qingshan Emperor had been in seclusion for the last 50,000 years before he left so suddenly. Taoist Dragon clapped his hands and sighed. Where did they go? Taoist Dragon asked in confusion. Heaven. Qingshan said in a deep voice. Heaven? Taoist Dragon frowned. He thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I've read a lot of books. I've read most of the books in the Celestial Court, especially those secret books. They don't have any records about heaven. It's normal that you don't know. This should be a secret of the Emperor realm. If your cultivation level isn't high enough, you won't know. Qingshan stood up and brushed off the soil from his body. Suddenly, he realized that the Flower Sea world was gradually fading. It seems we're about to leave, Qingshan said. Taoist Dragon nodded, seeming to agree. The Flower Sea world was fading. The wooden hut was also fading. The grave of the woman in white was also fading. Qingshan looked at the grave of the woman in white. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a cenotaph. The white-robed woman had gone to heaven with the Qingshan Emperor, so she probably hadn't returned from heaven. The white-robed woman's corpse couldn't be in this tomb. The Flower Sea world faded. Qingshan took one last look at the white-robed woman's grave. In his mind, he deeply remembered the place, heaven. The Flower Sea world disappeared completely. Qingshan and Taoist Dragon came to a huge palace. There were many people in this palace. They were all people who had been waiting outside before. Probably more than half of the immortal kings in the immortal plane had come. There were so many immortal kings and even more era immortals, yet the palace didn't seem crowded at all. This indicated just how immense this palace truly was. Seeing so many immortal kings, Taoist Dragon also shrank back. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, so he obediently stood behind Qingshan. Damn it, I was just amid a battlefield slaughter. I saw the grand scene when the Celestial Court was first established. I saw the development of the Celestial Court. I saw the battle between the Qingshan Emperor and the Qingshan Emperor. I saw the Qingshan Emperor holding a strand of azure hair and staring at it under the moon. The crowd conversed and exchanged the scenes they had just witnessed. Qingshan listened and raised an eyebrow as he said, these are all part of the experiences of the Qingshan Emperor when he was alive. Taoist Dragon nodded and felt fortunate as he said, we were the first to come in, so we saw the most beautiful moments of the Qingshan Emperor. Qingshan thought of the endless sea of flowers and the cozy little wooden hut. He couldn't help but nod. That was indeed the warmest part of the Qingshan Emperor's memories. After everyone talked, they looked at the center of the hall. There was a coffin there. Seeing this, Taoist Dragon was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He communicated telepathically in a choked voice, the Qingshan Emperor did exactly as he said, he left his coffin in the center of the hall after his death. He was respected by all the people. Qingshan watched calmly. He felt that something was amiss. The Qingshan Emperor's path of the immortal king and the path of the emperor had yet to be seen. On the contrary, more than half of the immortal kings of the immortal plane had gathered here. With so many people gathered here, Qingshan extinguished his desire to seize the path of the immortal king. He slowly stepped back, not wanting to get too close. Chapter 291, Picking Her Up, 6, Why did you step back? Go ahead and take a look, Taoist Dragon urged Qingshan. Don't you think something's off? Qingshan said seriously. What's wrong? Taoist Dragon looked at Qingshan in confusion. There are too many immortal kings here. Let's not talk about era immortals. There are at least tens of thousands of immortal kings here, right? Qingshan said calmly. Hearing that, Taoist Dragon woke up from his excitement. He looked around, swallowed his saliva, and pulled Qingshan to the back. You're right. Something doesn't seem right, Taoist Dragon said worriedly. Of course, Qingshan wasn't the only one who noticed this problem. Others noticed it. Some even wanted to retreat because they felt that it was too dangerous. However, at this moment, the palace door closed with a bang. No one was allowed to go out. This sudden development caused many to sober up. Everyone looked at the tens of thousands of immortal kings and hundreds of thousands of era immortals, and their hearts sank endlessly. Things were getting out of hand. Boom! In the next second, an endless void appeared above the palace. It was vast and boundless, and it projected rolling great paths. It gathered into a figure and stood on the copper coffin. Boom! At this moment, the great path origin energy appeared. The origin power of the emperor that everyone wanted was right in front of them. The boundless mysteries belonging to immortal kings turned into golden symbols that surrounded the figure. The great path that belonged to the emperor filled the area. Boundless intent gave birth to endless origin energy that gathered in the body of this figure. When many people saw this scene, they weren't delighted but shocked, and they retreated one after another. It's Qingshan Emperor. He didn't die? Aren't those who enter the Starry Sky Cemetery only remnant souls? Normally, it's just a remnant soul, but the Qingshan Emperor entered on his own accord. What is he doing? Does he want to capture us all in one fell swoop? The immortal kings looked on worriedly and panicked. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just borrowing your strength to use it. The shadow on the coffin said calmly. Hearing this, the immortal kings felt their hair stand on end. The Qingshan Emperor truly hadn't died. The path of the immortal kings in the Starry Sky Cemetery and the path of the emperor were just traps. They were blinded by greed and walked right into the trap. Taoist Dragon also became worried at this moment. He looked at the figure of the Qingshan Emperor and said, "Is the Qingshan Emperor trying to wipe out all the enemies of the celestial court before his death?" Qingshan stared at the illusory image of the Qingshan Emperor and shook his head slowly as he said, "No, the Qingshan Emperor wouldn't do that. He has other motives." "What motives?" Taoist Dragon asked immediately. "He wants to bring back the woman in white." Qingshan took a deep breath and told him his guess. Taoist Dragon immediately gasped and then thought seriously. He said, "It's possible. Is the Qingshan Emperor going to that place called Heaven to bring his wife back? It shouldn't be possible to rely on just a group of immortal kings and the power of era immortals, right?" Qingshan frowned and said. The gap between immortal kings and emperors was huge. This energy shouldn't be enough, right? Qingshan's doubts were answered in the next second. The Qingshan Emperor pointed his finger, and a dozen rush cushions appeared in the hall. They slowly rotated, and he clasped his hands behind his back as he gently said, "Emperors, please take a seat and lend me your strength." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at each other and looked around. Were there actually emperors hidden among them? Emperors had also come here? And there were over a dozen of them? Qingshan also looked on in surprise. He finally understood that the target of the Qingshan Emperor wasn't the immortal kings, but the dozen immortal emperors. Qingshan Emperor, you're already dead. Why should I listen to you?" A voice rang out in the hall. It was hard to tell where it came from, but it was accompanied by a cold snort. The Qingshan Emperor clasped his hands behind his back and stood as still as a mountain. His entire body was shrouded in a chaotic aura. He said, "If you don't lend me your strength, how can you obtain my path of the emperor?" Another voice sounded from the void, "Are you willing to give us your path of the emperor? After a person dies, they can't take anything with them." "There's no difference between keeping it for myself or giving it to you," the Qingshan Emperor replied. "Qingshan Emperor, what do you want our strength for?" Another emperor asked. He walked out openly. Only then did everyone notice that this was actually the emperor of the Great Zhou. The last emperor of the immortal plane. He had been among them before, but no one had noticed him. This was the difference between emperors and immortal kings. Qingshan also recognized him. He was the one who had challenged the Qianling Emperor before and suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, he was still an emperor. It was normal for him to be unable to defeat the Qianling Emperor. The Qingshan Emperor hadn't fought him either. But it didn't stop the Qingshan Emperor from suppressing a dozen emperors by himself. The Gauchian Emperor looked up at the endless void with a gentle expression and said, "I want to bring someone back." Taoist Dragon immediately looked at Li Qingshan. As expected, Li Qingshan was right. The Gauchian Emperor plans to bring his wife back. Alright, I'll lend you my power. The Emperor of the Great Zhou took a step forward and sat on the rush cushion. He spread out his primordial spirit. The Gauchian Emperor looked at the other emperors. One emperor after another appeared. That's the Monster Emperor of the Monster Clan. That's the Emperor of the Demon Clan. That's from Hell. That's the ancestral sacred king of the God race. The Buddha of the Buddha realm. What is that? The king of assassins from Mortal? One emperor after another appeared, causing everyone to exclaim. They recognized some, but there were still some that they couldn't recognize. No one had expected that the Gauchian Emperor's mausoleum would attract so many emperors. Right now, these emperors were all sitting on the rush cushions, surrounding the Gauchian Emperor. They released their primordial spirits, allowing the Gauchian Emperor to control their power. These emperors now trusted the Gauchian Emperor a little more, so they were willing to let him control their power. To the Gauchian Emperor, this trust from the emperors was a significant factor, as he promised to share his path of the Emperor with them. Immortal kings, you can relax. I'll lend you my strength and give the path of the immortal king in return. The Gauchian Emperor said. This time, all immortal kings agreed. With all emperors agreeing, the immortal kings had nothing to fear. The immortal kings still believed in the Gauchian Emperor's character. Taoist Dragon pounded his chest in regret. If only I were an immortal king. Li Qingshan remained calm and said, then just watch quietly. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in Li Qingshan's ear. Please lend me the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures and the 6 paths of samsara. Li Qingshan immediately looked at the illusory figure of the Gauchian Emperor and received a gentle gaze from him. Sure. Li Qingshan immediately agreed and released his primordial spirit. Boom! In the next moment, the entire hall was filled with thousands of auspicious colors. Holy light shone in all directions. Auspicious lotuses bloomed in the air, and the divine spring of the great path surged up from the ground. The power of more than 10 emperors was instantly sucked dry. The power of the various immortal kings was also taken away by the Gauchian Emperor. In Li Qingshan's mind, the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures and the 6 paths of samsara had been taken away. Everyone watched as the Gauchian Emperor gathered all the power, transformed into a beam of light, and soared into the endless void. Boom! In the sky, it was as if fireworks had been set off, incomparably dazzling. Petals fell like rain in the human world, and rainbows stretched endlessly. People looked up, puzzled, enjoying this magnificent scene. Li Qingshan raised his head and seemed to see, amidst this magnificent display, a white-robed woman being brought back by a divine rainbow. Chapter 292, Hua Yun's Whereabouts. 1. A bright light shot into the sky and went deep into the unknown. It exploded and set off fireworks in the immortal plane. The fireworks were extremely dazzling. It also announced that the Gauchian Emperor of the Celestial Court had truly disappeared. In the Starry Sky Cemetery, in the mausoleum of the Gauchian Emperor, everyone was enjoying the magnificent fireworks. They all had complicated expressions. The Gauchian Emperor borrowed their power and then rushed into the sky. No one could imagine what happened after that. The dozen or so emperors had complicated expressions on their faces. They knew many things, so they naturally knew what the Gauchian Emperor was going to do. They hadn't expected that the Gauchian Emperor would succeed. I'm inferior to you, Gauchian Emperor. An elderly emperor sighed. First, he dispersed the energy he had before he reached the immortal king realm, descending to the earth to benefit all beings. After that, he voluntarily entered the Starry Sky Cemetery and lured us here. Then, he used the path of the Emperor to tempt us and borrowed our energy to complete this attack. At the last moment of his life, Gauchian Emperor had made a precise plan. He actually went to that place. What exactly is his purpose? An emperor was puzzled. Did Gauchian Emperor spend the past 50,000 years not in slumber but in seclusion? The Emperor of the Great Zhou asked. He was the youngest among these emperors and was considered a junior. There were many things he did not know, so he asked humbly. No, the Qingshan emperor is indeed in a deep slumber. He hasn't woken up. He only sacrificed the heart of the emperor in the end to set up this trap and lure us into it, the monster emperor of the monster clan said. Why did the Qingshan emperor finally charge into that place? The emperor of hell asked. I don't know, but he dared to do so, which is remarkable. The ancestral sacred king of the god race said solemnly. From now on, there will be no more Qingshan emperor in the world. The king of assassins of the mortals said with a complicated expression. If the Qingshan emperor has truly fallen, then there are only two emperors left in the celestial court. One asleep and the other old, suddenly, an emperor said thoughtfully. As soon as he said that, silence fell among the emperors. Let's wait. Wait for the other one to fall. The monster emperor shook his head and said. Yes, the old one. I can't withstand the madness of a dying emperor. The celestial court, this ancient organization, has really come to an end. Time is fast. In a few years, I can feel that the Ziwei emperor has been dim and is on the verge of collapse. Everyone, we still need to be wary of the central Jade emperor. A mad tiger will bite. It's just a tiger. When the time comes, we'll join forces to subdue it. Emperor's conversations were unheard by the immortal kings, and even less so by the era immortals. Everyone remained in the hall, quietly waiting for the fireworks to end. Qingshan and Taoist Dragon stood together. Taoist Dragon suddenly asked, why didn't the Qingshan emperor go and fetch the woman in white earlier? Qingshan calmly replied, because he didn't have enough power. But he could have used this method earlier to pick her up. Taoist Dragon still seemed puzzled. If Qingshan emperor was still healthy, these emperors wouldn't have lent him their power. Qingshan revealed the key to the matter. Taoist Dragon immediately understood. A fully intact Qingshan emperor wouldn't have been able to borrow power from the emperors. Only in his current state could he obtain their aid. If Qingshan emperor hadn't dispersed the power of the immortal kings, if he hadn't entered the starry sky cemetery with his primordial spirit, and if he hadn't carried the paths of the immortal king and the emperor, he wouldn't have been able to entice so many emperors to come. After all, most of the emperors present were enemies of the celestial court. Taoist Dragon fell silent, with a hint of melancholy in his expression. He watched the fireworks in the sky silently, lost in his own thoughts. Although the fireworks were beautiful, they faded in an instant. The fireworks emanating from the emperors lasted for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, the sky was filled with dazzling fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. It was as if the Qingshan emperor was welcoming his wife back. Qingshan was also watching. He suddenly thought of Hua Yun. Adding up his past life and present life, Qingshan was still a blank in terms of relationships. He didn't know how to love. He only knew that he had made a promise to Hua Yun, and he had to fulfill it. He had thought that he could go to boiling water prison and get Hua Yun out. However, who would have thought that after a riot, Hua Yun would disappear from boiling water prison? Over the years, Qingshan had tirelessly searched for her with Taoist Dragon's help, but there was no news. Qingshan was deeply concerned about her whereabouts. Hua Yun had been locked in boiling water prison for hundreds of years and was cut off from the outside world. Her strength was considered top-notch in the human world, but it wasn't enough in the immortal plane. What if she encountered trouble? I need to reach the immortal king realm as soon as possible and then cultivate the great search technique to the peak to find traces of the Hua Yun. Qingshan silently set a goal in his heart. No matter what, he had to find Hua Yun. When the fireworks stopped, everyone saw the colorful energy in the sky pouring down into the hall and spreading everywhere. That's Qingshan Emperor's path of the saint and path of the emperor, someone exclaimed excitedly. Qingshan Emperor indeed kept his promise. After borrowing our power, he returned the paths of the immortal king and the emperor to us. The last man of the celestial court, Qingshan Emperor. Chapter 293, Hua Yun's whereabouts. 2. The immortal kings were very happy. After all, this was what they had come for. The radiant energies of the great paths dispersed and formed 2 waves of energy. The path of the emperor flowed to more than 10 emperors, and the path of the immortal king flowed to the immortal kings. Along with the path of the immortal king and the path of the emperor, the power of everyone who had just been borrowed was returned as well. After striking the heavens, the Qingshan emperor fell, and all of this power returned to its rightful owner. Some emperors caught the path of the Qingshan emperor and understood the profoundness within. He held it in his hand and sighed with emotion. The path of the emperor of the Qingshan emperor is extremely profound. As expected of an ancient emperor of the celestial court. We will meet again in the future. I shall return and study this in detail. The emperor retracted his emperor power and instantly left. The other emperors left as well. They weren't interested in the Starry Sky Cemetery without the Qingshan emperor. The group of immortal kings also left with the emperors. After obtaining the path of the immortal king of the Qingshan emperor, they achieved their purpose of coming to the Starry Sky Cemetery. Therefore, they didn't stay any longer. They dispersed their primordial spirit power and returned to their bodies in the immortal plane. As for those era immortals, they gained nothing and were filled with regret. They only hated themselves for not being in the immortal king realm. They also left quickly. The Starry Sky Cemetery, once bustling with the presence of the Qingshan emperor and those he had attracted, became desolate. For several months, not a single soul could be seen. For a moment, the hall was empty, with only Qingshan and Taoist Dragon remaining. Taoist Dragon sighed and said to Qingshan, "The matter of the Qingshan emperor has come to a complete end. Let's go back to the Celestial Court Academy." This trip had yielded nothing for Taoist Dragon. Qingshan's expression was calm. He opened his palm and said, "This is for you. Take it and comprehend it." Taoist Dragon's eyes widened in astonishment as he said in surprise, "This is the path of Immortal King. How did you get it?" Qingshan handed the path of Immortal King to Taoist Dragon, then clapped his hands and said, "The Qingshan emperor borrowed a part of my power, so he gave me a share. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself to comprehend?" Taoist Dragon said hesitantly. Looking at the path of the Immortal King in his palm, he was very reluctant to part with it. But it was something that Qingshan had obtained. "Take it. I still have some of my own now." Qingshan smiled and didn't care. Just now, the Qingshan emperor had repaid Qingshan with the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Along with them was the complete path of the immortal king of the Qingshan emperor. Qingshan was shocked. The Qingshan emperor had only given excerpts of the path of the immortal king to the other immortal kings, not the complete version. How did he end up with the complete path of the immortal king? After thinking about it, Qingshan could only attribute it to being a member of the celestial court. The Qingshan emperor still held sentiments toward the celestial court. However, in his twilight years, his last wish was to reunite with his wife. He had no strength left to create anything for the celestial court. Therefore, when encountering Qingshan, he was willing to lend a helping hand. If it weren't for the concern that giving Qingshan the complete path of the emperor might arouse the curiosity of the other emperors, the Qingshan emperor would have surely given Qingshan a complete path of the emperor as well. Having understood the situation, Qingshan looked at the complete path of the immortal king and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Why did the Qingshan emperor give Qingshan the complete path of the immortal king? Wasn't it because he hoped Qingshan would help the celestial court in the future? But to be honest, Qingshan didn't have much affection for the celestial court. Forget it. I'd better keep this path of the immortal king. I can't give up this path of the immortal king just because I have no feelings for the celestial court. At most, I can save some people when the celestial court collapses and leaves behind a spark. Qingshan comforted himself, then extracted a portion from the complete path of the immortal king and gave it to Taoist Dragon. Missing a small portion from the complete path of the immortal king didn't have much impact on Qingshan. If he could help Taoist Dragon break through to the immortal king realm, Qingshan would be more than happy to do so. Taoist Dragon accepted the path of the immortal king from Qingshan eagerly and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Qingshan nodded. Now that he had obtained the complete path of the immortal king, he no longer needed to comprehend it in the Starry Sky Cemetery. He only needed to go back and comprehend it quietly. Qingshan believed that the complete path of the Immortal King would help him improve a lot. As for whether he could break through to the Immortal King realm, he wasn't certain. The great path he needed was simply too much compared to the others. After all, Qingshan wanted to comprehend the 3,000 great paths. He didn't know if the path of the Immortal King was enough. Then let's go back together. I need to reach the Immortal King realm as soon as possible. Now that the Qingshan Emperor has fallen, the situation of the Celestial Court will definitely decline. There will be chaos in the future. Only by striving to improve myself can I make some decisions in the future, Taoist Dragon said to Qingshan seriously. Qingshan's face was calm. He didn't care much about the life and death of the Celestial Court. He dispersed the primordial spirit power and returned to his physical body. At the Celestial Court Academy, Qingshan opened his eyes in the small courtyard on the top of the mountain. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, his mood suddenly brightened. I'm back, he murmured softly and then opened his palm. A great path circled in the middle of his palm, forming a circle around Qingshan. If it was seen by an ordinary immortal, it would be extremely obscure and difficult to understand the Great Path River. It was vast and surging endlessly. But for Qingshan, it was just a great path that surrounded his palm. Chapter 294, Hua Yun's Whereabouts, 3. In the following time, I will continue to comprehend the path of the Immortal King. I hope it can help me improve. Qingshan looked at the path of the Immortal and said softly. He didn't harbor too high expectations. He only hoped that this path of the Immortal King could help him reach the peak of Era Immortal Realm. The current Qingshan was only in the early stages of the Era Immortal Realm. The demise of the Qingshan Emperor had brought Qingshan great benefits. Unknowingly, Qingshan owed Emperor Qingshan a great debt of gratitude. Therefore, when the Celestial Court was exterminated in the future, Qingshan planned to intervene to preserve a spark for it. Why worry about the future when you can focus on the present? By doing well now, the future won't be a problem, Qingshan said calmly, observing his own restless mentality, then rose directly. Qingshan first freshened up, ensuring his body was clear and clean, then lit some incense. As he watched the fragrance swirl, he calmed his mind. He no longer let his imagination run wild and focused on the path of the Immortal King. His heart was only focused on comprehending the path. Then, Qingshan began to elongate time. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years inside. This was also the result of Qingshan's persistent study of the Great Path of Time. Qingshan believed that after thousands of years, he would definitely comprehend the complete path of the Immortal King of an Emperor. In this way, he should be able to improve a lot. In the elongated time, Qingshan sat cross-legged, surrounded by the complete path of the Immortal King, which continuously manifested great path azure dragons. These dragons, carrying great paths in their mouths, would present them to Qingshan as needed. A great river encircled Qingshan. Inside it, the azure dragons roamed freely. Whenever Qingshan required a great path, one of the dragons would flick its tail, lifting up a great path for Qingshan to comprehend. Qingshan grew increasingly intimate with the great path azure dragons. Being naturally attuned to the great path, the azure dragons that emerged from the path of the Immortal King were like old friends to Qingshan. They willingly presented the great paths he needed for comprehension. Thus, time flew by rapidly. While 1 day passed in the outside world, 10 years elapsed within. Qingshan remained focused and unwavering in his comprehension. His great paths became more immense and profound, accumulating to a certain degree. Each great path azure dragon was elevated. Previously, the great path azure dragons were suppressed by the 6 paths of samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. However, as Qingshan continued to comprehend, the great path azure dragons improved even faster. Basically, every once in a while, a great Tao azure dragon would advance to the great path ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragons were exceedingly powerful within the dragon clan, capable of ruling as ancestors. Now that Qingshan's great path had advanced to the ancestral dragon level, it could be seen how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Time passed swiftly, unnoticed by the world. In the blink of an eye, a year slipped away. It was as if the night had turned over to the day, welcoming the morning glow. The world marveled at the beauty of the morning glow, but not many people noticed that time had been stolen. By the time someone noticed, half of his life had already been stolen. Time flowed like water. When Qingshan opened his eyes, he felt a trace of vicissitudes. He had been in seclusion for 3,650 years. Mortals lived for 100 years, cultivators lived for 1,000 years, an immortal lived for 10,000 years. Qingshan had lived more than 30 lives as a mortal, 3 lifetimes as a cultivator, and half of his lifetime as an immortal. If he added in the elongated time, Qingshan's actual age now approached 6 to 7,000 years old. Qingshan had lasted for more than 1,800 years in the longest seclusion. This time, it was doubled. To him, the elongated time truly felt endless. It has been more than 3,000 years, Qingshan sighed with mixed emotions. His voice was trembling. He hadn't spoken for more than 3,000 years, and it had affected him greatly. After getting used to it, Qingshan stood up and dispersed the elongated time, returning to normalcy. He looked at the familiar yet strange scenery outside, feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. Qingshan walked along the path outside the courtyard to the top of the mountain. He could see thousands of mountains in front of him. White clouds rolled, birds flew in, cranes and eagles danced. Looking into the distance, at the edge of the sky and earth, stood an ancient city. Qingshan's gaze pierced through the celestial court academy, this medium kiliocosm, and extended to the immortal plane where he saw the great desolate city. In the great desolate city, the people of the world lived peacefully. They chatted, did business, cultivated, and traveled to and fro. It formed a tapestry of the worldly life. If eternal time remains silent and still, what meaning does eternal life hold for a person? Qingshan asked himself softly with his hands behind his back. The wind on the mountain peak was very fierce, blowing the corner of Qingshan's clothes and making a fluttering sound. He looked at it for a long time before he retracted his gaze and adjusted his state of mind. He had gone from being in silent seclusion for more than 3,000 years to the real world before him. Qingshan heaved a long sigh of relief. I've been in seclusion for more than 3,000 years. I almost had a mental problem. The state he had experienced upon awakening was off. Extended periods of seclusion could change one's mentality. No wonder the ancient records mention that some experts who have lived for countless years are all indifferent and emotionless. In their eyes, they have experienced and seen everything. There is nothing new in the world, Qingshan sighed. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years, he would also disregard life and everything before him. No matter how hard he tried to adjust, it would be very difficult to adjust to the changes in his mentality after such a long time of seclusion. Chapter 295, Huayan's Whereabouts. 4. If you don't want to lose human emotions, I can't engage in long periods of seclusion in the future. Qingshan was wary of himself. While he didn't feel much after his previous seclusion of over 1,000 years, this time, with the duration doubled, he could sense a noticeable change in his mindset. The next time he went into seclusion, he should keep the duration to around 2,000 years and then take a break for a while. The path of immortality is bitter and cold. We have been searching up and down, but we can't lose ourselves because of this. We can't be indifferent to human feelings and live like the heavenly Tao. In the end, we even enter the great path. Isn't this a direction of self-destruction? Qingshan was secretly vigilant. There were many emotions in the human world that he had yet to experience, so he didn't want to become too indifferent. Watching as the birds flew over the mountains and the waterfalls cascaded down 3,000 feet, Qingshan plunged directly into the waterfall, splashing cold water on his face to wake himself up. In this way, the fatigue of 3,000 years was swept away. Qingshan used his immortal energy to transform into a robe. It was milky white with golden edges. A taiji diagram was carved on the cuffs and collar, making it look noble and magnificent. Qingshan took out all his tea sets and brewed tea seriously. Qingshan hadn't drunk tea for more than 3,000 years, so he missed it. He was neither fast nor slow as he brewed the tea smoothly. He picked up a cup and tasted it. Just this sip of tea alone can't make one forget the emotions, Qingshan said with a smile. After finishing the cup of tea, Qingshan looked at his cultivation level and shook his head slightly. 3,000 years of secluded cultivation and comprehending the complete path of the Immortal King given by the Qingshan Emperor didn't help me break through to the Immortal King realm. Qingshan wasn't disappointed. He had already realized this before. The paths he needed were too vast. The 3,000 great paths had to improve together. Although he was missing the path of fate, Qingshan would definitely make up for it. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Immortal King realm, he had to elevate all 3,000 great paths to the Immortal King realm. If Qingshan had only cultivated a single great path or a few great paths, then with the help of the path of the Immortal King of the Qingshan Emperor, he would have already stepped into the Immortal King realm. Even the Qingshan Emperor couldn't comprehend all 3,000 great paths. Although I haven't broken through to the Immortal King realm, my strength has increased greatly. Qingshan smiled. He was in a good mood. He had elevated all 2,999 Great Path Azure Dragons in his mind to the Great Tao Ancestral Dragons. They coexisted with the 6 Paths of Samsara and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. The Ancestral Dragon could tear through heaven and earth and destroy everything. A single Ancestral Dragon could stretch across the sky and render immortal kings helpless. Qingshan's Great Paths transformed into the Ancestral Dragons. Although it wasn't as powerful as the real Ancestral Dragons, he had 2,999 of them. In the Immortal King realm, there are Ancient Immortals, Lifespan Immortals, Everlasting Immortals, and Crimson Immortals. I was able to defeat the Ancient Immortals previously. Now, I should be able to compete with the Lifespan Immortals. Qingshan calculated calmly. This was only a preliminary calculation. No one knew the situation if they really fought. If Qingshan was pushed to the limit, bursting forth with the 6 Paths of Samsara, the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, and the 3,000 Great Paths, he didn't know how powerful he would be. It's better to keep a low profile. I haven't broken through to the Immortal King realm yet, and I still feel that I'm not strong enough in the Immortal Plane. Even if I break through to the Immortal King realm, there are still emperors above me. If I anger an emperor, I will be reduced to ashes with a single slap. In conclusion, it's better to keep a low profile, Qingshan said calmly. Why haven't you broken through to the Immortal King realm? At this moment, Taoist Dragon's surprised voice was heard. Sensing that Qingshan had woken up, Taoist Dragon tore the space apart and descended. He looked at Qingshan in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Qingshan, who possessed the complete path of the Immortal King of the Qingshan Emperor, hadn't broken through. Qingshan looked at Taoist Dragon and found that his aura was profound, which was completely different from what he had seen before. The current Taoist Dragon was like an abyss, impossible to fathom. I didn't break through. Having you breaking through to the Immortal King realm is enough. Qingshan smiled calmly and poured a cup of tea for Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon directly sat down, picked up the teacup, and downed the tea in one gulp. He was like a cow chewing on a peony, swallowing it down in big gulps. It feels good, Taoist Dragon sighed. You haven't had tea for 800 years? Qingshan frowned. These teas he had were the finest from the human world, with limited stock. Once finished, he would have to go back to the human world to get more. Accustomed to the teas of the human world, Qingshan had no interest in the teas of the Immortal Plane, which could enhance power and provide enlightenment. He preferred the original taste of tea leaves. Those shouldn't be called tea leaves, but cultivation treasures. Taoist Dragon said, "You're right. I haven't had tea for hundreds of years." Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood. You've been in seclusion for hundreds of years before breaking through to the Immortal King realm? Taoist Dragon nodded and said, I've been in seclusion for 800 years before I reached the Immortal King realm. I haven't seen you for 800 years. Today, I'm here to see you. Taoist Dragon proudly raised his eyebrows at Qingshan, showing off his Immortal King realm. Qingshan calmly said, I would like to ask the Immortal King for some advice. I wonder if that's possible. Taoist Dragon bluntly refuses, don't even think about it. There's no way I'll fight a freak like you. Qingshan, who hadn't obtained the path of the Immortal King of the Qingshan Emperor, could kill an ancient immortal. After a long time of seclusion, although he hadn't broken through to the immortal king realm, his strength had become more and more terrifying. Taoist Dragon wasn't stupid. Chapter 296, Huayun's Whereabouts. 5. Qingshan shook his head, originally intending to strike Taoist Dragon's pride, but he found out that Taoist Dragon wasn't fooled at all. "You've been in seclusion for a year?" Qingshan asked. Taoist Dragon replied, "I've been in seclusion for 8 months, not a year." "What about the woman I asked you to find, Huayun? Any news?" Qingshan inquired. After witnessing the affection between the Qinling Emperor and sister, as well as between the Gaochen Emperor and his wife, Qingshan felt that he must find Huayun. The path of immortality was bitter and cold. He needed someone to accompany him, to hug him for warmth, and to walk down together. Moreover, Qingshan had promised Huayun that he must fulfill his promise. Taoist Dragon furrowed his brows. "As I said before, searching for a woman named Huayun in the vast immortal plain without knowing her appearance is like finding a needle in a haystack. Throughout this time, I've had people keeping an eye on this matter but haven't obtained any information." "I'm sorry." Taoist Dragon shook his head. Qingshan frowned. Unable to find Huayun for such a long time, he was very worried that something might have happened to her. "I'm very worried about her," Qingshan said directly. Taoist Dragon said with a conflicted look, "I know you're worried about her, but the problem now is that we don't have any clues. In the vast sea of people, in the immortal plane, with countless small kiliocosm, medium kiliocosm, and great kiliocosms, as well as the monster realm, demon realm, god realm, and Buddha realm attached to the immortal plane, how do we search?" Qingshan stretched out his hand to spin the teacup. He frowned and thought of another way. "Will divination work?" Qingshan suddenly remembered that there was a mysterious power in divination. He asked Taoist Dragon. Taoist Dragon thought seriously and said, "Divination has been a Taoist technique since ancient times. I think we can give it a try. In any case, make every possible effort." Taoist Dragon said in his heart. Qingshan nodded. "Do you know who is the best in divination and fortune-telling in the immortal plane?" Taoist Dragon thought carefully and said, "There's one in the celestial court. His cultivation level isn't high, only at the primordial immortal realm. However, he cultivates the divine art of divination. He can calculate some things that no one else knows." "Where is this person?" Qingshan asked immediately. He wanted to find this person and use divination and fortune-telling to determine Huayun's whereabouts. Then, he would bring Huayun back and put her by his side. Only then would he be at ease. He's in the celestial court. He's in charge of the astrology department in the celestial court. Some people say that he's very accurate, while others say that he's nothing. You wait here. I'll go to the celestial court and invite him over." Taoist Dragon stood up and said. "Wouldn't it be faster if I went with you?" Qingshan said. "You dare to go to the celestial court now? Aren't you afraid of being harassed by those emperor clan descendants?" Taoist Dragon reminded Qingshan. Qingshan suddenly realized that he was still a hot commodity. Those descendants of the emperor clan wouldn't let him go easily. He could maintain peace and quiet and contemplate the Tao thanks to Taoist Dragon's efforts in holding off the pressure from the descendants of the emperor clan. "In that case, hurry back. Agree to any requests they have. As long as he comes and finds Huayun's whereabouts for me," Qingshan said decisively. "All right, you wait here. I'll be back soon. It won't take half a day. I'll definitely bring him to you." Taoist Dragon nodded and tore through the space, leaving the Celestial Court Academy and heading to the Celestial Court headquarters. Qingshan waited silently, his face as calm as water. He secretly hoped that the other party would be able to solve this problem. This was very important to Qingshan. Waiting was always difficult. The days that usually passed quickly had now seemed slow, as if someone had lengthened time. Qingshan felt that half a day was longer than half a year of seclusion. He had been looking forward to it, and finally, in the afternoon, he saw Taoist Dragon and a hunchbacked man. Qingshan immediately went up to him. Taoist Dragon introduced enthusiastically, this is the steward of the astrology department, called Tian Xuanzi. Hello, sir, Li Qingshan shouted enthusiastically. Hello, young emperor. Tian Xuanzi even greeted Li Qingshan respectfully. Have you told sir my identity? Li Qingshan asked Taoist Dragon. No, it was calculated by sir, said Taoist Dragon. Li Qingshan was even more enthusiastic toward Tian Xuanzi. He invited him to the tea room and served the tea to Tian Xuanzi. Sir, have some tea. Li Qingshan said. Tian Xuanzi took the tea and took a sip. He said, young emperor, don't waste your breath. I don't have any other abilities. I was born with a weak body and only possess the skill of divination. What do you want to know? Tell me and I'll see if I can do it. Li Qingshan said with a smile, very straightforward. I would like to ask you to help me find someone. In the vast sea of people, are there any clues? Tian Xuanzi asked. Her name is Hua Yun. Li Qingshan said and then stared at Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi blinked his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan in confusion. He asked, that's it? That's it, Li Qingshan said awkwardly. Tian Xuanzi took a deep breath and said, in this world, there are at least 1,000 people called Hua Yun. How am I supposed to find her? Taoist Dragon added, this Hua Yun is his Dao companion. Li Qingshan nodded immediately and said, she's my Dao companion. One more clue, but it's still very difficult to find. Tian Xuanzi frowned. He was naturally hunched, with an ordinary appearance and a floating aura, indicating that he might have forcibly elevated himself using some treasure or extraordinary elixir. Chapter 297, Hua Yun's whereabouts. 6. Sir, whatever you need, feel free to ask, Li Qingshan said sincerely. Taoist Dragon chimed in, Tian Xuanzi, just say it. He has a boundless future ahead of him. You've helped him now. You'll definitely benefit a lot in the future. Tian Xuanzi looked at Li Qingshan, then at Taoist Dragon and said, I want a promise from the young emperor. What promise? Li Qingshan asked. On a future day, if there's something that requires the young emperor's intervention, you must step in unconditionally once, to help me resolve the trouble, Tian Xuanzi said solemnly. Li Qingshan frowned, what if you ask me to do something against my conscience? Don't worry, I'll never ask the young emperor to do anything against his conscience. It definitely won't be anything bad, Tian Xuanzi said with a smile. Alright, I promise you. Li Qingshan nodded, readily agreeing. As long as he found Hua Yun, he was willing to pay the price. Young emperor, please write down your name on the paper, then write down the other person's name, and clarify your relationship, Tian Xuanzi said. Taoist Dragon immediately took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone, placing them in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. The brush moved like a dragon and snake as he wrote his and Hua Yun's names. Then, in terms of relationship, Li Qingshan was silent for a moment before writing down husband and wife. As long as Hua Yun didn't regret it, she was his wife. After he finished writing, Li Qingshan handed the paper to Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi gently tore the piece of paper into pieces. He held the pieces in his palm and gently rubbed them. A flame was born. In the flame, Li Qingshan saw the back of a woman. As the flames flickered in Tian Xuanzi's palm, beads of sweat dripped down his face, and he squeezed out a voice from between his teeth, I can't hold on for much longer. Quickly look around to see if there's any special building nearby. They will disappear in a flash. Seize the opportunity. Li Qingshan and Taoist Dragon stared intently. The flame dances in his palm, a small flickering flame. The woman's beautiful figure was graceful. Her long hair fell to her waist. She wore a sky-blue dress as she strolled in the forest. Li Qingshan had never seen Hua Yun before, but as he looked at the woman's back, he had a feeling that this was Hua Yun. Hurry up and take a look. Where is this place? Li Qingshan immediately urged Taoist Dragon. He wasn't familiar with the immortal plane at all. He had been to the immortal plane for more than 10 years and had rarely gone to places. Naturally, he didn't know where this forest was. Taoist Dragon had a broad range of knowledge. He stared closely. He didn't look at the woman's back but at the surrounding buildings. Even though it was only a forest, the style of the buildings revealed the location. The buildings in different places were completely different. Taoist Dragon focused his attention on them. This building in the forest isn't an ordinary place. It looks like the God Realm, Taoist Dragon said in a low voice. Puff! The flames danced and exploded like bubbles before disappearing. Tian Swansea was completely exhausted and fell onto the coffee table. His clothes were already soaked in sweat, and he looked like he had just been fished out of water. I did my best, Tian Swansea sighed. Thank you, sir. The promise between us is still valid. As long as you encounter something that you can't handle, you can come to me, Qingshan. You don't need any tokens. Just bring a slogan, Qingshan said solemnly. That's easy. I naturally believe in the young emperor. You guys can discuss here. I'll go back first. Tian Swansea stood up weakly and left slowly with a hunched back. I'll send you off, sir, Qingshan said. Tian Swansea waved his hand. I can go back alone. You guys should discuss where to find this woman. As there is too little information, I can only calculate up to this point. Qingshan had no choice but to watch Tian Swansea leave. Then, he looked at Taoist Dragon and said, Are you sure that the forest where Hua Yun is located is a building from the God Realm? Taoist Dragon nodded slowly. I'm very sure. That kind of architecture belongs to the God Realm. They are different from the delicate and graceful buildings of the East. The churches, towers, and the cathedral are all buildings of the God race. There was a church in the forest just now. So Hua Yun is in the God Realm now? Qingshan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Hua Yun to actually go to the God Realm. What was the reason? Was she in danger? Judging from the scene in the flames just now, there seemed to be no danger. She was alone, leisurely strolling through the forest. But Qingshan wasn't sure. Even if Hua Yun is in the God Realm, it's too vast. Although it can't compare to the entire immortal plane, it's still the size of the East continent. Where should we look for Hua Yun? Taoist Dragon asked Qingshan. This was also the problem that troubled Qingshan. Even though Tian Swansea had pinpointed that Hua Yun was in the God Realm and indicated a direction, this direction was still akin to fishing for a needle. It was just that in the past, it was like looking for a needle in the sea. Now, it had become like looking for a needle in the river. No matter what, no matter where she is, I have to find her because this is my promise to her, Qingshan said slowly and firmly. You want to go to the God Realm? Taoist Dragon frowned. I'm going to investigate. Qingshan nodded. If your identity is discovered, there will be many people in the God Realm who will come to kill you, Taoist Dragon said worriedly. In the eyes of the world, Qingshan is considered a genius of the Celestial Court. The future hope of the Celestial Court was the peerless monster who could kill an immortal king in the inherited immortal realm. The monster clan wanted to kill him, the demonic sects wanted to kill him, the assassin organizations in Mortal wanted to kill him, and the God Realm naturally wanted to kill him as well. After all, killing Qingshan was equivalent to cutting off the future hope of the Celestial Court. I'll be careful and cautious, maintaining my identity and not being discovered, Qingshan said in a deep voice. I'm just going to look for her. Once I find her, I'll bring her back to the Celestial Court Academy. I won't engage in disputes with others on the way. There won't be any danger, Qingshan said. He was looking for someone, not fighting. As long as he was careful, no one should be able to discover his identity. I'm still worried, but I don't have any excuse to stop you from going. So, have a safe journey. In the God Realm, endure as much as you can. After all, that place isn't our territory, Taoist Dragon reminded Qingshan. I understand. Don't worry. You know my temperament. I'm very peaceful and don't pick fights. I'm a lover of peace. Qingshan joked about himself. I hope so. Once a conflict really occurs, immediately tear open space and leave the God Realm. Don't stay any longer, Taoist Dragon said seriously. Li Qingshan took his words to heart, stood up, and hugged Taoist Dragon. Don't worry. Just consider this journey to the God Realm as a relaxation after a long period of seclusion. I'll go and take a look at the scenery outside. It won't cause any trouble. Surly let go of Taoist Dragon and said with a smile. Chapter 298, Young Emperor Ranking 1. Once the range where Huayun was located was determined, Li Qingshan couldn't sit still anymore. He wanted to go to the God Realm. He wanted to find Huayun. Huayun was wandering alone in the outside world, and she was a woman. Li Qingshan was very worried about her safety. Thus, immediately after Tian Xuanzi's calculation, he wanted to go to the God Realm. Wait a moment. Taoist Dragon stopped Li Qingshan and handed him something. This is a map of the God Realm. This is the human skin mask. These are some divine origins. Take them all with you. In the God Realm, change your appearance. As long as you don't expose yourself, there shouldn't be any problems. Taoist Dragon earnestly advised Li Qingshan and handed him 2 human skin masks made by the emperor that he treasured. I'm now the Holy Prince. It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the God Realm with this identity. Li Qingshan put the mask on his face, and his handsome yet evil face appeared again. Taoist Dragon was finally satisfied. It's best to have a disguise when you're in the immortal plane. You can change your identity wherever you go. No one will know who you are, and your real identity can be hidden. Then I'll leave first. Li Qingshan reached out his hand and tore the space. He stepped out and entered the immortal plane, disappearing in front of Taoist Dragon. Looking at Li Qingshan's back, Taoist Dragon sighed softly. Then, his eyes became determined. He looked at the Celestial Court's headquarters and said in a low voice, "The catastrophe of the Celestial Court is coming. I have to work hard." Li Qingshan left the Celestial Court Academy and arrived on the East Continent. He tore open the space and headed for the God Realm. The distance between the East Continent and the God Realm was very far. If a human immortal were to fly, they would never be able to cross the 4 great continents and reach the God Realm. The immortal plane was vast and boundless. The ancient sages said that only emperors could travel the Northern Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. The Northern Sea was outside the 4 great continents. It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. The Northern Sea was vast and its area was as big as the 4 great continents. From this, one could see how big the immortal plane was. The entrance to the God Realm was on a huge island in the Northern Sea. That island was under the influence of the God race in the Celestial Court. The Island of Gods. Li Qingshan was now going there to enter the God Realm to see the exotic God Realm. However, it was a long journey from the East Continent to the Islands of Gods. Even if Li Qingshan was at the peak of the era Immortal Realm, it wouldn't be possible to get there in a short time. Li Qingshan kept tearing through space along the way. Now, as his cultivation level and realm increased, the range of tearing space widened. Even among immortal kings, the range of tearing space of the ancient immortals and lifespan immortals wasn't as wide as Li Qingshan's. Unless they specialized in the great path of space. Li Qingshan, who was on his way, was also observing the scenery of the immortal plane. To be honest, he had been in the immortal plane for quite a long time, but he hadn't taken a good look at it. Li Qingshan was an otaku. Wherever he went, he would find a place to live in seclusion. He didn't like the hustle and bustle of the world. But after a long period of seclusion, occasionally coming out to see the scenery of the immortal plane gave Li Qingshan a different mood, which was quite nice. Every time he tore through space, Li Qingshan would stop to observe the beautiful scenery. 10 minutes later, he would tear through space again. Thus, it took him 5 days of continuous tearing through space to cross the Celestial Court's territory and arrive at the Northern Sea. After continuously tearing through space, he finally saw the Northern Sea. Li Qingshan finally felt a sense of even though the Northern Sea is vast, I can soar through it. The Northern Sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The water was blue, and the waves were turbulent. They crashed against the shore. The sea in the distance seemed to be intertwined with the world. The sea and the sky met. This was very beautiful. Li Qingshan took out the map and looked at it carefully. The Islands of Gods is in the Northern Sea. Although the god race only has one island in the Immortal Plane, there are still no top forces in the Northern Sea. There are only some small forces. The Northern Sea was vaguely under the control of the god race. Although they didn't have overt control now, as long as someone dared to establish a huge sect in force in the Northern Sea, their downfall would be instantaneous. Therefore, the Northern Sea appeared calm and peaceful. Trade flourished here, and there was an endless stream of ships coming and going. Not only were they sailing on the sea, but many were flying in the sky. The god race encouraged commerce and opened up a sea route for merchants to maintain fairness. So, over the years, countless merchants have been willing to come here to do business. The reason why the god race could rise so quickly after their decline is also because of the prosperity of trade. Li Qingshan looked at the ships coming and going. It was like a highway on the sea. There was no telling how much spatial storage magic treasure was loaded on each ship. The goods they carried on a voyage were definitely huge. It was just like the spaceship that Li Qingshan encountered when he was in the human world. It could hold the goods of an entire world. A family specialized in shipping, which was enough to show the benefits of trading. This time, Li Qingshan didn't tear through space. He boarded a ship on the shore. The owner was a very enthusiastic person. He knew that Li Qingshan was going to the Islands of Gods, so he immediately invited Li Qingshan to join him. They were also going to the Island of Gods. Li Qingshan couldn't refuse the kind invitation and boarded the boat. The boat sailed through the Northern Sea at a high speed. It wasn't an ordinary vessel. It was a celestial artifact that needed divine origin to activate and enhance its power. Li Qingshan stood on the deck and looked at the vast sea. There were ships everywhere, big and small. The ship he was on was considered medium-sized. The sea breeze blew on everyone's faces. Li Qingshan saw the employees on the ship chatting leisurely and playing cards. Chapter 299, Young Emperor Ranking 2, the boatmaster walked over. He looked at Li Qingshan and asked warmly, "Brother, you look young, but your cultivation level is unfathomable. You truly are outstanding." The boatmaster was a burly man with a dark complexion, possessing the power of a genuine immortal realm, but he couldn't see through Li Qingshan's cultivation level. In the spirit of making new friends and opening up new paths, the boatmaster warmly invited Li Qingshan to board the boat. Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, feeling the sea breeze as he looked at the boatmaster. He smiled faintly and humbly replied, "Master, you've traveled far and wide. You must have seen many talents. Compared to those top-tier geniuses, I'm truly like a firefly next to the moon." "Little brother, you can't belittle yourself. If you're a firefly, then what are ordinary immortals like us?" The boatmaster laughed self-deprecatingly. Li Qingshan smiled when he saw this. He felt that this scene was very interesting. If the boatmaster was placed in the human world, he would be the strongest. He was born noble and was an existence that everyone could only dream of. However, if he was placed in the immortal plane, he appeared ordinary and commonplace. "Boatmaster, do you often travel to the Islands of Gods?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "Yes, I do. I make several trips back and forth every month. Business isn't good now. New boats are coming in every day. Everyone is selling goods. The business in the god realm is basically saturated," the boatmaster sighed. Li Qingshan hadn't expected that the boat business would also experience involution. But upon careful thought, it was understandable. As long as the benefits were large enough and the barrier to entry wasn't that high, the number of people joining would only increase as time passed. After growing wildly for a period of time, it would form a scale and then form a new rule. This was the development sequence of the profitable industry. "Boatmaster, are you familiar with the god realm?" Li Qingshan asked. "I'm somewhat familiar. What I should know, I know. What I shouldn't, I don't." The boatmaster was a clever man, speaking ambiguously. "I wonder if anything big has happened recently?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "Recently?" The boatmaster thought carefully and said, "Something big really happened. I'd like to hear more. Qingshan listened attentively. It seems like there's a young emperor ranking that's been circulating around recently. It's been spreading very widely and has caused a lot of discussion. Everyone's talking about the people on that ranking, the boatmaster said. Young emperor ranking? Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Who made this list? This list was created by the people of the world. Not long ago, someone suggested ranking the recent geniuses based on whether they possess the aura of a young emperor. The boatmaster said. Then, this matter spread. Countless people joined in the discussion and it quickly spread. Geniuses were added one after another to the list. The rankings changed several times. In the end, it swept through the immortal plane and caused countless people to discuss it. Only then did it barely decide on the top 10 geniuses. The boatmaster said. Oh, then I wonder who's on the rankings? Qingshan asked in surprise. I have to tell you about this. I've been asking around recently. The boatmaster was also a lively character. When he saw that Qingshan was interested, his desire to talk arose. He immediately moved 2 stools and sat down with Qingshan on the deck. He also took out 2 bottles of good wine and handed one to Qingshan. Qingshan didn't refuse. He clinked glasses with the boatmaster, took a sip of strong liquor, and then listened quietly. The boatmaster said, the ranking list that the world is discussing this time is just to provide a reference. It's a list that a group of people have started to rank according to their past performance. Those who have performed perfectly in the past will be on the list. If your talent is outstanding, but your past is ordinary and you've been hiding your talents, you definitely won't be on the rankings. Qingshan nodded and said, that's how it should be. From the looks of it, this ranking wasn't very authoritative, but it was full of entertainment, which was why it attracted the attention of countless people. The people on the rankings are all geniuses, who have amazed countless people. After I saw this ranking, I directly knelt. At the same age, others are already candidates for young emperors. I'm bitterly running a boat. Comparing oneself to others is so infuriating, the boatmaster sighed. Qingshan said, everyone has their own destiny. I know. I'm just grumbling a little. Let's continue talking about the rankings. After this matter blew up, countless geniuses were nominated. If they were all ranked, even if there were 100 of them, it wouldn't be enough. That's why some rules were established, the boatmaster said. What kind of rules? Qingshan asked. It's very simple. The age limit is no more than 800 years old, and the cultivation level mustn't be lower than that of an inherited immortal, the boatmaster said. Qingshan thought about it seriously. This condition was actually quite harsh. Despite only 100 years passing for him, thanks to his mastery of the great path of time, which allowed him to manipulate time, if the extended time were taken into account, he would be several thousand years old. To be able to reach the inherited immortal realm before the age of 1000, such a person was indeed qualified to be called a genius. Among a group of geniuses, selecting candidates for young emperors required comparing their past achievements and notable deeds. With this rule in place, the number of nominees decreased significantly. Then people realized that there weren't many who could meet these criteria and perform exceptionally, and thus, this list was born, the boatmaster told Qingshan. Who are on the rankings? Qingshan asked curiously. Chapter 300, Young Emperor Ranking, 3, rank 10th on the Young Emperor ranking is a peerless genius of the Celestial Court. His name is Qingshan, the captain said to Qingshan. Qingshan's expression became somewhat strange. He asked in a low voice, why is this Qingshan ranked 10th? Brother, although the Celestial Court is weak now and an emperor expert has just died, the geniuses of the Celestial Court are still amazing, especially Qingshan. He deserves to be ranked 10th, the captain said to Qingshan. Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't that he didn't think that Qingshan was qualified to be ranked 10th. He just felt that the ranking was a little low. No matter what, shouldn't he be in the top 5 at least? Qingshan muttered in his heart. Speaking of Qingshan, I didn't know who he was before either. I also questioned why he was on the rankings. However, stories of his battle achievements later spread. He once killed an immortal king in the Emperor's Pass and single-handedly annihilated a million-strong army. His military exploits are outstanding. It's more than enough for him to be ranked 10th, the captain said excitedly. Qingshan asked curiously, since the 10th place is so powerful and has such illustrious military achievements, what did the 9 people ahead of him rely on to surpass him? The captain said to Qingshan, the 9th place is actually similar to Qingshan. He also killed an immortal king within the inherited immortal realm. But because his cultivation has already broken through to the era immortal, Qingshan has never appeared. The world's impression of him is still at the inherited immortal realm. Therefore, he is ranked 9th, surpassing Qingshan. He killed an immortal king in the inherited immortal realm. What's the background of this 9th place holder? Qingshan asked curiously. Back when he killed that immortal king, he exerted all his strength and relied on the giant sword to finally defeat his opponent. This 9th place had done the same thing as him. So Qingshan wondered whether it was due to his own abilities or assistance from external factors. Qingshan was very curious. The 9th place is Zhang Sangxiong, who has the bloodline of the war god. He relied on the bloodline of the war god to become more and more courageous. In the end, he paid the price of half his body being destroyed in the Devil Plains to kill an immortal king, the captain said with admiration. The bloodline of the war god, Qingshan murmured. He didn't know much about bloodlines. When Qingshan met Xiao Wuji in the human world, he knew that Xiao Wuji had the bloodline of the ancient fighter. He became more and more brave as he fought. After coming to the immortal plane, Qingshan knew about the emperor's bloodline. Unfortunately, the current emperor's bloodline had lost its original sharpness as it had been diluted over the generations. He knew nothing about the war god's bloodline. The bloodline of the war god is inherited from the ancient war god. Once this bloodline is awakened, it will possess an extremely strong combat awareness and formidable recovery abilities. It is basically an existence that cannot be killed. Moreover, each battle enhances its strength. It is a very terrifying bloodline. The captain's face was filled with envy. If he had the war god's bloodline, he was confident that he would be able to make it onto the rankings. The 9th place is already the war god's bloodline. What about the 8th place? Qingshan asked. The 8th place is not to be underestimated either. He is of noble birth and comes from the Dragon Clan. He possesses boundless bloodline power and the true body of the Dragon Clan. Although he hasn't fought an immortal king, he once devoured hundreds of era immortals. Due to his rare status as a blood dragon within the Dragon Clan, he ranks 8th, the captain said. Blood dragon? Qingshan looked at the captain in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear news about the Dragon Clan here, let alone about a blood dragon, which should be a rare variant within the Dragon Clan. Yes, a blood dragon. It's a mutated super divine beast within the Dragon Clan, extremely formidable. It can instantly drain your blood, and as long as it has a drop of blood left, it's practically invincible. Its divine beast level is elevated due to the mutation, making it even more powerful. That's why it's ranked 8th, the captain said. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to be involved. This ranking is quite interesting. Then who's in 7th place? Qingshan asked curiously. The 8th place was the blood dragon of the Dragon Clan. Then how powerful were the people in front? The 7th place is Gutong Tian, who has the bloodline of the ancient god, the captain said. Ancient god's bloodline? Qingshan realized. There were many bloodline experts on this ranking. The ancient gods were once indomitable spirits. They created a civilization with terrifying strength. Moreover, their bloodlines were inherited. However, for some unknown reason, all the ancient gods disappeared. Very few people discovered the ancient god's bloodline, but every ancient god's bloodline was a top expert in the immortal plane. This 8th place, Gutong Tian, is the ancient god's bloodline of this generation, the captain explained to Qingshan in detail. Qingshan toasted him with a cup of wine and then asked, is Gutong Tian very powerful? I wouldn't say very powerful, but rather quite powerful, the captain said humorously. He also killed an immortal king when he was in the inherited immortal realm. Then, he entered the era immortal realm. He even killed 2 immortal kings by himself. His battle achievements are outstanding. Moreover, he's a genius of the monster clan and ranked 7th. The boatmaster took a sip of wine and said excitedly. He killed an immortal king in the inherited immortal realm and 2 immortal kings in the era immortal realm. It sounds even more impressive, but this can only deceive ordinary people, Qingshan muttered in his heart. To him, this